Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Volume 1 Part 1. Chapter 1. Amidst those who dread the world's restless worry, fearing that this month, this day will pass too easily, will there be a person on this month, this day that will anticipate for my arrival? Jun Xie. When she opened her eyes again, Jun Xie found herself lying on a soft, king-sized bed. Above her was light blue wallpaper and a resplendent crystal chandelier currently shining magnificently due to its reflectance of sunlight. Feeling a bit of a headache, Jun Xie rubbed her head and thought back on the events right before she had slipped out of consciousness. That day, she was just preparing to a celebratory banquet for her company successfully entering the stock market. It had taken her 6 years to make it to the top of B City's list of TN, a term used for women meaning great complexion, wealthy, and pretty. In this context, take it to mean most eligible bachelorette. But she would never thought that she would misstep so suddenly, causing her to fall into a sewer. Her only thought at the time, for fuck's sake, which wicked mofo would steal a manhole cover? She thought this was her death, but out of nowhere, she finds herself bonded to some system. That system seems to have told her that, as long as she finishes the missions given by the second female lead's counterattack system and collected a high enough cumulative score, she'll be able to return home. After collecting her thoughts, Jun Xie turned her gaze to the ring on her left hand's middle finger. She silently commanded, "System, come out." A lively childish voice immediately sounded in response. "Why has number 250 called out your cute system bow bow to do TN here?" The system calls himself as, which is a cute and childish, informal way of referring to oneself. Jun Xie placed her hand onto her throbbing temple and told herself she must bear with it. Bear with it, but she can't bear it. You're the one that's 250. Your whole family is 250. Call me by my name. Or call me host or owner. If you call me 250 again, I'll cook you alive. TN 250 is internet slang insult used to call someone dumb or mentally retarded, being able to infuriate the famously elegant MS. Jun to this caliber could also be considered the system's talent. System Bao Bao seemed to have realized his wrongs and obediently reported, "Host, you are currently in the world of aggressively doking my cold general. I'll send the plot summary and the original soul's memories to you. Please accept." Jun Xie immediately felt as if her mind was being probed, one needle after another, to the point that cold sweat gathered on her forehead. By the time the pain began to lessen, she had already accepted all of the original soul's memory and held the book in her hands. Even after telling herself to keep calm and collected, Jun Xie was still shocked by the contents. She quickly recollected herself, thinking that since she's even able to transmigrate into someone else's body, anything's possible now. So what if this whole dimension is just a book to the characters in the book? This is reality. No matter if it's a command to attack or counterattack, she'll work hard to complete either in order to go home. After quickly skimming the 200 or so pages of the book, Jun Xie only wanted to. Is it really alright to make such a overdramatic and immature story? This dimension's setting was not too different than that of the one she came from. Most differently, this dimension rotates around an axis with a female lead in the center. Female lead Qin Huici is a illegitimate child of capital city's 3 most powerful families, the Qin family. On the day of the eldest little Miss Qin's 18th birthday, the female lead was taken back into the Qin family. Eldest Miss Qin could not accept a little sister that was only half a year younger than her, subsequently causing a big scene at her birthday banquet. Not only did she smash her own birthday presents, but her actions allowed her to become high society's gossip topic. Father Qin thus became even more disappointed in eldest Miss Qin, and was even more doting towards his true love's daughter, Qin Huixi. Eldest Miss Qin, being hurt by her father's behavior, became belligerent towards Qin Huixi. However, in every encounter, Qin Huixi is able to slip out unaffected and even outmaneuver eldest Miss Qin. After a while, the public opinion became that eldest Miss Qin was evil-hearted and was an angel on the outside but a demon on the inside. On the other hand, because of Qin Hui's fragile appearance, made everyone believe that she was the victim. Not only did she take away the attention that was originally eldest Miss Qin's, but Huixi continuously slandered her to the point where eldest Miss Qin lost her inheritance right. But she was just getting started. Qin Huixi ordered a group of thugs to take eldest Miss Qin and pose her for scandalous pictures that was sent to the press, officially ruining eldest Miss Qin. Later, when she and her male idol became a couple, she even disfigured eldest Miss Qin's face. She then threw her helpless into a red light district, where eldest Miss Qin met her demise, being tortured to death. The story ends with Qin Huixi and her male idol's happy ending. This is also one of the reasons why Jun Xie is so frustrated by the book. The male lead only shows up in the very end. The beginning of the book was filled with numerous second male leads embarking in ambiguous relationships with a female lead. And no one thought there was anything improper about her behavior. Alright. This is an online novel. Logic and whatever, she shouldn't ponder too much on that. Unfortunately, however, the body she was currently inhabiting was the tragic eldest Miss Qin. Coincidentally, they shared the same name. Both were named Jun Xie, with the eldest Miss Qin's full name being Qin Jun Xie. Even more coincidentally, today also happened to be her 18th birthday banquet, which means the female lead is already on her way over. Standing in front of the bathroom's full-sized mirror, Jun Xie noted her new figure. Skin as creamy as milk, peach blossom eyes, with a statue as skinny and delicate as a willow catkins. With a height of 170 cm, she had perfect proportions and seductively good looks. She possessed shining black eyes that were currently open wide, both alluring and charming, perfectly curved eyebrows, a dainty nose, and apple-red lips. With a tiny chin, she was exemplary example of the sunflower face. A face type that is seen as desirable usually refers to defined cheekbones followed by a distinctly small chin to make sort of a sunflower shape. I guess cleanly arranged wavy hair that was currently half-hearted let loose. Even when she silently stood, she exuded an aura of nobility and class. Her charisma undeniably added to her appeal. Although this body possessed the same face as hers, the first impression felt differently somehow. While this body had a fairy-like element of beauty, Jun Xie's original self was more of a beauty characteristic of a lotus. After washing and changing into her prepared gown, she peeked outside her window and observed the guests that were already arriving in twos and threes. In that moment, as the sun emerged from behind the clouds and shone into the room, the sudden light illuminated the young lady at the window's beautiful yet dangerous profile. The slightly upturned lip seemed only fitting for a fallen angel silently waiting in the shadows for its prey. Qin Jun Xie. From this moment on, I, Jun Xie, will be you. I will make sure you get back everything Qin Huixi owes you tenfold. Just watch. Since I need to help the second female lead's counterattack in order to earn points, and since collecting points will allow me to go home, then I can only warn those female leads to prepare for the worst in advance." The sudden smile added even more allure to Jun Xie's already alluring features, causing a certain man passing by to stop and stare, momentarily out of focus with the rest of the world. "Eldest miss, the family head requests your presence downstairs. The banquet will be starting in half an hour." A maid knocking on her door brought Jun Xie out of her thoughts. Chapter 2. She's like a fire, igniting my heart. Tan zai zai. Jun Xie let out a cold laugh. On her birthday, her father won't even accompany her down, instead forcing her to come down on her own. Jun Xie, how can you be so ignorant? It's already been made so obvious. A truly approved heir on their coming-of-age day would have the family head accompany them down to the crowd. 1. To tell the crowd this is a child that the family dotes on. 2 is to prove to the crowd that they are the future heir. After changing into high heels, the black of the heels matched with the red of her gown created a seductive effect. 18 years old. The best of times, how can she fail to live up to those expectations? Her pale skin peeked out of her fire-red gown, while her black locks curled around her shoulders effortlessly. She captured the crowd's attention as soon as she appeared, with gasps and murmurs of appreciation and jealousy ringing through the room. In 1 second, the Qin family guest, in her snow-white dress, became a background character. Jun Xie was very satisfied with this result. Her smile of satisfaction coupled with her natural air of exuberating confidence made the crowd naturally see her fit to be heir. Her peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, turned to face her farthest, staring back at her amidst the crowd. She calmly walked down the stairs, with slow and steady steps, before stopping to stand in front of the Qin family head. Jun Xie has always had the "if you don't want me to do something, then I'm definitely going to do it" attitude. Based on the book, she could tell that Qin family only raised this girl to become their future tool. The original soul's mom had died due to childbirth, but the one who directly caused this was Qin Hui's mother. Qin Hui's mom had confronted the original Qin Jun Xie's mother, begging for her to allow her to be together with the Qin family head, even going as far as revealing her pregnancy. If not for that, her mother wouldn't have been shocked into early labor and consequently losing her life. Jun Xie can sympathize with the original Qin Jun Xie's tantrum at this banquet. After all, no one would be composed when facing the person responsible for their mother's death. Farther sure is biased. Today is my birthday and you won't even come upstairs to me. This won't do, you must make it up to me. Jun Xie's lips pouted, as if to say hurry up and come coax me, causing many madams nearby to experience a rush from their maternal instinct, telling them to hurry and hug the poor girl better. Not expecting her to act like this, her father Qin Sheng was struck numb in confusion for a moment, causing her prepared lecture to be stuck at the back of his throat. Jun Xie was not planning on giving these two a chance to act out their drama, and instead quickly redirected her gaze to the girl in the white dress next to her father. Very innocently, she asked, "Father, who is this pretty girl? This is my first time seeing her here. This could be my future stepmother, right? I'm gonna disgust you guys to death as payback for the original Qin Jun Xie." In the original plot, the original Qin Jun Xie had seen her father and happily ran over. Before she could even say one word to him, this slag of a father said, "This is your biological little sister, Qin Hui's. You must take good care of her in the future, blah blah blah." These words caused the original Qin Jun Xie to explode on sight. Meanwhile, the illegitimate daughter acted weak and pitiful, an overall excellent portrayal of a white lotus flower. Tian basically a girl that acts weak, nice, and sympathetic to gain pity and attention. Watching her made the original Qin Zunmai explode again, raising the tension to incandescent levels. But Zunmai isn't that stupid. She saw that poorly disguised gaze of bitter envy coming from that great little sister of hers. Qin Sheng's face darkened, not knowing how to explain to Zunmai. Standing on the side, Qin Xie had her head down with her bangs covering up the resent in her eyes. When her face finally lifted, her emotions had been replaced with a pitiful expression, as if someone had bullied her. But before she could do anything, Zunmai opened her mouth again. This young lady, it's not like I'm bullying you, so why do you have such a long face? If I said anything just now to offend you, I do apologize. On Zunmi's was obvious disdain, even stepping back a few steps to create distance between them. If someone else had done this, they would be the object of public criticism. However, since it was eldest young miss in this matter, people can only sympathize. Because everyone knew about the situation 18 years ago. A mistress pretending to be pitiful hopes to promote her standing, causing the wife to prematurely go into labor and die from blood loss. Even now, people still talk about it. It's understandable why eldest Miss Qin would detest those that fake pitifulness. She's even publicly stated that she hates people that fake pitifulness whether they have reason or not to be pitiful. If people don't like this about her, then don't socialize with her. Even talking like this could easily attract hatred. Most people still like this kind of honesty. When you like something, you like something. When you hate, you hate. At least she's not two-faced. Thus, everyone's first response to her words was not to blame her, but to see what kind of person would dare play for pity in front of eldest Miss Qin. Qin Sheng realized that the air had suddenly changed. After all, today was the chance to both celebrate his eldest's coming of age as well as announce that Qin family has a second daughter named Qin Xie. Qin Xie froze, not understanding everyone's reaction. I'm sorry, big sister. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come today. I shouldn't have believed farther when he said you've forgiven me. Sister, I'm sorry. I'll leave right now. Over the tears, Qin Xie had mastered the white lotus flower way of talking. With a sympathetic gaze, watery eyes that seemed to be barely holding back tears, the little fragile girl in the white dress really looked like a white flower floating directionlessly in the wind. This method is always effectively at evoking a man's protective senses. Look, some are getting antsy already. But the women had a different reaction to the same words, immediately causing their gaze to turn scornful. So this is the mistress' daughter staying true to the saying, like mother, like daughter. Most powerful rich families have some kind of mistress and illegitimate children involved in their history, so it's not surprising that these madams bear a hatred for illegitimate children, even if they themselves have not experienced it. Zunmai had frozen in her spot, beautiful eyes wide in disbelief following the figuring that turned to head to the door but was stopped by Qin Sheng. Her voice shook as she stated, "Farther, can you please tell me who this young lady is? Why is she calling me sister? I don't remember my wonderful mother giving birth to a second child." She tried hard to hide the panic in her eyes, but her tone gave her away. Those watery peach blossom eyes looked up in hope, causing numerous hearts to break in the process. A certain man just stepping into the room was met with this scene, where that little person's eyes were filled to the brim with hurt, but her back still stood straight and proud. Chapter 3. In that moment, he was a ray of light that had entered my life. Zunmai. The sight left a strong impression in his heart, not to mention, made him let out an audible gasp of admiration. If not due to his mom's request, he hadn't planned on attending this banquet, even leaving the invitation carelessly scattered on his table. Jun Xie effortlessly maintained the original Qin Jun Miss haughty attitude. Not only will she not change this, but she wanted her to be a member of the haughtiest of the proud. After all, she naturally fills the proud character. Now her eyes flashed before Jun Xie said, "Forget it. Farther, I don't want to fight. Today is my birthday, so can you please show this lady to the door?" She sucked in a breath as she wore a tired expression of pain. This wasn't faked. This was the original Qin Jun Miss remaining feelings. She walked past those two, headed for the stage with her slim but firm back straight. Her high heels created a melodious rhythm as they clicked on the marble floor, as if embodying a phoenix wail that immediately transformed into a proud bird's cry as the heels stepped onto the stage. "Thank you everyone for coming to my coming-of-age ceremony today. Please feel at home." She turned slightly to pick up a wine glass before she raised it and drank as thanks for the crowd, her eyes curved in a half-moon, unafraid in displaying their inner confidence. The air in her surroundings also transformed in this moment. When the crowd took a new look at this famous eldest Miss Qin, everyone felt that the rumors about her could not be more false. The person in front of them is obviously a superior female king, arrogant and willful, exactly as she should be. She deserves to be the apple of everyone's eye, protected and blessed by those around her. Being able to earn a slight smile from her would make them willing to give up their two hands in exchange. With one gulp, Jun Xie finished the wine, nodded to the audience and prepared to step down from the stage. But some people just aren't content with being a viewer and must force themselves into the action as well. Thus, Qin Sheng stepped onto the stage, along with Qin Xie. "Jun Xie, I know you're uncomfortable right now, but I want to introduce you to your little sister. As the older sister and as the eldest Miss Qin, you must take good care of her in the future. Understand?" Qin Sheng realized events weren't going as planned, but didn't worry too much. After all, he is the Qin family head, so his words were the true authority. Having finished speaking to Jun Xie, he turned to address the guests with all smiles and said, "Today's ceremony is an opportunity for me to introduce my second daughter to everyone, Qin Xie. I hope everyone in the future will help look after my youngest," while intimately holding Qin Xie's hand, giving the guests an overt view of his show of fatherly love. Those watching from below had already started to judge Qin Sheng after Jun Mi's speech. Now, without any consideration for his legal wife's daughter, he has attempted to overstep his daughter's big moment by making it about his younger legitimate daughter. This biased treatment could not be clearer to the guests. But even if they denounce his actions in their hearts, their faces must reflect no judgment. Qin family isn't an empire they can date offend, so they can only quietly sympathize with eldest Miss Qin in their hearts. Jun Xie, more desolate now, moved to the side and closed her eyes to force back the tears threatening to burst out. Even though she isn't the original Qin Jun Xie, she could feel the sense of unworthiness emitting from her soul. With a cold heart, she let out a laugh, causing the hearts of those close enough to hear to squeeze in pity. With biting ridicule directed at both Qin Sheng and herself, she says, "Father, you really are my good father. You bring the daughter of the woman that killed my mother and tell me to take good care of her. Do you think I'm stupid or naive? Don't you think your actions are just a bit cold-hearted? Or was this your plan all along, to make me into a joke tonight and to use me as a stepping stone? Zun Mai was finding it hard to decipher where the pain in her heart was coming from, but she did know that it was these two that killed Qin Zun Mai. Everyone spurned her and thought of her as vicious, but all Sh wanted was fatherly love. For 18 years, her father was never close to her. She thought her father's personality was just cold like that, and so she held back her want, even though she knew her mother died because of him. But she only had her father left. The only person she could count on for support was her father. But today she realized her father was not cold or indifferent. He too can laugh, he can also be kind and warm to his daughter. Except the daughter wasn't her. Seeing that her father can still turn and treat her so indifferently, Zun Mi's face turned white as she unconsciously stepped back. In the moment, she hadn't realized that she was already standing at the edge of the stage. Her heels didn't make contact with ground, causing her whole body to fall backwards. In that 1 second, Zun Mai thought that it couldn't be that she has just arrived and yet will die even sooner. She closed her eyes, a smile forming on her lips, as if death was a way to free herself. Just like a bright red peony at full bloom, unparalleled in its beauty and elegant, abruptly being nipped up by a greedy person, forcing its life to end in a moment. A certain man had also had his eyes locked into the stage like the rest of the guests, and noticed her misstep. Without even thinking, he intercepted and catches the falling figure. Zun Mai found that instead of the cold hardness she was expecting from meeting the ground, she was taken into a warm embrace that made her feel comfortable and peaceful. When she opened her eyes, the man in front of her made her pause for a second. He had peach blossom eyes similar to hers yet more outlined and vivid than hers. Coupled with those dark pupils, his gaze could make you hopelessly lost and make you believe you were his whole world. He wore a nicely fitted tailored silver-gray suit with a similar colored tie adorned with a jeweled tie clip on one side, and subtly adding to the air of dominance his nearly 190 cm height provided. French windows allowed streaks of sunlight to shine in from outside and land on the man's back. A few stray strands on hair fell to cover his broad forehead. His alluring facial features had charm that seemed infinitely deep, infinitely aloof. Just for a second, Zun Mai found herself lost in the powerful arms holding her in a secure embrace close to his wide chest. She couldn't help but admit that this man was the most attractive, most perfect man she'd ever seen. She lowered her eyes, slightly fidgeted, signaling the other party to let her go. Except, after Zun Mai had waited a while, he still hadn't let her down, conversely holding her tighter before heading out of the crowd. Zun Mai froze in confusion. What is this situation that, sir? Thank you for your help. I'm fine now, so you can put me down now. Tan Zixi first placed her safely onto a guest sofa before speaking. Chapter 4. Uncontrollably want to worry over her, to keep her in my gaze. Is this a sickness, Tan Zixi? Don't wear such tall shoes. It's not safe. Zun Mai opened her eyes wide, slightly dumbfounded. This person is worrying about her. Tan Zai was momentarily annoyed by himself. I'm sorry for frightening you. I am Tan Zai. Zun Mai was confused, but the guests currently making their way over were astonished. Along with his secretary and a group of bodyguards, everyone looked as if they had been struck by lightning. When have they ever seen this tender and apologetic side of their boss? This was more inconceivable than if the sky suddenly started raining in red. But after taking another look at the woman on the couch, the secretary suddenly felt as if this was the way it should be. This woman with such unrivaled looks could soften any man's heart. Although Boss wasn't just any ordinary guy, he was still a man out and out. When the man had first appeared, many have already recognized him. There were still others arriving with seniors that were not quite as familiar with who he was. However, the name Xie itself everybody knew. If capital city was symbolized in a fixed triangle of power, this man would be emperor standing at the very top. Xie, 26 years old. At age 15, he joined the military. Age 18, he had achieved the ranking of lieutenant colonel. By 22, at the height of his military career, he was made the major general. Then, he unexpectedly retired from active service, entered the business industry, created Xie Group with a focus on real estate properties and electronics. His grandfather is the military committee president, his father a general. His mother was a major-turned-military hospital's director. 3 generations of power. Xie was capital city's legend. Those who have experienced blood and battle always carry an aura of courage. Rumor has it that he was indifferent and cold, never paying any attention to anything outside of his vested interests. Despite his personality, he still had a handsome face and name that hundreds would chase after. Half of capital city's population of women all want to get into his bed, but not one has succeeded. His lifestyle has always been rigorously regulated, severely strict, and absolutely ascetic. But what are they seeing now for eldest Miss Qin? This man can actually be so gentle. If it's not that they were seeing things, then this must mean that there's finally a change in the forecast. Tian slang usually used to say there's going to be a huge shift in something ahead. Zun Mai was also frenzied on the inside. There's no mistake. This world's male lead is also named Xie, but the author didn't even write that this big boss would show up today. Besides, isn't he supposed to give the female lead special treatment? Why is he emitting positive vibes to her instead? But no matter how chaotic she felt on the inside, Zun Mai maintained her calm on the outside. Only her slightly stiff face hinted at her inner emotions. President Tan, I didn't think you would be coming. What a great honor. Qin Sheng was so pleasantly surprised by Tan Zix's appearance that his smile seemed imprinted on his face. He had only wanted to make an impression on him when he had sent the invitation. Who would have thought it would actually be successful? This is my daughter Qin Xie. Xie, come and give your regards to President Tan. This must be because Xie has brought along good luck. She had just returned home and was able to bring over such an important person. Qin Xie, with a reddening face and a bashful manner, was pushed to the center, molding into a proper image of a weak woman. Even down to a soft, careful voice, she said, Xie, hello. No one could tell how she was boiling with excitement on the inside. She had liked this man for 10 years. The reason she worked so hard to climb up was to get into the Qin family, so that she would have a status compatible to his, so that she the right to be with him. Zun Mai furrowed her brows, coldly watching the father-daughter pair begin their act. If you two want to act, then I should of course give the courtesy of being respectful and paying full attention to your performance. She relaxed her body, leaned her back onto the sofa and crossed her legs while emitting an air of elegance. Who are you? We are not acquainted. Trying to sound as if they were close, this woman was no different than those women who wanted to climb into his bed. Tan Xie stood up, his previously at ease tone turning cold, his gaze drilled into Qin Xie as if a poisonous python at his prey. As soon as he's determined his position, he would strike without hesitation. Qin Xie didn't think Tan Xie would speak to her like this, leaving her unable to hide the hurt and disbelief from her eyes as they swelled and uncontrollably teared. Qin Sheng awkwardly stood in his spot, going to console his daughter when he saw Shed collapsed into tears. Zun Mi's mood was pretty good. On the other hand, the heavy despair from earlier seemed to have been dumped out of her. Seeing these two disgusting people failing really did make her happy. She reached her hand out to grab the man in front of her to sincerely voice her gratitude. "President Tan, thank you today for coming." Tan Zai needed a moment to return from his thoughts. Before, didn't he used to hate being touched? Not only did he rush to save her without a moment's hesitation, but now there's not even an urge to deflect her touch. Instead, a new feeling was emerging in his heart, too soft for him to understand at the time. "No need to thank me," he said with a cold tone that nevertheless did not hide the bit of tenderness seeping outwards. Had come here only because he had been put under a trance by her smile earlier. So he muddle-headedly agreed to his mother's request, even though he knew her mother's agenda was for him to quickly get a girlfriend. But he only had disgust for those women who act coquettish in front of him. This woman, on the other hand, seemed different, possessing deep eyes that made it hard to decipher what was going on in her mind. Zun Mi gave a light smile while masking her inner doubts. Why does she have a feeling that this situation has gone off script? Especially this guy's character traits. Wasn't he meant to be all kinds of cold? Then why is he being so gentle around her? Qin Xie was about to be beaten crazy by jealousy. It shouldn't be like this. Why is it so different than what she had planned? Zun Mi, that bitch was nothing more than a spoiled, arrogant brat. Why should she get that kind of treatment from him? That should be the way he treats her. She can't let anyone else steal him away. Ding, female lead's heart has darkened. Host, please be careful. Bao Bao's voice suddenly appeared in Zun Mi's head, catching her by surprise. Tien translates to darkened, not the best word choice, but can't think of anything else. Basically here means someone is becoming more and more yandere. Without even attempting to cover it up, Zun Mi focused her gaze on Qin Xie. Darkened her, how fucking great. 100 what the fucks trampled through her mind. This darkening business, one look and she could tell this only meant trouble for her. Tan Zai was a bit frustrated. Why is she furrowing her brows one moment, clenching her teeth the next? What an abundant display of emotion. He lifted his hand to pat her head, as if to offer comfort. And by using patting the head tactic, Zun Mi was utterly defeated. She stood frozen while her heart fell into further chaos. This idiot definitely isn't the male lead. Which bastard switched out the male lead? Hurry up and switch them back. Qin Xie, who had finally been sufficiently consoled by Qin Sheng, saw their movements and immediately restarted the waterworks down her small face. She looked pitiful, sniffling like a bullied little animal. Qin Mi's lips curved up in a smirk, finally realizing why the original Zun Mi's captivating looks couldn't overpower this white lotus flower. This flower was just too good at acting, and too aware of how to use her physical advantages to attract attention. Chapter 5. To meet amidst a sea of hundreds of millions of people, it's as if our hearts are in sync. Zun Mi and Tan Zixi. Meanwhile, Zun Mi was more arrogant. She wouldn't lower herself to the level of using such disdainful tactics. Even more so due to the fact that as the eldest Miss Qin, her pride wouldn't allow her to lower her head. With 18 years of conditioning, this confidence was already ingrained into her being. Thus, her unwavering confidence that she would not be abandoned ultimately led to her tragic demise. Nearby guests subtly moved a few steps away from Qin Sheng and his illegitimate daughter. Their behavior actually was pretty frowned upon in their circle. The reason why they went gossiping was because they knew the unspoken rules. If you didn't have power, then the crowd would have scorned, cursed, and ripped you to pieces on sight. But if you had power, then the crowd must step back. At most they would only tusk in private. To be forward, this only shows that power was still power. But that didn't stop the crowd from thinking to themselves. Jun Xie earned the crowd's acknowledgement and sympathy, while all Qin Huici gained was their total disregard. Xie, thank you. At least in this moment, I am very thankful for you. Thank you for stepping forward, no matter whether I needed it or not. I'll remember this favor. She returned from her thoughts quickly, and began to adjust and refocus her mental state. Perhaps it was time to really let go of her past and merge with this dimension in order to truly complete the mission. Xie was suffering through his mixed emotions. He didn't want her to be thanking him. That makes the two of them sound like unfamiliar strangers. Yet he didn't understand what he wanted them to be instead. So he reached out his hand and pat her head again. Noticing that she didn't seem to reject his action, a gentle expression overtook his face as satisfaction flashed in his peach blossom eyes. No need to thank me. Be happy. I like your smile. He wasn't used to being talkative, but he wanted to protect her and make sure she was free from worries, just to preserve her bright, carefree smile. He didn't know why. Even though this was obviously their first meeting, he was already making such an oath inside his heart. This was just what he instinctively wanted to do. Jun Xie's eyes flashed with surprise before relaxing into a smile. The feeling of having someone caring for you isn't bad at all. In that moment, there was no biased slag farther, no white lotus flower little sister. I will be happy and make sure to smile every day. Maybe next time we see each other, you'll see an even brighter smile on me. A half-joking, half-serious tone, coupled with her shining eyes, tugged deep at Xie's heart, making him aware of the quickening of his heartbeats. Background character Qin Huici immediately stamped her feet. No, Xie, you can't like her. You obviously said before that you hated those arrogant, wealthy heiress types. Qin Huici was already irritated because she had failed to make the crowd turn a cold shoulder on Jun Xie. Then, she saw her male idol show tenderness to that bitch, only adding to bad mood. But now, this was the last straw. Jun Xie was only a spoiled, haughty heiress. How could she gain her male idol's interest then? All these years, what was the point of her acting fragile, docile for so many years? Her eyes bulged, showing her disbelief as well as her jealousy. Xie already didn't have a good first impression of her, only made worsened by her sudden show of disrespect. Especially because she dared use such a disgusting gaze to look at him. Jun Xie was able to pick up some clues from her words. It seems like Qin Huici already knew Xie. So, in the original book, she must have done some orchestrating to make her male idol fall for her. Likely, as unapproachable as Xie is, you would need some special planning to just get into his line of vision. Since you're so sure Xie won't like an arrogant heiress like me, then please explain. How exactly am I arrogant also? What kind of person exactly does Xie like her? He obviously only said that he liked my smile. How did it become liking my person in Qin Hui's mouth? Either being in the presence of her male idol caused her IQ to go offline, or Jun Xie's attack was so effective that Qin Hui's IQ had completely vanished. Xie likes gentle, cute, good girls. Meanwhile, the fame of your big heiress attitude needs no explaining. The news is already out there. Everyone knows. Even if you're my big sister, I won't let Zixi be deceived by you, Qin Huici replied firmly, before turning towards Tan Zai with a look attempting to convey everything I do is for your own good. Zun Mai was speechless, only letting out a sigh silently in her heart. She seems to have overestimated the female lead's IQ. Even like this, she was still manipulate the heirs to two powerful families. She was even able to marry Tan Zai in the end. That's got to have something to do with the influence of the female lead's halo. After scoffing, Zun Mai very unwillingly opened her mouth. Impersonally very interested in my reputedly famous big heiress attitude. Honored guests here tonight. Is there anyone that could inform me a little? Even though the only places I frequented in the past few years was home and school, I was able to develop a famed reputation along the way. The only evidence towards Qin Zun Mai having a big heiress attitude would have to be at age 8, when she ordered a boy to be punished for tripping but then accusing her of pushing him. In the moment, watching him crying to gain pity, she could only remember the anti-feigned pity trauma with her mother. Thus, she punished him to the point of needing to go to the hospital, instigating the spread of news that eldest Miss Qin most detested people feigning pity in front of her. With that spread more dramatic rumors about her temper. Coupled with her cold personality, it made it plausible to believe her to be arrogant and dislikable. With the rumors extending to present day, gossip about her attitude became even more out of control and difficult to disprove. The guests lowered the heads and looked left and right while keeping their lips tight. Don't you see President Tan viewing them under terrifying hooded eyes? That's obviously meant to be a warning to them. If they dare open their mouths tomorrow, no, by the end of today they'll be met with a furious storm. Actually, they had misunderstood Tan Zixi's expression. He just wanted to hear what the Qin Zun Mai that had reached others' ears was like. Chapter 6. Why do I feel so enraged when I see people bullying her? Tan Zai. In Tan Zixi's world, whatever he was interested in was his. Since she was his person, then that meant hurting her would harm him. This kind of behavior against her must be firmly put to an end. Whoever will be so stupid to block him, hell put an end to too. But currently, he was no more than just a little interested in Zun Mai. Maybe it was her alluring smile, or maybe it was her confidence emitting from her bones. Everything about her made him pay close attention uncontrollably, his gaze glued to her every move. There was silence for a moment where no one stepped up, with everyone's gaze avoiding one another as if feeling a bit guilty. All the rumors about eldest Miss Qin were always overhears and passed to others. This must be the so-called 3 people can make a tighter. Tien meaning repeating false reports make them sound more convincing. No one in the crowd would be able to recount any events from the very start of the rumors. While the crowd was mute, Qin Huici was ready to explode. Her original plan has already collapsed, made even worse by her male idol being present to witness it all. Big sister, I know you don't want to admit those things. I also believe that you actually did them. But there's no waves without some wind, so eventually word gets out. On such a big day, let's not hear those negative stories. Tian Chinese version of there's no smoke without fire. While clutching the hem of her dress, Qin Hui's eyes blinked rapidly, innocently looking at Zun Mai as if a bit uneasy. Zun Mai almost spit blood. Not from anger, but from disgust. This idiot actually thought she was standing in front of a crowd of complete fools. Maybe she thought that everyone was still standing on her side with such obvious intent to slander and taunt in her voice. Even an idiot could tell she had a hidden agenda behind her words. Truly, a girl full of manipulative intent only knows how to play with fake words. Heh, since you knew today was such an important day for me, then why did you come? Do you really think I'm as blind as that? President Qin Zun's dislike and scorn for Qin Xie was completely revealed on her face. Qin Zun Mai, she's your little sister. What kind of manners is this? Apologize to your sister right now. Qin Sheng exploded, a red tint spreading on his face while his chest heaved up and down. How can his usually obedient daughter that listened to everything he said behave like this today, even daring to talk back to him? He had originally planned to wait until after today to announce his youngest daughter's entrance into his company, but it looks like now he doesn't need to consider leaving face for his eldest daughter. Tan Zai was irritated. How can a father be so biased? He was just about to speak up when Zun Mai tugged his hand, shaking her head at him when he turned to look back. Tan Zai instinctively grasped his hand to hers, noting her soft hands were like cotton, comfortable with a light warmth. Flowers blossomed one after another in his mind, a feeling exciting and addicting. Although his face showed no change in emotion, Tan Zai was already in besides himself with astonishment. Zun Mai felt the man standing besides her hitch his breath. Her eyes flashed with the realization that she seems to have somehow raised the male lead's opinion of her. Since President Tan is here today, I'll take this opportunity to announce two things. The first I've already mentioned, my youngest daughter Qin Xie will return to the Qin family officially. 2. When my youngest comes of age, she'll enter the company. At that time, I hope everyone will help look after her. Leaving no room for refuting, Qin Sheng, acting the role of a man filled with paternal affection, held Qin Xie with a proud smile. The father-daughter pair, still immersed in their own fantasy, completely missed the shock that his words had brought to the guests. On his heir and eldest daughter's coming-of-age birthday, the head of Qin family not only decided to announce his illegitimate daughter's return, but even declared that she'll be entering the company. What else could this mean? There were very few people who didn't understand this was obviously directed at eldest Miss Qin. It was telling her that the position of Qin family heir doesn't necessarily have to be her. Guests were huddled in groups murmuring, while sending looks of pity towards eldest Miss Qin. But when their eyes landed on the man next to her, they froze before their moods began turning into schadenfreude. They were set for a good show now. How would President Tan allow someone he's interested in to be bullied? Currently, Tan Zai had just prepared to take good care of her, and had also developed some confusing feelings for her. How could he allow anyone to bully her? President Qin really knows how to joke. The Qin family heir hasn't even entered the company, and you're rushing to let an illegitimate child in. Aren't you afraid company stocks might take a hit? Tan Zai did not have a good opinion towards this confused old man, and even less so towards that fake woman. But his words were still polite, only reminding that for a big company, any rustling of changes could create a fracture, much less big news like this. Some stock investors might not care about your family situation, but potential business partners might first look at one's character before making their decision. Qin Sheng's face stiffened. Qin Xie cried, this time out of true grief. Zai ji, how could you be like this? I don't want to take away big sister's position as heir. Father didn't have any other agenda either, so how could you say that? With her face showed her disbelief, her eyes red from crying, Qin Huici really looked frailer than wind and in need of compassion. Tan Zai furrowed his brows, the coldness in his eyes growing. Who exactly are you? Don't speak as if we are very familiar. I don't know you. Zun Mai almost wasn't able to control the urge to clap loudly. So the male lead could be this severe. But she also wanted to say, actually the two of us aren't that familiar either. But Zun Mai didn't say anything, choosing to watch the show. Since President Qin has already spoken like this, I, Qin Zun Mai, am not someone without an upbringing, so will not repeatedly fall on the same knife. Tianxi's saying, which means to make repeated attempts at one's life, but that sounds too. So tomorrow at 10, I'll ask President Qin to please bring your good daughter and a lawyer to my office. Since they've already reached this point, she felt no need to show mercy. Don't say anything about having 18 years of affection under one roof. That'll only make her feel disgusted. 18 whole years. Not 8, not 10. But the resulting affection only amounted to this, then there's nothing worth yearning. Some could be family and get hurt you to the core, others could share no blood but treat you as family. Just like now with Qin Sheng and Tan Zai. Zun Mai stood, causing Tan Zixi to stand up next to her with worry. In his heart, he was very bothered by this development. This Qin family head must be senile, can't even differentiate between good and bad. I must remind my mom when I get home, too. She makes sure to open her eyes wide when looking at another person's character. Now, the two of you may take your leave. Qin family will no longer welcome you. Chapter 7. Those that bullied her have been driven away. Very satisfying. Tan Zai. The Qin family residence was Qin Zun Miss. Her grandpa had already announced and notarized the transfer. Grandpa and Grandma Qin had left Qin Zun Mai with quite a lot. The reason that the original Qin Zun Mai lost so severely, then, was due primarily to the main lead Halo. But she, Zun Mai, won't lose. This should be considered Qin Sheng's karma. If she waited any later to act, those elders in the company will be tamed by Qin Huici. Even Grandpa Qin's personal lawyer will eventually be moved by Qin Hui's fragile and kind-hearted manner, destroying all documents regarding Grandpa Qin's transfer of his company shares as a result. But now allowing history to repeat wasn't her thing. Her lips curled up in a smile, yet her eyes were ice-cold, holding not even a shred of warmth. The guests present waited with bated breath, uncertain, but mentally thinking over Zun Miss' words. Qin Sheng had been waiting for flattery from the audience that would help his youngest daughter widen her future path. Unexpectedly, he had awaited such heartless words, causing him to explode on the spot. Qin Zun Mai, what do you mean? Don't forget, this is the Qin family you're standing in. I am the Qin family head. If anyone is leaving, it's you. He was truly angry, not even considering why Qin Zun Mai was speaking with such confidence. He only knew Qin Zun Mai was slapping his reputation in the face. This was in front of the guests. As an elder, how could he allow this behavior? Zun Mai coldly laughed. President Qin, your words are truly a joke. The Qin family residence has never been yours. So what if he's the Qin family head? If she wanted, she could exterminate the Qin family in a second. Even without taking into account infinite capital in her hands, if she were to start from scratch now, just her acquaintance with Tan Zai would make her confident in her success. She's finally understanding why the system had called her mission counterattack and seize. With a golden thigh of a male lead, if you're able to seize him, then you've got a safeguard for life. Tien to hug a golden thigh means to latch onto someone with powerful or useful for support. Zun Mai knew that she's being overly confident and prematurely assured, but she couldn't restrain herself. Those two slags made her eyes twitch. If she doesn't attack now, she might not even have an appetite for dinner tonight. President Qin, please. Let's not make things uglier than they have to be. As his boss' capable right-hand man, Kevin stepped forward. Although his actions were slightly forced, mainly sparked by being on the receiving end of boss' deadly glare, Qin Sheng had wanted to snap back, but shut his mouth upon seeing that it had been Tan Zix's secretary who had stepped in. Even though his heart was filled with fury, he could only hold it in. Humph, for President Tan's sake, I won't sink to your level today. But tomorrow hell let Qin Zun Mai understand who was the real head of the Qin family. Qin Huici resentfully looked at Zun Mai, the ill will in her eyes practically releasing ominous black steam. After leading Qin Huici out of the Qin residence's front door, Qin Sheng's forced smile dropped into a scowl. Father, don't be angry. I believe Big Sister definitely didn't mean it. Today was all my fault. I shouldn't have appeared so suddenly and caused Big Sister to feel uncomfortable. But I really only wanted to send my congratulations to her. Father, don't fight with Big Sister because of me. She's grandpa's fixed heir. Since she's 18, she can now take control of the company shares. If you and Big Sister have a conflict, then it's not good for the company. Qin Hui's facial features were contorted, her head lowered as she pulled on Qin Sheng's hand and Zhao Bi. Tien is the same as Korean Egao basically means to act in an overly cute. But when she lifted her head up, she had returned to her pitiful state. Her words on the surface were said in support of Zun Mai but were actually comprised to lower Qin Sheng's opinion of her. Unsurprisingly, after hearing Qin Hui's words, his anger only increased. Who does Qin Zun Mai think she is? Even if that old man left her with his shares, she can't control Qin family. There's no room for an unruly lady like her in the company. Huici, don't worry. Tomorrow come with me to the office. Further, we'll have you arranged to learn by the general manager's side. When you're more familiar with the company, you'll come help out by my side. Qin Sheng patted Qin Huici on the shoulder, eyes light with laughter. The youngest daughter was still the best. So kind, trying to speak up for that treacherous girl. If not due to pressure from his old man, he wouldn't have married Liu Ningxin and would already be together with his true love. So he wasn't fond of that woman, nor was he fond of their daughter Qin Zun Mai. But he didn't think his old man would like Qin Zun Mai so much, making it impossible to bring Qin Huici into the family. Finally, he's waited until the old man had kicked the bucket. But now Qin Zun Mai was speaking so out of turn. Okay, listen to farther. Let's leave first. If Big Sister sees us here, she won't be too happy. Qin Huici did not let go of any opportunity to slander Qin Zun Mai, while smiling weakly and appearing innocent at the same time. Qin Sheng loved this type of Qin Huici. Having such an obedient daughter really is consoling. The two retreating figures didn't notice the two individuals behind a corner standing and eavesdropping without shame. Fei Zhenjai and Liu Zhen looked at each other with surprise and interest. They had not planned on coming. After all, as members of the city's top 3 powerful families, they only needed to keep a minimal polite front, especially since the banquet was for an infamous heir apparent with a bad reputation. They made an excuse and had some family elders attend instead. The only reason they were here now was because their fathers had called to tell them President Tan was here. They hadn't expected to hear such an interesting conversation as soon as they arrived. This Qin family sure had quite a lot of drama. Tell me, do you think it's going to be the illegitimate daughter or the badly reputed eldest Miss Qin that comes out victorious? Fei Zhenjai asked, clearly in high spirits. What can he do? He was feeling impatient with anticipation. Luo Zhen rolled his eyes in contempt at Fei Zhenjai before stepping around him to continue walking. You didn't need to guess in this situation. If Tan Zai stood on eldest Miss Qin's side, then that illegitimate daughter had no chances of changing fates, no matter how powerful she was. Of course, for a more concrete understanding, one has to see the situation for themselves. It seems like when he gets back home, he'll need to order his minions to investigate. Fei Zhenjai saw the other party ignore him, and rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that he can't even have some careless fun these days. By the time the two walked up to the main hall, the lively atmosphere had been revitalized. Zun Mai and Tan Zai stood on a balcony. She beamed with joy and said, Zai Ji, thank you. If possible, could we collaborate? This was a decision she made after careful deliberation. Qin Zun's wish was to not allow Qin family to fall into outsider hands, and to allow the Qin family to rise one social level. To do so, she'll have to use 120 of her energy to plan and organize. For her, it would be a challenge. I am very new to WordPress, so I didn't even realize I could check for comments and stats etc. until now. I had my commenting function on need approval before posting, so I thought I was basically writing into the void. Thank you everyone for leaving such encouraging comments. I guarantee they definitely do help increase the speed of my translating. Lol. Currently, I'm translating on my phone, so autocorrect and my personal carelessness may lead to grammar mistakes and confusing sentences. If you spot any grammar mistakes or if there's anything you find unclear, please leave a comment so that I can hopefully remember to come back and fix it. Chapter 8. Feel moved. I'm a bit afraid. Zai Ji, can I hold such high hopes? Zun Mai. Based on what she's read, the Qin family situation was dangerous. After all, there were the Fei and Luo families. With the three families maintaining their current power status, trying to move up would be difficult. But if they had Tan Zai's support, then things would be more convenient. Even though the air between the two of them was a bit ambiguous, Zun Mai had still made this decision. Tan Zix's hand clutching his champagne glass froze for a moment as he looked at Zun Mai with a gaze more blindingly bright than the starry sky of night. All right, bring your drafted documents and come find me. His original intention was to help her. Now that she had taken the initiative and asked, he was delighted. Could this mean that she trusts him and wants to turn to him for help? His heart was beaming. No, he must quickly have Kevin prepare information regarding all of Qin family's properties, industries, and projects so that he can help her draw up the most suitable proposals. Kevin, currently walking amongst guests, suddenly sneezed. I keep having an ominous feeling. Mr. Kevin, are you all right? The Fei family head worriedly asked. Kevin shook his head. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thanks for elder's care. Where were we? Oh right, your son. The two then entered in another round of mutual flattery, while attempting to stealthily gain useful information from each other. Even though she had been about 90 sure that Tan Zai wouldn't refuse her proposal, Zun Mai was still a little touched by his response. Zai Ji, she murmured softly, fully aware of her heart beating. Her heart seems to be a bit of a mess. She unconsciously frowned, then sighed. Forget it. Well, think about it when we get there. Let's first get this mission done. Tan Zai seemed a bit confused as he looked at Zun Mai, as if waiting for her to continue her words. Zun Mai laughed. I just feel that Zai Ji is kind, very good. Good to the point that she's developed a bit of affections. Just don't know if this is a good thing or only good to you. Tan Zai's lips moved before his brain did. His gaze remained fixated on Zun Mai, a complex mixture of awkwardness, nervousness, and anticipation. Zun Mai stepped forward, very lightly hugged Tan Zai, then swiftly let go. She rapidly blinked up at him before mischievously saying, Zai Ji, please sit. I'm going over there for a second. She then turned and slipped away, only leaving behind a fire-red view of her back that, under the illuminating light, made her dress appear to sparkle, causing numerous guests' heartstrings to tug in the process. The image also evoked a harsh feeling of loneliness and bleakness, her proud stature more beautiful and stubborn than a plum blossom standing upright amidst a blanket of snow. Little Jen, referring to Liu Zhen, I think this eldest miss isn't like what the rumors say she is. Fei Zhenjai held a wine glass, tilting the wine slightly while scrutinizing the girl in the red gown blending into the crowd. His originally carefree face also exposed a sense of seriousness, the expression in his eyes difficult to decipher. Liu Zhen placed his empty wine glass onto a worker's tray, picked up a glass of orange juice, and headed towards the balcony. No matter what eldest Miss Qin was like, he wasn't going to probe into the situation. Now that she's gained the interest of that person, would there even be room for anyone else rather than suffer grief and pain later on? It's better to avoid her from the start. Fei Zhenjai is once again disregarded, creating deep resentment in his heart. But after seeing his friend's intended destination, he quickly adjusted his expression before heading over to. The banquet continued until midnight. Zun Mai returned to her room, carelessly kicking off her high heels. She threw her entire body onto her big bed, face first. If a guest saw this scene, they would exclaim that her image had vanished into thin air. Her body laid in the shape of the word on her bed without a trace of the nobility and class she portrayed outside, her face scrunched up. Bow bow, do you think there really is such thing as love at first sight? This was the only potential answer she could think of for the male lead's behavior. But was it believable in the original? It wasn't easy for Qin Huici to gain Tan Zai. Whereas, she's just arrived, hadn't even introduced herself yet, and he's already giving her special treatment. Was this likely? She was confused. Since she could remember, Zun Mai had lived in an orphanage. The orphanage director told her that she was found at the entrance of the orphanage. Based on what she had been wearing, it was easy to tell that her parents loved her dearly. But, for some unknown reason, they left her at an orphanage. So the director gave her the name Zun Mai to remember not to forget to look for her parents. TN basically means to seek. The director firmly believed that her parents must have had a reason for leaving her. Zun Mai didn't care too much about the director's theories. Not because she's cold-hearted, but because she was just too little at the time. Even if her parents want to find her, it would hard to reconnect as so many years have gone by. When she had grown up, she decisively chose to go out alone to develop. Not only was it to repay the director's kindness and allow the orphanage conditions to be better, but perhaps she also wanted her parents to notice her when she became successful. Regretfully, her success had just begun when she was sent to this place instead. Host, don't be sad. You can still return. As long as you achieve up to 10 million in your cumulative score, Then you can return. In Bao Bao felt his host's fluctuating mood and replied, hoping to both comfort her and show off his cuteness. In other news, Bao Bao doesn't know whether love at first sight exists, but the male lead's good feelings measure towards host is very high. The first time he saw the male lead, his good feelings machine had lit up. Jun Xie raised her eyebrows. This good feelings thing sounded interesting. What's good feeling measure? How do we find it? Host, you just silently think good feelings measurement and it'll appear. I'll first open it and let you see. Full name Tan Zai Zai. Sex male. Personality cold-blooded. Status current books male lead. Charm SSS. Physical strength SSS. Degree of danger SSS. Good feelings measure 71. Evaluation a person I uncontrollably want to protect. TN evaluations I'm assuming are how the person would sum up their thoughts on Jun Xie. The good feelings measurement is split into levels 0-20 stranger, 2130 acquaintance someone I know, 3140 friend, 4150 interest, 5160 trust, 6170 like, 7180 extremely like, 8190 lover, 9199 person that I love the most, 100 till death do us part. Full name Jun Xie. Sex female. Personality a white lotus flower with a dark heart. Status current books female lead. Charm S currently A, since host has meddled with her. Physical strength F. Degree of danger A. Good feelings measure 20 slight signs of blackening. Host please be cautious. Evaluation a slut that deserves to die 100 times. There were also information on Fei Zhen Jai and Liu Zhen. Jun Xie was a bit shocked to see Fei Zhen Jai's good feelings measure was at 50. His evaluation was that she was interesting. She didn't know she was anything interesting. So out of nowhere, as expected, the world of a rich playboy, not just anybody can understand. As for Liu Zhen, he was behaved more normally, giving a good feelings measure of 28, positioned as someone I know. But what really moved her was Tan Zixis, a person I uncontrollably want to protect. It really was tempting, making her almost want to anticipate the future. But could she stay a lifetime on this world? Could she really accompany him until the end of a lifetime? Jun Xie couldn't help but ask herself, is it worth it? From what I know, I think the degrees for physical strength, charm etc. from highest to lowest is measured in SSS to F. So it would be SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, F. I think. Chapter 9. I seek and search only to meet you here. Jun Xie. Host, as long as you complete the main mission, excluding situations where you die unnaturally, you can stay until your body dies of natural causes. As long as you're willing, Bao Bao can increase your authority. Bao Bao did not notice his host's low spirits, only thinking that his host sure is great in one encounter. She took away 13 of the female lead's main lead halo. Then if they meet 2 more times, the female lead might just be caught. Just thinking about that flowing aura of main lead fate, he almost began drooling. He congratulated himself as expected. His quick-witted decision to remove the manhole cover was a correct one. Jun Xie stopped her stream of thoughts, skimmed through the original text, and began thinking over Bao Bao's words. If Tan Zai Zai decides to protect her and treats her well, then she could also accompany him for a lifetime in exchange. Jun Xie could be considered a bit too indifferent in regards to love and relationships. Perhaps it's due to her experience in the orphanage. There were too many stories of kids that were adopted, but then were sent back to the orphanage using a myriad of different excuses. The experience allowed her to learn that, even if you feel happy, it might not be true happiness. In a second, you could be given hope, immediately followed by despair. But, Bao Bao, tell me. How do you know what I'm thinking, She stretched her last words out purposely, her eyes narrowing dangerously, like a cat waiting for the right moment to pounce. As soon as you show weakness, she'll immediately strike to kill. Bao Bao was already immersed in his fantasies, completely missing signs of his host's rising temper. He cheerfully replied because Bao Bao and host are one naturally. Bao Bao would know what host is thinking, so as to better satisfy all of host's needs. His furry ball-like body emitted bubbles of joy, as if seeing a vision of his beautiful future beckoning for him. Zun Mai placed one hand on her forehead. Turn that function off. She's already lost hope in this fellow. Deciding to do it herself, she quickly skimmed through the system handbook and decisively opened her mouth. Bao Bao, who had been floating happily in the air, immediately fell to the floor due to her words. Without sympathy, Zun Mai let out a laugh and pinched her fingers to pick up the fluffy white ball. Crickrickry, host is bullying me. Are you a person? Zun Mai said without kindness, hurling the furry ball onto the bed. She stood up to shower, thinking that she hadn't even eaten dinner yet. There's also so much to do tomorrow. Must not forget to take care of herself and remain in high spirits. As for that ball, shall leave him free to roam restlessly. The cold-heartedly abandoned Bao Bao Day at the edge of the bed, drawing circles while pitifully switching from complaining tearfully and yearning for Zun Mai. Peering up at the skyscraper in front, constructed in the shape of a U, its two towers seems to raise to reach the sky. The silver professional design looked unique. As one of the three big families, their engineering team were no joke. Tien is saying they aren't vegetarians, as in they can handle meat, used to imply someone is strong and formidable. However, since this was hers to begin with, then she won't let any one of them off easily. Standing in a red two-piece suit at the front door, Zun Mi's lips arched up in a slight smile. Her emotions were hidden underneath sunglasses that covered a good half of her face. Standing behind her was a man with an elite air, about 30-something, with a sunflower-shaped face full of righteousness. Eldest Miss, is there something wrong? Bai Bing was a bit bewildered as to why this eldest miss was only standing here looking in. He was surprised when he received a call from the eldest miss last night. Why did she suddenly need him? Before he could try to guess, that legendary figure also called him, immediately turning his surprise into terror. That man's words made him not dare to neglect this eldest miss demand. Even though he was courteous in the past, he wasn't necessarily respectful towards her. But now, he really didn't dare slack off. Nothing. I was just thinking it's such a pity that this architecture can only be considered a milestone in history soon. With a soft laugh, Zun Mai stepped into the building. Cold sweat formed on Bai Bing's forehead. She couldn't mean what he thinks she means, right? If she had just said it was a milestone, he echoed her opinions. But putting the word history next to milestone makes him hesitate. Hurriedly catching up to the figure before him, he thought, forget about it. It's got nothing to do with him. All he has to do is do well with today's work. While reassuring himself, he stopped letting his imagination run wild. Kevin had already been standing in the Kin Grand Hall for a while, his face gloomy. Anyone would be feeling irritated after being woken up before 6 in the morning. Forced to come here and run errands for eldest Miss Kin. The appointment was at 10 a.m. 10 a.m., not 6, not even someone living on the most outskirts parts of the city would have to have such an early start. Moreover, it takes less than half an hour to get from his house to the kin building. Seriously, even if boss is interested in her, wanting to chase after a girl doesn't mean you have to torture your minions like this. While mentally criticizing his boss, Kevin saw eldest Miss Kin making her way over, immediately causing him to stand at attention. On his way over to greet her, he overheard her conversation, causing his facial expressions to freeze momentarily. He replied unconsciously, things that can't be used, no matter how great they are, still need to be eliminated. Jun Xie smiled and nodded her head, so we must comply with nature's course. Kevin and Jun Xie looked at each other, seemingly reaching a mutual understanding. Although this was only their second encounter, they behaved like familiar friends. Mrs. R. Miss Kin. Boss was worried that you would be too busy, so specifically asked me to lend a helping hand. If there's anything you need, please do not hesitate to come to me. In addition, the other party is waiting for you. Damn it, he almost called her Mrs. Tan. Yesterday, the big demon boss had secretly revealed his complex feelings for her, and he was able to decipher that his boss had developed feelings for eldest Miss Kin. After his revelation, boss began silently helping her, but his face still remained cold enough to freeze someone to death. However, when he heard Miss Kin being referred to as Mrs. Tan, boss became like a warm lamb in a split second. But Kevin knew, if anyone were to upset Miss Kin, boss would transform into fire-breathing dragon. Ooh, he's feeling his blood pressure rise from the stress already. With a faint smile on her face, Jun Xie glanced at Kevin, her eyes flashing knowingly. Don't think that she can't guess Kevin's unfinished words. To call her his wife, it seems Tan Zai really does have feelings for her. Can you help ask Zixi Ji for me if he has time during lunch? Let's go eat Thai food. The book had said that the male lead's favorite cuisine was Thai. Apparently, he had trained in Thailand during his time in the military, acquiring a great love for the dishes he had tasted there. Kevin's smile grew. Boss will be very happy to hear this. Chapter 10. The books said a hero saving a damsel in distress will receive the woman's pledge to marry. Tan Zai. No superfluous words were exchanged. After all, everyone here was smart enough to understand the real implications. He quickly passed on the news, already able to imagine the dumb smile forming on his boss' face. Sigh, men in love all act like fools. Hell, just choose to continue being smart instead. Besides the annoying father-daughter pair, the conference room was occupied by all of the directors and department heads. All seats were filled. The only available spots were a few plastic folding chairs in a far corner. Jun Xie narrowed her eyes. Was this a power play or an attempt to provoke her? Everyone's attention had gathered onto her the moment she appeared. Even though they knew the purpose of today's meeting, they were still surprised. This big Miss Aura didn't feel anything like the way President Kin had described her. On the contrary, as business people with years of experience, their eyes have gained the ability to better identify one's character. This big Miss definitely wasn't an idiot. At the very least, she was a higher level than the illegitimate daughter sitting next to President Kin. They were not fools. Who would be careless in a matter that potentially affected their interests? In normal circumstances, they would feel more attached to the frail, flower-like girl that incited men's protective instincts. But in this situation, the general manager was the first to react, offering up his seat. Eldest Miss, I'm terribly sorry. I've accidentally sat in your seat. His words were painting a prettier situation. Everyone here knew that there had never been a seat arranged for this miss. Or else the seat next to the president would not have been taken. Tien, lit dove taking the magpie's nest, basically saying Qin Huici was sitting somewhere she didn't belong. Zun Mai observed the general manager, then took of her sunglasses to walk towards him, nodding. You are not bad. Able to aptly judge a situation, and willing to take a gamble. He was talented. She looked at the chair, hiding the bit of dislike in her eyes. Before she could move, a group of men in black walked through the door. The two men in front were carrying black leather chair with armrests covered in intricate mahogany carvings. One man stepped forward to move the seat offered up by the general manager out of the way. The new chair was neatly placed onto the floor. Those in the back came forward holding snacks and tea, orderly placing the items on the table before stepping back out of the room. Their actions were smooth and precise, making their audience wooden in shock. The corner of Zun Mi's lips twitched. Without even thinking, she could guess who was behind all of this. Admittedly, the tactic was beautifully played. At least being able to see their faces change was satisfying. She calmly sat down in the chair. Since he's already done it, why wouldn't she accept his goodwill? Kevin hung up his phone and quietly whispered to Zun Mai. Miss Qin, boss said since there wasn't a seat for you, then he will add one. I hope it won't be a bala for you. In addition, boss will be coming to pick you up afterwards. Actually his boss' exact words were since that old man won't give it, then go and take it by force. But this was a civilized society. We can't act like bandits. He could only kneel in front of his worrisome boss. He had only passingly gossiped that someone was in eldest Miss Qin's spot, causing boss to quickly fly into action. He was suspecting that boss had planned this in advance. Otherwise, how could he so promptly accomplish this? Zun Mai sipped out of the prepared teacup, not bad, before replying all right. She then put down the cup and reached out her hand. Bai Bing quickly took out the documents in his bag and handing them over. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the purpose of today's meeting. So I won't beat around the bush. These are my mother's and my grandfather's share transferring papers, as well as the inheritance rights my grandfather left to me. Please look through carefully. She dropped the files onto the table, causing a firm slam to sound. The Qin Company was built on my grandfather and my great-grandfather's painstaking efforts. Not every random dog on the street is entitled to a share of it. As Qin Company's largest shareholder, and as Qin's heir, I naturally have the right to manage the company. Coming here today was only to inform everyone of two choices. 1. Qin Company will be sold. Those that are willing to follow me will accompany me to rebuild a new, even more magnificent Qin Empire. 2. I will take over the Qin Company. Those wanting to stay will stay. Those unwilling to stay can leave at any time. As compensation, I will ask the finance department give 3 months' salary to those leaving in order to thank them for their past contributions to Qin Company. Zun Mai cut straight to the point with a direct attack. Qin Sheng wants to leave Qin Company to Qin Huici. Stop dreaming. The original Qin Zun Mai had wanted Qin Company to expand for the better. Selling the company was the quickest method, as well as the most ideal. Qin Company had too many loose strings attached. For example, Qin Sheng, Qin Huici, and a few shareholders of Qin Sheng's side. She currently held 38 of shares. Qin Sheng had 30, with another 20 in the hands of directors. The other 12 flow outwards. Looking at this share distribution, it could be said that Qin Sheng had dug his own grave. The directors and other shareholders could add up to 32. If someone with an agenda was to plot, then his 30 of shares would not be enough. This problem wouldn't appear in the Qin family if she and Qin Sheng hadn't had a falling out. Had it not been for this, then they would have been holding 68 of Qin Company without a need to worry. Qin Huixi sat by Qin Sheng's side, determinedly trying to shrink herself into a ball. Her head was lowered, attempting to cover up the ferocious hatred appearing on her face. Her hands squeezed into fists, nails already digging into her palms. Since she saw the men in black coming in eagerly to help Zun Mai, she was already jealous beyond recovery. Later, when she heard that the man in her heart was personally coming to pick up that bitch, an evil killing intention burst out. But she couldn't right now. At least, she couldn't express this in this moment just yet. But God wasn't listening to her pleas today. Qin Zun Mai immediately stabbed her with another piece of information. She was actually the largest shareholder of Qin, and she wanted to take over Qin Company. How could this be then? What happened to her? Qin Zun Mai, how can you be so malicious? What would happen to Father? Do you still have Father in your mind? Father is Qin's head in power. He is also your elder. Yao, you know this can't do. If Qin Zun Mai gets her hands on Qin Company, then she'll be finished. No, Qin Company was hers. It has to be. She wanted to Zai Ji, so she needed Qin Company to back her. She definitely can't let Qin Company fall into Qin Zun Mi's hands. That bitch, she deserves to die, Even though it took a lot of effort, Qin Huixi was still able to force back her hostility. Her ugly expression still filled others with disgust. Ding, female lead has blackened. Good feelings measure is 40. Current evaluation must kill her. Host, please take caution. Please take caution. A soft yet serious voice sounded in her mind. Zun Mi's expression did not change, as if she hadn't heard the voice. She continued to gaze at Qin Huixi. Her eyes swept up and down Qin Huixi's body before speaking in a fierce tone. And with what identity are you speaking with? When did my Qin family lower to the point of allowing a mistress daughter speak up? Chapter 11. Never thought I would fall in love with someone at first sight, but the feeling is even sweeter than honey. Tan Zai Zai. Qin Zun Mai. Shut your mouth. Do you want to anger me to death? How dare you? Huixi is Qin family's second miss. You better treat her nicely, or else I'll immediately abolish your position as heir. Who even knows if these things went forged by you? How come I, the family head, didn't know that my old man had left these things before he died? Qin Sheng was angered to the point of blood rushing to his head, his eyes crimson red, ruthlessly slapping the table while pointing at her. Zun Mai completely lost hope in Qin Sheng. This family turned stranger really is. She pinched the bridge between her eyebrows, suddenly feeling a bit tired. President Qin, I don't want debate such a meaningless topic with you. By tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I want to know your decision. Pushing back her chair, she stood and prepared to leave. Oh, right. If there is anyone that wants to make some movements or decides not to take my words seriously, then we can see each other in court. Her lips curled into a laugh. I hope I will be able to hear some good news tomorrow. She had already made herself very clear. Whether or not they understand her meaning will be their problem. After Zun Mai left, the men in black appeared again to take away the chair, snacks, and tea prepared for Zun Mai. To use their boss words, it's better to donate these than to even leave leftovers for Qin Sheng. Downstairs, a black Bentley stood near the front entrance. Miss Qin, that's boss car. You can go over directly. During work, Kevin maintained his elite secretary mode. Ample people skills, ability to adapt to situation, abundant vocabulary. Jun Xie didn't argue. She nodded and walked in the direction of the car. Zai had his eyes focused on the front entrance the whole time. When he saw Jun Xie walk out, he immediately got out of the car, held the door open, and helped her get in. His overwhelming display of care made his chauffeur simultaneously surprised and terrified, almost causing him to stamp his feet onto the accelerator in shock. When the two were seated in the car, Jun Xie carefully observed the man by her side. The silver suit gave an added level of masculinity to his already handsome face. The violent air unique to those who had served in the military didn't give off a sense of fear, but rather added to his mysterious charisma. His sharp eyes stared straight ahead. But he wasn't looking at anything. If you stood directly in front of him, you would find that his glance was completely unfocused. Moreover, his mind was a chaotic mess, his muscular body clenched under his suit, as if ready to explode. While Jun Xie was looking attentively at him, Zai couldn't help but hold his breath, both nervous and excited by the gaze running over his body. Yesterday, after Kevin told him that what he was feeling was like, he suddenly understood. When he came back home, he also asked his mother for advice. His mother said that, to court a girl, one must show their gentle side. They also need to have a thick layer of skin. Only if you were shameless can you cling onto the other party. But how shameless is shameless? He was a bit confused. Jun Xie finally had mercy on Zai. She tilted her head, seemingly puzzled. Zai, are you hot? It was only May, not that hot yet. But why was he sweating even though this made him look more seductive, more manly to the point that she almost couldn't control the urge to pounce on him? But she was still curious. Was it too stuffy in the car? But then she turned to the open rear window, now feeling awkward. Zai took in a deep breath. He really didn't know how to answer Jun Xie's question. He wanted to say, no, he wasn't sweating because it was hot, but from trying to contain himself. After realizing how he felt for Jun Xie, he had a wonderful dream after 20-something years of abstinence. Now, facing the star of last night's dream, the magnetic sense of attraction pulled at him, especially now that they were both occupying the same space. There was a beast in him that was shouting at him to push her down, press her onto the bed, and bully her, just like in his dreams. He wanted to color her deep, beautiful, peach blossom eyes with a new emotion, wanted her to cry tears of pleasure. But he can't. He was afraid of scaring her. So he needs to stop thinking about it, A bit stiffly, he changed his posture, crossing one leg over the other to cover his misbehavior. I'm just too happy to eat together with you. If they could eat together every day, chat about interesting parts of their day, how wonderful that scene would be. Jun Xie covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Don't think she didn't notice that this man's breaths were getting heavier and heavier. But she didn't think too much about it, only thinking it was due to nervousness. After all, in the books he had never been close to any female, besides his mother. And that only was when he was young. After going to the military, he spent his time entirely with a gang of men. Zai, thank you for today. These days, it seems like the words she's been saying most often was thank you, and all to the same person. Could this be a sort of fate? Maybe. You don't need to thank me, it's what I wanted to do. I'll always be by your side. He couldn't say the last part aloud, for fear of scaring her. Right, I own a place in a good area. I have no plans for it for the time being, so I currently don't know what to do with it. You can use it as the address of the new kin house. I'll take you to see it in the afternoon. Tan Zai turned to gaze into her eyes, his filled with an obvious look of anticipation. Zun Mai raised her eyebrows, thinking as expected, but Zai, I can't make a decision at this time. You also know, kin company can be a heavy burden right now. When I've made my decision, I'll definitely come to you for help if I need it. She could actually predict tomorrow's results. Those two will most likely stir up trouble. But she coincidentally wasn't afraid of trouble. She would only be afraid that they don't stir up enough trouble. After hearing Zun Mi's words, Tan Zai shrugged his head down, his spirits suddenly lowered. He was rejected, his happiness cut abruptly. Didn't the books all say that one must constantly display one's existential value to let the other party know that you are strong, can be relied on, can give a sense of security? Was what he was doing wrong? Zun Mai gently pulled on Tan Zai's sleeve. Seeing him regain a bit of vigor when he raised his head, Zun Mai carefully thought over her words. Zai, I promised grandfather to take charge of kin family. This is my responsibility, so I take care of it myself. If I accept all of your arrangements now, if one day you leave, then I would be left in a very disadvantageous state. Since she has ascertained his sincerity in helping her, then she will naturally show present both her sincerity and an opportunity for him. But some things still need to be separated clearly. Right now, they could only be considered friends at best. If she leaned him completely, then kin family could not survive without Tan Zai in the future. Chapter 12. Loving a person does not need a reason. A heart skipping a beat could be caused by a slight smile or a slight touch. Tan Zai. Maybe she's gotten used to being an independent woman. She didn't want someone to lean on, but a partner that stood side to side with her. Tan Zai could not fully understand. In this moment, his 180 IQ was offline. I won't leave, unless you don't want me anymore. I will always be by your side. I want to protect you. The books said to express your love whenever and wherever, so that they can't ignore it. Slowly allow love to permeate, until they have become accustomed to your presence. He wanted to make her his person. No one can dare to steal her away. His hands curled into fists, already preparing a small book for those who would dare covet Zun Mai. If anyone so much as had budding feelings for her, he would mark them with a big X. At this time, Tan Zai had completely forgotten that Miss Kin's reputation in capital city wasn't exactly anything to brag about. Not many people would have any additional thoughts about her. But to Tan Zai, Zun Mai is so wonderful, being desired by others was too possible. So he must be on guard, definitely give his love rivals any opportunity. Zun Mai did not know how to respond. Did the script change? Shouldn't it be she first explain her thinking, and then Zai quietly agrees? How did the direction of the conversation change completely? She let out a sigh. But still, why am I inexplicably happy about this? The aerial pavilion, named aptly for occupying the top 3 floors in the highest skyscraper in the city. One floor was a unique restaurant with a distinctive couple-set menu. Another floor specialized in Thai and Italian food, with 2 kitchens separated by a wall. The highest floor was a cafe with entertainment facilities, along with private rooms for elite customers. Coincidentally, the aerial pavilion's owner was Tan Zai. Many people, including Kin Zun Mai, did not know this. It was mentioned in the book that the male lead frequented the restaurant for dinner. Naturally, Jun Xie would then chose the aerial pavilion to comply with his preferences. Even though she had no special attachments to Thai food, she was still willing to sample a few dishes. Seated next to the French window, the bright sun shined in, gifting natural warmth into the room. Inside the restaurant was a zone of leisure and calmness. Upon seeing the two enter, everyone eating either stopped their movements or became directly frozen. After all, Transcends was someone that shined no matter where he went. Those who are able to dine at Aerial Pavilion had some status, so many were able to recognize him. As for Jun Xie, that was a name even more familiar to diners. Eldest Miss Qin, who wouldn't have heard of her rumors? Their reactions are very interesting. Ji, look. Isn't it interesting? Jun Xie leaned forward to talk to Transcends seated opposite to her. Her dark peach blossom eyes sparkled as she took in her surroundings. Transcends wasn't too pleased. The books said that if someone gives others more attention that they give you, that determines that they haven't fallen in love with you yet. Since coming in, Jun Xie had been focused on others, even calling them interesting. They are all not good. I am the best. He silently swallowed his last sentence. If he had known there would be so many third-wheelers, then he would have cleared the restaurant in advance. Next time he must remember to not allow this situation to happen. Jun Xie was dazed for a moment, then broke into a large smile. Ji, has anyone ever told you that you are very adorable? Also very overbearing. Be careful or else you won't be able to find a wife. So adorable that she feels warm, so overbearing that she feels surrounded by love. Her last sentence really was just her instinctively mocking. But Transcends took it seriously, solemnly professing, I don't want to find a wife. I just want you. I like you. In the future, I will like you even more. I never knew what the feeling of heartbeats accelerating. In the military, facing life and death situations, I didn't even feel my heart beat this fast. Transcends placed his hand over his heart, his eyes a boundless stretch of tenderness and warmth. But yesterday, when I saw you, I discovered that my heart was acting strange. I didn't know what it meant, but I naturally wanted to watch you, to protect you. Kevin said that I liked you. My mother also said that I liked you. Perhaps, in the beginning, I believed that I liked you after listening to their words. But today, watching you walk towards me, I knew. But this like seems to have metamorphosed. I want to hide you away, so that you can only see me. I want to protect you well, so that you won't be hurt by anyone. Also, the books said that when you meet someone, you can't let the opportunity slip away. I don't want to let it slip away. I want to be together with you. His masculine voice contained a ripple of nervousness. His eyes gazed unwavering into hers. The usually cold face seemed to have been melted slightly by the small smile on his face. Sunlight illuminated in, providing an additional warmth to his aura. Jun Xie was a bit astonished. She seems to have seen an angel that was only hers. The angel was tenderly confessing, making her feel like a 20 years wandering duckweed that had found shelter away from home. When she first arrived into this unfamiliar world, no one would have been able to understand the unease in her heart. On the outside, she smiled, walked with confidence, performed perfectly without mistakes. But that was all out of fear that someone would realize that she was an outsider. Now, she wasn't living just for herself. She was living a life for two people. Still overcome with her emotions, she nodded, the bewilderment in her eyes not completely faded away yet. Great, you've agreed as expected. The books are right. You must strike first to gain the advantage. Before she could react, Tan Zai Zai had excitedly moved to sit next to Zun Mai, smiling foolishly. Zun Mai had finally come back to her senses, but immediately would preferred to have remained oblivious. At the moment, she only wanted to cover her face. As expected, she couldn't weather male lead's charm attack and was seduced. If Tan Zai Zai had given her an additional half-minute, she wouldn't have nodded her head so easily. Now look at the two of them's new seating arrangement. Zun Mai silently expressed her embarrassment. Now, even if she were to go back on her decision, she wouldn't be able to explain herself clearly. Don't think she couldn't see the dinos around sending shocked looks their way, their jaws practically falling out of their sockets. Together with this big figure sitting in front of her, if she dared to say that her reply was just an accidental response, he'll probably freeze her to death with one of his signature glares. Tan Zai Zai wasn't focused on what Zun Mai was thinking. He only knew that Zun Mai was his now. Now he can loudly declare his relationship. When he wants to hug, he can hug. When wants to kiss, then he can kiss. If he's unhappy, then he can looking to her for consoling. His decision was right. He must confess with determination. Not like that Kevin, who would only suggest nag him when he asked for advice. Telling him he can't do this, he can't do that. Telling him he needs to help foster more emotions between them before confessing to make sure there was no chance of failure. Nonsense. His method is the only way to ensure no chance of failure. Chapter 13. Loving her means you must spoil her, care for her, and protect her. Spoiling her so that she's reluctant to part with you. Caring for her so that she doesn't want to leave you. Protect her so that she can't leave you. Tan Zai Zai. Tan Zai Zai happily decided that he must re-educate Kevin's thought process when he got back. Kevin, who took the bullet once again. Tien took the bullet as in he was wrongfully blamed or included into a situation. His heart was ready to explode. Bull, that wasn't what you said at the time. You said directly snatch her away. If that doesn't work, then take her directly to the wedding chapel. What girl would like such a barbarous man? Was he wrong for advising him to take it slowly? Good intentions don't give goodwill in return these days. Zai Zai Ji, I'm curious. The book said, can you tell me exactly which book said it? Zun Mai smiled brightly, although it seemed a little forced. Her half-narrowed eyes were hard to read. Hearing her mention book, Tan Zai Zai immediately remembered something else the book had said. In order to develop feelings as lovers, you also need to have constant physical intimacy. Applying what he learned, Tan Zai Zai slyly reached his arm over to hold Zun Mai. He rubbed his head onto her forehead, then leaned down to meet her cheek, rubbing again. A pinkish color immediately spread across her smooth, delicate skin. This was the first time being so intimate with a man. No matter how strong she looked on the outside, she was still a little shy. Tan Zai Zai noticed the dainty earlobe in front of him and instinctively bit down. Gently biting, he could only think of how soft, how sweet the feeling was, causing him to stick out his tongue and lick her. Zun Mai was completely struck dumb, her face feeling uncomfortable warm. She quickly pushed away from his embrace, turning away and refusing to look at the man behind her. Tan Zai Zai stared at his suddenly empty embrace, consumed with regret and bashfulness. His gaze then turned to face the detestable flies watching them, his face suddenly darkening. Did his actions just now make Zun Mai dislike him? It's all these people's fault. Why are they eating here of all places? Zun Mai was already laden with grief. What is this situation that completely went against his character description? It won't be another case of the books said, right? Zai Zai Ji, you still haven't told me what book it is. Tanzai obediently sat in his seat, detailing the books he had read. For example, A Guide to Courting Your Wife, and 36 Strategies of Love. Also, How to Win Your Soulmate, and there's a few more that Kevin gave me but I can't remember the names. Tanzai was thinking that those books were quite useful. He must go back and continue to study them. Zun Mai really didn't know what to say anymore. Zai ji, let's just go with the flow, allow the two of us to progress naturally. Although she wanted to fight back a little, she decided not to. Being presented with such sincere feelings, she naturally was softened. After all, she wasn't a cold-blooded person. Even though she hasn't fallen in love with this man yet, she still had a bit of feelings for him, so couldn't say no to this temptation. She wanted to give the relationship a chance, even if it turned into a bad gamble. Shall be fine. This would be the biggest gamble of her life, one that she could not predict the result of. Tanzai didn't speak, only focusing on Zun Mai, as if wanting to see into her heart. He was a good hunter that knew to wait for the best time to act. Obviously, the time has passed. But it was all right, at least the results were what he had wanted. Zun Mai almost fell to her knees. How could those overbearing peach blossom eyes look so pitiful at this moment? This must be an illusion. An illusion. Or maybe those books have left some kind of after effect on him. No, she must make sure he stops reading them. She'll tell him to throw them out later. Luckily at this time, the waiters brought out their food. Zun Mai could finally let out a sigh of relief. The two ate silently, during which Tanzai constantly observed Zun Mi's habits and favorite dishes. He discovered that Zun Mai didn't seem to like snapper fish but enjoyed the prawns and pomelo salad, the shrimp served in a pineapple shell dish, and pineapple rice. It looks like Zun Mai liked shrimp. He carefully transferred all of his shrimp into Zun Mi's bowl, then happily watching Zun Mai eat his shrimp. Zun Mai wasn't aware of Tanzai's little actions. She was too busy going over the original plot. There should be an important plot point today. Second lead Fei Zhenjai will be chased by assassins sent from a rival family. He miscalculates and is shot, ultimately being saved by Qin Huici. Thus, Fei Zhenjai is left with a good impression of Qin Huici. Upon finding out her identity, he used the power of Fei family to help her. Zun Mai didn't know how much true feelings were involved, but she knew that the reason Fei Zhenjai unhesitatingly attacked was to carve up a piece of Qin's power, weakening Qin family in the process. As soon as power is involved into relationships, how real can those feelings be? If she arranged for people to go wait for Fei Zhenjai in advance, cutting off Qin Hui's opportunity, would she still be able to attract the interest of Fei family's young master? Good times always passed by fast. For Tanzai, the time was passing at full speed. In the afternoon, Zun Mai was dragged to see the place that Tanzai had mentioned earlier. Afterwards, Tanzai sent her to her front gates. Zai ji, the sky's getting dark. Be careful on your way back, rest early. Zun Mai reached out her hand to pull open the car door, only to find that the doors were locked. Zun Mai turned back to look at Tanzai in confusion. Tanzai pursed his lips, appearing a bit saddened. Didn't the books say that lovers should kiss goodbye? Why isn't Zun Mai kissing him? Could it be that she was being shy? That must be it. Then he should take the initiative. Remembering the taste of those beautiful lips, his heart boiled uncontrollably with excitement. Tanzai steadily lowered his head to meet Zun Mi's lips. A distinct sweetness flowed from her lips and into his head, exploding like fireworks. Tan Zix's eyes reddened, not even having time to check for Jun Xie's reaction before he used his tongue to separate her lips. Their kiss intensified, as his tongue successfully slipped into her mouth, entangling with hers. Jun Xie was completely dumbfounded when Tan Zixi first pressed his lips onto hers. A tremble ran up her spine, causing her whole body to feel weak. The possessive and overbearing feeling directed from his burning lips to hers had Jun Xie intoxicated. Her mind was already blank, coupled with a sudden lack of oxygen, made Jun Xie feel out of breath. She lifted her hand to push him away. But as soon as her hand touched his chest, the arm wrapped around her waist tightened its embrace. His body leaned in even closer, as if he wanted to combine into one. Chapter 14. The feeling of loving one another, so beautiful that it makes willing to give anything in exchange. Tan Zixi. Jun Xie couldn't resist but moaning, resulting in her being pulled even closer into his embrace, his hand slipping under her blouse. Jun Xie had no energy in her limp arms to push away the man in front of her. Only when Tan Zixi heard her unsteady breaths did he let go of her. He lowered his head to look at her soft pink cheeks and the lips that have become full and sparkling after being plucked by him. A sudden fire raised in his lower half, continuously burning up what was left of his self-control. The devil in his heart bellowed for him to possess her so that she will be yours forever. But the angel on the opposite side quickly smacked down those barbarous thoughts. When she was finally let go, Jun Xie took in deep breath after deep breath. When she finally calmed down and raised her head, her eyes met wolf-like eyes filled with unrestrained desire and blatant infatuation, wanting to consume her whole. Jun Xie shivered. The little energy that she had recovered left her again, only being able to softly lean on Tan Zix's chest. Zai Ji, Jun Xie softly called out. Tan Zixi firmly hugged Jun Xie, rubbing his forehead on her forehead. My. It wasn't that he couldn't detect Jun Xie's reluctance, he was just afraid. Jun Xie sighed and smiled. Enough, her heart already skipped for him, there's really no need to lie to herself anymore. As for him, he can only live a few hundred years, while who knows how many more centuries she will experience. So, let's live in the present, as long as we don't have regrets. She raised her hands, hugging his built figure, basking in the sense of security he gave. His warm breaths blew into her face, warm, ticklish, and sweet. Tan Zix's entire body froze, his face an image of ecstatic joy. You like me too, right? Jun Xie looked into his eyes and nodded. Liking him is liking him, this wasn't anything to hide. That's great, wonderful. It wasn't one-sided love, now we can get married. Just her one action has caused joy to overcome Tan Zixi. Just like Kevin said, those in love are all fools. President Tan, you haven't even proposed, haven't even bought a ring, haven't even sent her flowers, and you've already on the topic of marriage. Isn't this a bit too early? Jun Xie had black lines on her face, TN referring to the common anime effect. She's got to have set some kind of a record, right? Arriving here on the third day and already about to get married. Are we sure this wasn't a dream? Maybe this was all just a figment of her imagination, and she'll wake up and find out this was all fake. When Tan Zixi returned from his daze, he saw his little person mistreating herself, feeling both worry and self-blame. Jun Xie, what are you doing? It must hurt a lot. You can pinch me instead, my skin is rough and thick so it won't hurt. His Jun Miss skin was so delicate look, it's already turned red although it made a desire to bully her rise, but his heart still hurt seeing her hurt. He clumsily yet gently rubbed her reddened skin. Jun Miss' eyes turned into half-moons, thoroughly enjoying Tan Xie's worry and care, while smiling happily. Okay. Tan Xie seemed struck dumb by Jun Miss' simple statement. Next time I want to pinch, I'll pinch you, Jun Mai explained, while rubbing Tan Xie's face. Tan Xie nodded his head seriously. Now can you unlock the car door? I want to go home and sleep. It's already so late. It's all your fault. Jun Mai sneaked a look at the time displayed on the car's dashboard, noticing it was already past 9. She cursed in panic in her mind. Fei Zhenji's accident was supposed to be around 10. Damn it, the plot was about to start and she hasn't even gotten involved yet. Please wait. It's all my fault. My fault, don't be angry. Tan Xie was apologizing but his heart was wrapped in sweet honey. My zhowed to him, so happy so happy. Tian's Zhao is like Ejao, acting spoiled in a cutesy way. But watching Jun Mai jump out of the car as soon he had unlocked the door, her silhouette carefreely getting further and further, Tan Xie had the impression that he had been used and then thrown away. Sorrowfully, his eyes followed her slim and elegant figure as she disappeared from his view, his head drooping downwards. Par. A knocking suddenly sounded on the car window. Tan Xie's head immediately lifted, his eyes shining. He quickly rolled down the window, allowing the face he loved to appear. Adorned with a small smile, made more captivating under the streetlight, she was like a fairy of the night sent specifically to attract him. My mirror is this beautiful, he silently thought to himself, his wide smile appearing a bit stiff. As someone with N years of cold face condition, even though he didn't have facial nerve paralysis, but his facial nerves were still rigid. Smiles like in the restaurant just now could still pass, but to let loose with a large happy smile truly was a bit awkward to look at. Jun Mai laughed and pinched Tan Xie's cheeks, helplessly warning Xie, hurry and go home to sleep. Kevin said you didn't even rest yesterday. If tomorrow I hear from Kevin that you yet again don't take care of your body, just wait and see how I punish you. Yesterday he definitely went to investigate information regarding the Qin family, or else everything today wouldn't have happened like such a lucky coincidence for her. Tan Xie could only see Jun Miss smile in her eyes. As for what she was saying, sorry, can't hear. But he still instinctively nodded. The books said what your lover says is always right. Even if wrong, it is right. So no matter what, being the smart man he was, he'll nod his head in. Jun Mai obviously didn't know Tan Xie's inner thoughts. After confirming that Tan Xie had obediently agreed, she planted a kiss on his cheek in satisfaction. Good night kiss. Be careful on your way back, see you tomorrow. Straightening her spine, Jun Mai waved and turned to enter the gates. When her silhouette had completely disappeared, Tan Xie finally looked away, turned on the car engine, and stepped on the accelerator. He must quickly go home, quickly go to bed, so that he can come pick up Jun Mai tomorrow. At least, being the president, cutting 2 days of work in a row wasn't a problem. What are all those workers in the company for if they can't do basic functions when he wasn't around? Then they don't need to work anymore. Thus, the stubborn Mr. President dropped his company to the side of his mind. After Jun Mai had planned everything, she took a relaxing bath, then joyfully laid on her bed anticipating tomorrow's arrival. She really wanted to see if the storyline would be like a cockroach, not dying no matter how much she probed it, or like glass breaking with just one hit. Chapter 15. Why are there always people wanting to bully her? Not happy, I'll finish them. Tanzai. Bao Bao, who had been completely forgotten by Zun Mai, was still drawing circles. He had already been drawing for one night and one day. Bao Bao was a smart system even though she wasn't by his host's side. If his host calls for him, he can immediately appear. He was completely unrestricted by time's restraints. Tonight, some were destined to sleep peacefully, some restlessly. At the break of dawn, Tan Zai Zai could be seen standing extravagantly of the Qin residence. At the same time, living up to Zun Miss expectations, capital city broke out with. Eldest Miss Qin just came of age and wants to push out farther and take his spot. Eldest Miss Qin's exuberant ambition. Aristocratic family's secret news and more related titles. All criticizing Zun Mai, saying she was an arrogant, bossy idiot of a big miss. Wanting to take control of Qin Company. If she does, she'll probably squander the entire Qin fortune. A few excitable media sites even targeted her character, saying she was morally corrupt, without a sense of filial piety. In these circumstances, a few words spread about Qin Huic. A self-proclaimed insider released a statement, saying Qin family also had a gentle, kind-hearted second miss. From childhood, she was smart, currently arranged by President Qin to enter the company. The reason why Zun Mai was acting up was because she was jealous of the second miss. Zun Mai was washing her face while simultaneously listening to Bao Bao's dramatic live stream of events, almost breaking into laughter. That so-called insider was probably Qin Huic herself. Even in her original world, Zun Mai had seen this act played to death. Host, what do you plan on doing? There's a bunch of reporters at Qin Company right now. Bao Bao's words seemed to be out of worry, but if you listen carefully, there was also a layer of anticipation. Zun Mai scoffed. What to do? This is an old trick. Watch, in less than half an hour, Qin Sheng will bring Qin Huic to the company, accidentally finding themselves surrounded by reporters. And then Qin Huic will insincerely speak up for me, telling everyone to not misunderstand me. Then she'll say it's all her fault and so on. After showing off some top-quality White Lotus flower behavior, the reporters will be more partial towards those two, intensifying their criticism of me. As for why they would choose to show up so early, they obviously have to select a time I wouldn't be present in order to cause trouble. Zun Mai gracefully straightened her clothes, put on her shoes, and grabbed her envelope bag. The same red-colored outfit, today's more formal than yesterday's suit, making Zun Mai appear more mature. Matched with her confident aura, a model of the elite successful woman was created. Tan Zai Zai was stunned to see Zun Mai like this. Mir, I really want to hide you away, so that no one can see. Can your beauty be only for me to see? Zun Mai approached Tan Zai Zai, stood on the tips of her toes, kissed the side of his eye. Zai Zai Ji, I also want to hide you away. I want only my image to appear in your eyes, only want them to able to contain me alone. The same peach blossom eyes as hers, yet they contain an entirely different world. When she saw her own image depicted in those eyes, her heart yet again thumped. The feeling, as if the whole world couldn't compare to you, sure is great. Tan Zai Zai extended his arm to embrace Zun Mai by the waist, rubbed her cheeks but didn't say a word, only letting Zun Mai see the deep abyss of furnace in his eyes. In such a warm moment, Tan Zai's phone untimely sounded. His warm face darkened in a flash. Seeing the caller ID Kevin, Tan Zai Zai wanted to curse. This fellow sure is horrible, always breaking up his dating time. He'll deduct his pay. Kevin, you best have a sufficient reason to explain to me why you are calling at this time. On the other side of the phone, Kevin couldn't help howl in grief. My big boss, do you have to be so negative? President, there are numerous reporters gathered below Kin Company. Yesterday someone dispersed unfavorable information on Mrs. Tan. According to sources, President Kin is heading to Kin Company with that illegitimate daughter. He gave a simple summary, yet skipped over those unbearable public comments. He didn't dare say them. He was afraid of being swept up by a hurricane. Tan Zai Zai was furious. Those two damned things, they dare harm Mir. Do they think Tan Zai Zai was just going to stand by and watch Get You Zai Group's team of lawyers to Kin Company get in contact with capital city's government's media official? His person wasn't someone that could be bullied. If anyone dared, then hell chop off their claws, and see if they still dare. Zun Mai quietly allowed Tan Zai Zai to set his orders, obediently being led to the car. The whole time she appeared calm, but her heart was fluctuating up and down. This kind of protecting with limits she really couldn't handle. All women most desire a sense of safety. Now, she's experienced it. No matter how long it'll last, she's willing to believe in it. Mir, don't worry. I will definitely find all those nuisances. And then make them wish they were dead, and let everyone else know that hell fight fire with fire. Zun Mi's lips curved upwards, smiling freely. Zai Zai Ji, don't underestimate me. I'm not that fragile. Isn't the saying, if the husband is heartless, then I will divorce. Now it's if father is heartless, then I will throw away. Seeing that Zun Mi's face wasn't troubled and her smile was real and not forced, Tan Zai Zai slightly relaxed. But in his heart, he cursed out that damned crowd of people. If he had known, then he would have slept later. That way he could have resolved this promptly, so that Zun Mai wouldn't find out and feel heartbroken. By the time the two arrived at the Kin Company building, there was already a vast crowd gathered in the plaza. On the platform outside the main hall stood two figures, seemingly high above everyone. Tan Zai Zai shielded Zun Mai from the approaching crowd, clearly hearing what Qin Huici said on stage. Everyone, you have all misunderstood my big sister. Big sister is not that kind of person. She's only acting out after misunderstand me, thus fighting with father. But big sister is a good person. Although she kicked father and I out of her coming of age banquet, but I know that was only because she was hurt. I can understand her. Big sister really is kind-hearted. In the past, my mother was at fault, so big sister not liking me is understandable. But please everyone, don't speak of my sister like this. Big sister didn't do anything wrong. Qin Hui's delicate figure stepped forward, her tone firm and filled with righteousness, her damp eyes begging, even ending her speech by bowing to the audience. This kind of manner immediately gained the support of many viewers. Second Miss Qin really is too kind-hearted. Who doesn't know eldest Miss Qin's bad character? Chapter 16. She never knew family could also be a source of pain, engraved in one's hearts and carved in one's bones. Qin Zun Mai. That's right, that's right. No need to find excuses for her. She's just jealous of you. Didn't think that eldest Miss Qin was so vile, would even be so cruel to her own little sister. Those events that year went second Miss Qin's fault. She doesn't need to take the blame. This is all because Qin Zun Mai is narrow-minded and malicious. After wave of commentary, Zun Mai saw the original Qin Zun Mai that had been cornered into a dead end of despair. At the time, she had also suffered ridicule and humiliation from people that believed they were acting justly. What was different now was that the victim was her, and that the scenario was taking place earlier in the timeline. Tan Zai Zai saw Zun Miss bewildered and stupefied, his heart hurting with her. Immediately, the cold air around him increased, the expression on his face stiffening. "Go away, Kevin, throw these people out." At once, a group of men in black rushed in, fiercely detained the group of gossipers and dragged them away. The air surrounding the crowd seemed to have been sucked away, as they stiffly turned to face the direction of the chaos. An outstanding woman and man appeared in their eyesight, both emitting natural elegance. One faint glance from the two could make their entire body tremble. They seemed to exist high in the clouds, aloof and looking down at the rest of them, as if they were only insignificant ants. "Are my male idol. Are its president Tan." Lively murmurs of surprise sprouted through the crowd. In a second, Qin Huici had went from immensely proud of herself to turning completely white in the face. She glared at the two people below that were now surrounded by the crowd, her killing intent compiling into her entire aura. Zun Mai and Tan Zai Zai simultaneously raised their heads in her direction, completely taking in Qin Huici's shameful state. Zun Mai disdainfully let out a cold laugh. "Qin Huici, continue fabricating. Why aren't you speaking, and my dear father? Go ahead and continue vilifying me in order to your so-called true love's daughter to raise her status. I, Qin Zun Mai, have lived so many years, but this is the first time encountering such North-seeking people. Do you think I have no power by myself because I'm a feeble woman without any supporters? You two think you can manipulate me as much as you want. You can scheme against me, humiliate me, completely free of guilt. Qin Sheng, you've let down my deceased grandfather and mother. Can you put a hand across your heart and swear that you are being impartial, that you are a worthy husband, father, or son?" Zun Mai came forward one step after another, only stopping when they were a meter apart in distance. Even if she was standing below, no one felt that looking up at the two people standing on the platform. On the contrary, it seemed as if she held contempt for those two, as if she was a monarch looking down at them. "I, Qin Zun Mai, certainly have not behaved in a filial manner. But didn't you two force me to come to this for your illegitimate daughter? You allow her to dirty my reputation. I'll bear it. You give her all your fatherly love, yet treat me as a chess piece. I'll also bear it, since you are my father. But who said that, when you have already discarded the chess piece you've now deemed useless, that chess piece cannot attack back? The actions that one does cannot escape the sky's eye. Even if you are my father, I won't permit you to disturb grandfather and mother's peace in the sky." Zun Mai didn't give the two a chance to retort, not wanting to be further entangled together with them. These two have truly become intolerable with their bullying. It's one thing for my prediction of the current situation to come true, but another to see it happen in person. If Qin Sheng had said one word in her defense, even if it was an act, it would have been a type of rescuing to the original Qin Zun Mai. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Not with the original Qin Zun Mai, and not with her in the same situation. Tan Zai Zai silently stood by Zun Mi's side, like a stubborn guardian angel. If the person in front of him couldn't hold out, or felt tired, she can easily lean on him. Meanwhile, the crowd had not come out of Zun Mi's soft, yet covered with grief words. They were ignorant how come the person they were criticizing seemed the victim here. The person on the stage that they had felt sympathy for was a bad person. Zun Mai coldly watched those two people's faces pale, and let out a lazy laugh. Today I came for business. I don't want to waste time discussing the meaningless public opinions. Those that believe me will believe me no matter whether or not I did anything. As for those that don't believe me, I don't need them to believe. She then turned to directly face the reporters, her voice powerful and rousing. So please do not approach me. Because I don't have anything to tell you. I also don't want to talk to you. Others might be happy publicizing their family's scandals. I, Qin Zun Mai, am not that shameless. My upbringing won't allow me to stoop so low. Done speaking, Qin Zun Mai stepped onto the stage without even taking a look at their expressions. As she passed Qin Sheng and Qin Huici, Zun Mai didn't even glance in their direction, completely disregarding them. Tan Zai waited for Zun Mai to enter before looking around, remembering all the members of the press that had voiced their outrageous comments, planning on blacklisting all of them. Tan Zai's steps stopped for a second while passing Qin Huici. Mir is right, even if some people put on luxurious clothing, they can't cover the dirty stench coming from their hearts. His eyes were filled with obvious scorn and loathing. This type of person wants to compare with his Zun Mai. How could a toad stupidly believe itself to be superior to a white swan? Don't ask him why he thinks second Miss Qin was a toad, because only a toad's bumpy, disgusting appearance could resemble this person's natural state. Kevin stayed behind to clean up the mess his willful boss had left behind. As for the two people still frozen in a stupor on stage, he could only pitifully shake his head at them. How could someone who was able to give birth to a smart woman like eldest Miss Qin be so stupid? How could he act like that monkey from the fairy tale, throwing away a watermelon to pick a sesame seed? If he doesn't have glaucoma, then he definitely had a cataract affecting his vision. Based on President Qin's age, it was probably cataracts, Kevin thought, rubbing his chin. Qin Sheng had been frightened by Zun Mai. No, more accurately, shocked. There seemed like something had completely left his control, his heart ineffably starting to panic. Thinking back to Zun Mi's implicating interrogation, he wondered if he really was wrong. But turning to the warm, kind-hearted, considerate younger daughter looking at him with concern, he thought he couldn't be wrong. Everything was Zun Mi's fault. If not for her, there wouldn't be today's situation. Patting his youngest daughter's hand, Qin Sheng firmly said, "Don't worry, Huici. Father will definitely give Qin company to you." Chapter 17. There are some people that are always stuck in their fantasies of reality, unable to wake up. Zun Mai. I believe you, father. Father, don't be unhappy. Let's go in first. Qin Huici smiled warmly, but her two eyes hidden under bangs were already brimming with darkness. Inside was even more crazily calling out her killing intent. Everything she had planned, everything keeps encountering unexpected events. From that bitch's birthday banquet to today's failure, she had almost gone crazy. Din female lead has blackened. Degree of danger A, please be cautious, host. Zun Mai looked as if she was idly leaning on the elevator walls, her gaze lowered so that others could not see her mood. Being one step behind her, Tan Zai could only helplessly watch the elevator rise. Crushed, he walked into an elevator that had just arrived down to chase after her. Tonight I hope I will be able to see the thing I wanted. The reward will be increased by 100,000. Standing by the hallway windows was a woman in red, allowing the incoming sunlight to dance around her like a mischievous child. "All right, I'll be waiting." The caller seemed to have given a satisfactory answer, causing the woman's face to ease. When Tan Zai walked out of his elevator, he saw Jun Xie getting off the phone. She was leisurely using her pointer finger to tap the tip of her nose, the corner of her mouth curved upwards, as if watching a scene that made her pleased. Xie walked over with light footsteps, hugging Jun Xie's waist from behind. Pulling her entirely into his embrace, he finally let up a peaceful sigh. Only when she's in his arms can he relax. It seems he needs to hurry the plans along. Those that need to be dealt with need to be handled. The two each were in deep thought. Neither spoke a word, both at peace in this beautiful embrace. Unintentionally, sounds surrounding them scattered, forming a two-person world that no one could invade. Xie, are you looking for my father? Father is already in the room, but unfortunately, there was a stubborn person that couldn't bear seeing such happiness, forcibly breaking the mood. Xie's brows wrinkled, turning his head to look at this suddenly appearing sound, his voice malevolent. Who do you think you are? Every time I have to ask this question. Since you don't seem to recognize who you are, then don't call me as if we are very close. Also, I'll have to trouble you to go away. His mood was already bad. After confirming that the person who had come to damage his mood was among one of the people that he had just decided to hasten his attack on, his attitude became even more nasty. Really want to kill someone? Qin Huici couldn't hold back her shiver, due to both fear and anger, even more due to hurt. She had chose to overlook what happened downstairs, yet came up to view a scene that made her go crazy with jealousy. Holding back her jealousy, she only wanted to take another look at her idol, but she doesn't understand why does Xie treat Qin Jun Xie so special. Qin Jun Xie couldn't even compare to her, so why her lips had already been bitten, leaving deep and shallow marks. Even though some skin on her lips was split, it was like she couldn't feel. Meanwhile, Jun Xie laughed out loud without mercy. She really didn't think that Mr. Male Lead's poisonous tongue's sparring abilities were even stronger than a woman's. Really admirable. Qin Huici's finger trembled as it pointed to Jun Xie and she angrily said you. What are you laughing about? Qin Jun Xie, don't get too proud this early. Father would never give Qin company to you. You don't even have the abilities to manage Qin company. Also, how could you bite the hand that feeds you? If not for father, there would be no you. Maybe she was affected by these few days, but Qin Huici had lost her cautiousness. As soon as she sees Qin Jun Xie, she just wanted to spit blood, especially seeing her with a man she had loved for this many years. How could she be expected to remain calm when this person, who was able to step on her in all aspects of her life, was able to get everything that she had ever wanted? Jun Xie looked at Huici with despise. Xie just asked, do you know what you are? Since you don't even know, what right do you have to speak to me? You're just lowly evil creature, making a vain attempt to climb up. Qin Huici, do you think that just because your last name is Qin that you really are the second miss of the Qin family? Ridiculous. Take a guess. The month before meeting father again, was your mother already pregnant with you? A wicked smile spread across her face, her voice brimming with malicious intentions, and you can guess the rest. As for whether you are father's child, and whether you have Qin blood running in your veins, we'll have to seek further confirmation. She sneered with a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man standing at the door, pleased to see the shock on his face and his frenzied steps backwards. Honestly, Jun Xie didn't think that there would actually be such a hidden secret. If not for the fact that she had hired someone to stop Fei Zhenchai's situation last night, and remembered to ask them to investigate Qin Huici's mother in the process, then she wouldn't have discovered such interesting news. The original book didn't mention this, but Jun Xie had thought it was too much of a coincidence. That year, after Qin Huai's mother and Qin Sheng split up, she had immediately gotten together with a rich merchant. But her luck wasn't good. That man died quickly after, so she was once again homeless. When the two had met again, Qin Sheng never investigated, and in less than a year there was news of a pregnancy. In a lucky coincidence, in the month before getting back together with Qin Sheng, she had stayed at a cave of ecstasy to earn money. Cave of ecstasy, just the description tells you exactly what kind of place it was. As for what the truth was, they'll know by tonight. The loathing in Tan Xi's eyes increased, not even willing to put his gaze on Qin Huai, as if she was some polluted virus. Qin Huai was frozen on the spot. This wasn't real, it can't be real. Yes, it was Qin Jun Xie that was purposely saying this to attack her, because she wanted revenge. Qin Jun Xie, I didn't think you could be this despicable and shameless. I was so naive to believe you to be a kind-hearted older sister. It turns out before she could finish speaking, she was cut off by Jun Xie. Stop. I don't need your insincere act. Go away before I tear up your mouth. As expected, no ivory can come from the mouth of a dog. Tien means you can't expect good things out of the mouth of a lowly person. No, more like no human words can come out of an animal's mouth. Gao Yu, the white lotus flower, floated in the wind, seemingly about to fall at any moment. But no one had spare thoughts to give to pitying her, neither did anyone want to. Jun Xie pulled Tan Xie, went around Qin Huai and walked into the conference room. Inside, those that should be there were already there. Qin Sheng's scheme, thinking that exploiting public opinion could force me to compromise. Keep dreaming. Chapter 18. My system's IQ will forever be low. His condition will forever be abnormal. What can I do, Jun Xie? She bluntly walked to the chair at the head of the table and took a seat. Tan Xie followed suit and sat down by her side. Those present didn't say a word, only looking at each other in dismay. Qin Sheng was perhaps too shocked by the news he just heard. Not until the secretary came into his office looking for him did he awaken from his thoughts. Everyone is here. Tell me your decision. Jun Xie spoke when Qin Sheng entered. Sorry, she doesn't know what being tactful means. Politeness she also didn't understand. I approve of eldest Miss Qin taking over Qin Company. The general manager took the lead to express, standing up and respectfully bowing towards Jun Miss' direction. If there's a first, there's bound to be a second, especially since there currently sat a big boss by eldest Miss Qin's side. They went blind, they all knew how to choose. Seeing 2/3 of the people endorse her, Jun Xie smiled. Gee, what a pity about that property of land. I won't be of need for it. Her voice was small, just loud enough for Tan Xie could hear. Tan Xie didn't mind, shaking his head. Since I said it would be for Mir, then it'll be for Mir, no matter whether you have a use for it or not. It was just a plot of land. Even if it was 2 plots of land, he would gift it. As expected, the rich is willful. That plot of land's market price has risen to be at least $200 million. If it was developed, tusk. Jun Xie blinked, her eyes, glittering with flirtatious expression, and looked closely into Tan Xi's serious peach blossom eyes. She suddenly felt that, if this was in ancient times, Xie would be the king and she would be the beautiful, evil witch that has bewildered the king into a daze. What do they call it? A beauty that causes of calamity. Would she have died quick, since they all say that beautiful women suffer unhappy ends to their lives. Madam Host, you're really thinking too creatively. You're just a spirit, you technically don't have a life. Baobao suddenly sounded in ridicule. Even when his host isn't in the ancient times, she's still considered a beauty that causes calamity. Okay, but what is all that about a beauty's lifespan with him? A smart, handsome, awesome system by her side. How could his host have a short lifespan that's considered calling his abilities into question, not believing in him? Hell complain, hell refute it all. Harshi let out a light laugh. That's right, she was just a spirit. Tanzai thought it was a bit strange. What's wrong with Mir? Why did her atmosphere suddenly change like that? He reached his hand over to grab the fair hand draping over the armchair handle, pinching her fingers a little. His eyes squinted as he smiled, placing the hand into his, and became completely absorbed in fiddling with her fingers. While they seemed to be a warm scene outlined in bubbles, those that were forced to watch could only feel a chilly wind in their hearts. Eldest miss, what are you laughing at? Us ordinary people don't understand. They just want to peacefully go with the tide. Please show mercy. Qin Sheng was unusually cast to the side, not saying a word since the moment he had entered. But his complex eyes attentively watched his radiant eldest daughter seated at the head position at the table, as if seeing her for the first time. Along with the words he had just heard, Qin Sheng felt that his head was a mess. Since this is everyone's decision, then from today onwards, I will take control of Qin Company. As for father, you can retire early, hold onto your shares, and reap in the stockholders' dividends. It'll be much more relaxing than seeping your mind and body into working all day, right? Zun Mai didn't plan on to hit Qin Sheng while he was already down. That would only produce the opposite of her desired result. Instead, she wanted to uncover the good Qin Hui's true colors one step at a time. The best form of revenge is to destroy one's previous beliefs, let them see how repulsive the person that they had most loved, most trusted, really was. Then let them know that the person they had abandoned like a used shoe was the true treasure. Only this way will the Qin Zun Mai in heaven receive peace. Before this afternoon, have each department's recent projects along with the company's. After giving a few orders, Zun Mai straightened out a few people still attempting to fight back before leaving the Qin building. She prepared to first settle Qin Hui's situation before fully changing some of Qin Company's higher members. She was worried that the female lead's halo would cause trouble, which would make her very annoyed. But before everything, she needed to chat with a certain little kid. Her forehead wrinkled, her eyes containing a dangerous feeling. Baobao, I remember before that we said to block your ability to read my thoughts. So please tell me what happened back there. Baobao, who was silently rolling around in his room, suddenly went stiff, shivering from her intimidation. Tell me honestly. Don't try to deceive me. And those things I don't know about, you best give me about those two while I'm still feeling forgiving. Zun Mai knew that Baobao hadn't told her the complete truth, that there definitely was something she still didn't know about. But now, they were on the same boat. If she hadn't felt that Baobao had no malicious intent towards her, then she wouldn't have kept quiet after coming to this world. Baobao was still using his IQ of 20 to try to find a way to ignore her questions. A weeping furry ball slowly floated towards Zun Mai. He rubbed himself onto her cheeks, carefully observing his host's facial expressions. Seeing that he didn't have a chance to beat around the bush, Baobao wanted to break into pieces. Madam Host, boo-hoo, you're bullying Baobao again. Baobao doesn't like you anymore. Zun Mai didn't care about Baobao's shameless attempt, maintaining her lowered eyes that menacingly stared at the white furry lump on her shoulder. Host's expression is so frightening. No, I want to surrender. Host, it has nothing to do with me. It's just that some things I can't say, there are limits. Really want to cry. Host is too smart. What do I do? My host is too strong, can't hold her back. Please give advice. Then tell me everything you can say. She won't make it too difficult for him. Baobao sucked in a breath, his voice weak. Baobao is an advanced system, you know that. But Baobao is from the future. You can think of it as Baobao is from a more advanced dimension. Baobao's current mission is to help those pitiful second female leads counterattack, wreck the original storyline, and thus gain that world's fate's energy. Amongst the 249 hosts before you, only 10 successfully completed their mission and returned to their own world. One of them, Host 186, stayed in Book's world for love, dying of natural causes. Others had too much ambition. Besides stealing fate's energy, they also wanted to take over the world, so they were destroyed. Baobao has told you everything Baobao can tell you. The rest can only be heard after Host becomes a higher-level host. Zun Mai sat on the window ledge, her hand supporting her chin as she quietly pondered over Baobao's words. You mean that when a book appears, it will slowly transform into its own little world, and the ones holding fate's energy are the main characters of the books. And when us hosts help the second female lead counterattack, that equates to wrecking the original storyline. Chapter 19. How fortunate I am to meet you at the best time. How fortunate I am to fall in love with you at the best time. Zun Mai. So the first stage is counterattacking, the second is attacking, but they are all the same idea, right? Baobao nodded his head with all his strength, looking at his host with adoration in his eyes. Host, you are really smart. Does this mean that he'll finally have hope of getting promoted and reach the climax of his career? All of the 10 successful hosts before had only barely achieved their mission. None of them reached level A, let alone S. It's already been several thousand years, yet he was an advanced system that was still stuck lingering on the beginning levels, making his heart feel so tired. Zun Mai raised both arms and stretched, with what appeared to be a smile on her face, and looked at her lit-up phone. The climax is here. Ignoring the hopping Baobao, swiped open her phone, and viewed the news that had just been sent to her. Her eyes sparkled. Exactly as I predicted. Remember to clean up the traces. I'll wait for your results. After sending the text message, Zun Mai threw her phone to the side carelessly. Can I see, even if you are the female lead, when you lose all of the second male lead's protection, and the second female lead stops inciting disharmony, can you still turn a defeat into a victory? Bright pupils appeared even more dazzling in the night, reflecting the moon's distinct light. In the morning she had already given her general plan to the general manager. Qin Sheng had chosen to leave himself. The only ripple in her plans was her officially appointed boyfriend, stubbornly wanting to bring her home to meet his parents. But overall, today went off without a hitch. With a bright starry night above, the air around her so refreshing, it was the best atmosphere to sleep in. The wee hours of morning was the best time interval for a night owl. A self-proclaimed blogger was going through his habitually web surfing when they discovered something, quickly clicking into the link. Immediately, he felt as if he harmed his whole lifespan. No, he dirtied his whole life. A detailed report on Qin Xie's personal biography, identifying from her father's father to her friends without missing a single thread. especially regarding Qin Huai's mother, who had been a mistress that pressured the legal wife to death, including reports about how greedy, shameless, slutty she was, using her seemingly fragile and pitiful appearance to destroy an amount of women's lives. Finally, the writer wrote almost 1,000 words in a letter revealing her clear opinion in depth. Wearing skin of a white lotus, but doing such sickening things furiously, he wrote a row of curses, writing a few more lines when he felt that his anger had not dispersed, even going on Baidu to promote the report. Quickly, the report appeared in prominent message boards and in public platforms. In the end, it even made it to the top viewed searches list, became the top story of early dawn. Para phone smashed onto the ground, breaking into pieces. Who did this? Who created this? Yes, it must be Qin Zunmai. It must be her. No, I have to go find farther. Farther will believe me. In a dark room, a girl with disheveled hair sat, looking a bit battered and crazy. She staggered to walk through the door, but quickly stopped in her spot. What if she really wasn't of Qin family's blood? Then what would she do? No, her biggest trump card was her Qin family status. If she lost that, she would have no standing in high society. Then, she wouldn't have the chance to make Zai Ji like her. Zai Ji was hers, only could be hers. It was all because of that bitch Qin Zunmai. Everything was all because of her. If not for her, it wouldn't be like this. When this thought rooted in her mind, Qin Huai could not think of anything else. Her face twisted into a terrifying expression, even more frightening than a demon's abyss. Qin Zunmai, if you die, then there would be no one competing with me. Quickly, she turned back into the room, locked her door, and dialed a number. This was the number of her influential man she saved when she went out for a walk yesterday. Huai, what are you calling for? Did you need something? A thick, pleasant-sounding male voice could be heard coming from the other side. Yan Jij, Wu. Her voice was choking with sobs, sounding helpless and afraid. Hearing her voice, the man also became anxious, repeatedly asking questions until Qin Huai told him what happened. Qin Huai happily hung up the phone when she heard the man angrily promise to help her settle the matter and get revenge. During the entire conversation, the malice in her eyes did not disappear. If Zunmai was here, she would discover that this storyline was incorrect. Isn't this the second lead's part? So where did this Yan Jij come from? As expected, the storyline is powerful even when Zunmai had stopped rescue. Second male scene plotline, there's still people that would substitute in. By the time the sun finally rose into the sky, Zunmai was lazily stretching with satisfaction. She slipped on her slippers and treaded into the bathroom. Tan Zai had punctually arrived at the Qin house, carrying his Zunmi's favorite breakfast dish. The Qin family residence was modeled after a more ancient style, scaling a few thousand square meters, but only containing about 10 servants. One reason was because Zunmai didn't like being around too many people. Second was because the majority of the time the residence was empty. Qin Sheng spent most of the time living in a penthouse closer to the company. At least that was what he had explained to Qin Zunmai. As to where he actually stayed, that was under investigation. Meanwhile, Zunmai lived in an apartment close to campus. The only reason Zunmai was able to act carefreely for this duration of time was because it was coincidentally summer vacation at school. Morning, Zai Ji. Zunmai naturally walked to Tan Zai's side, giving him a big fat good morning kiss. Tan Zai helped Zunmai set the table, then began watching Zunmai hastily yet gracefully eat breakfast. Zun Mai drank a bowl of congee, ate 3 crab meat buns, filling her stomach up to its max. She reached for a napkin to wipe her lips, happily curving her eyes into half-moons. What a decadent lifestyle. The maids quickly stepped forward to tidy up the table before serving 2 cups of tea for digestion. Tan Zai Zai only spoke after checking Zun Mai had finished eating. Mir, yesterday someone exposed that woman's business, pulling Kin Company's reputation down a bit too. Do we need to handle it? He really didn't want to get involved. Watching that person who had bullied his Zun Mai being cursed by others made his mood feel as bright as the sun. Now if that woman dared leave her house, she'll definitely be hit with rotten eggs. But then someone with a hole in his brain said that all of the Kins were frauds. Qin Sheng was scum, eldest Miss Qin was a domineering big miss, and Qin Huici was a white lotus flower, making them a family of problematic people. When this comment came out, it was like poking a hornet's nest. All kinds of different flies came rushing over. Chapter 20. This love had already unconsciously developed and matured. It's just that I only became of it now. Zun Mai. Though it had first targeted Qin Huici, it became a chance for radical anti-aristocratic people to take a bite at other rich families. There were numerous people that had unwittingly been swept into the matter. Zun Mai blinked in bewilderment. What is Zai Zai Ji talking about? How come I don't understand? Oh, now she remembered. She had instigated last night's situation. But how did it suddenly link into Qin family's reputation? Tan Zai Zai guessed that Zun Mai might not know about the new buzzing through town and handed over a newspaper. Zun Mai silently read, suddenly feeling as if she was actually pretty elegant. Qin Huici's family affairs occupied the headlines. Wow, looking at these people's logical reasoning, they must be delirious. Zun Mai read while ridiculing. What do they mean that she, Zun Mai, was a pathetic person that received a lack of love growing up? For God's sake, how come she herself didn't know that she was lacking in love? Mere seeing the strange color of Zun Mi's face, Tan Zai Zai worried called out. What's up Zai Zai Ji? Zun Mai put down the newspaper and proceeded to skim through her phone. Nothing, I just thought your complexion seemed a bit off. Fine, don't worry Zai Zai Ji. Pretty impressed by their ability to so deliberately distort the truth. Don't worry about it, they are just jealous. Tan Zai Zai had no respect for them. Someone else's success is someone else's, obtained through great efforts. Even if some are born sitting atop of a gold or silver mountain, that's because he did good deeds in his past life and received a good reincarnation. If you want their success but you're not willing to put in your own effort, instead only blaming others, then you aren't worth it. Zun Mi's lips split into a smile. Zai Zai Ji really is adorable. I let out the first set of news. As for those later ones, tell me honestly, did you do it? Yes. Tan Zai Zai directly admitted. A warm wave flooded into her heart as the laughter in Zun Mi's eyes became more evident. She reached her hands out to wrap around Tan Zai Xi's neck, resting her head on his chest. Zai Zai Ji, have I ever told you that I seem to be liking you more and more, even possibly feeling ripples of love? Mir. What did you say? Say it one more time. Tan Zai Zai excitedly held onto Zun Mai, his scorching hot gaze attentively focused on the woman in his embrace. He wasn't hallucinating, right? Mir said that she's liking him more and more, so can he understand it as Mir is in love with him? Zun Mai minced her lips together to hide a giggle, but still obediently repeating her words. I said I'm beginning to like you more and more. She raised her head to land a kiss on handsome cheeks in front of her, her face splitting into a happy smile. The bright and warm sunlight sprinkled in from the window, landing on the two people embracing, adding another layer of radiance to the image. For consecutive days, Capital City was flooded by news regarding Qin family. Whether on big streets or small alleys, and even more significantly online, everyone was discussing Qin families this or that. Every notable foreign site, every big social network, all seemed to be pushing all news concerning Qin family. Smelling a good story, all the reporters were sticking on to the topic like houseflies. However, none of them have dared to contact Jun Xie herself. Maybe it was because their meeting at the Qin company that day had left a deep impression, making them unwilling to combat her. Of course, there was also the fact that Zai had so obviously shown his protection of her. Although the news on Qin family had led to a fall in their stocks, but the commotion was minuscule at best. She knew that there was someone behind the scenes lending a hand. There were obviously people moving behind the scenes. How else would an illegitimate daughter's news implicate the entire Qin family? Farther, what are you here to see me about? Jun Xie's voice was a bit estranged, containing only politeness. No intimate tone, much less familial. The man in front of her seemed to have aged vigorously, with spots of white hair visibly displayed on his head. His eyebrows were tightly locked, his face dark with worry. Qin Sheng opened his mouth a few times but didn't know what to say. He was here today for Xie. Xie had begged him, asking Jun Xie to let her go. Even though he was now certain Xie wasn't his biological daughter, he still couldn't bear to see her hopeless. So he came. But facing his real daughter's tranquil pair of eyes, he hesitated. Jun Xie, you let Xie go. She's only a child. Enough. It was really naive of me to still address you as father. Just because Qin Xie is your daughter. Is Qin Jun Xie not Qin Sheng? You really don't have a conscience. Go, I won't promise you anything. Qin company does not welcome you. How laughable. Jun Xie curled the corners of her lips into a self-mocking smile. Even direct blood relations can't win over so-called true love. Fortunately, she did not desire such fatherly love at all. She pressed a button on the phone placed atop her desk, and instructed Li Jai, please see Mr. Qin Sheng out. From now on, without my permission, Qin Sheng is forbidden from entering the company building. She was tired, truly tired from all the socializing and meticulously planning. The secretary quickly came in and led Qin Sheng out. Jun Xie felt at edge for no apparent reason. She picked up her coat and left the company too. As she walked adjacent to the river front, the evening wind brushed through her hair, carrying strands of her hair up like ripples in water. Careful, just as Jun Xie was lost in her thoughts, an ear-piercing shriek screamed out, accompanied by the bang of a car. Amidst the crowded stream of people, Jun Xie suddenly felt as if the world was silent. Bright red liquid dripped from fingertips onto the ground, dyeing the spotless white sidewalk red. Jun Xie froze, staring at the person that had thrown himself onto her, unaware of her tears rapidly forming. Zai. Ambulance, call an ambulance please, help me, call an ambulance. Jun Xie bellowed, not daring to move, only holding onto the waist of the man on top of her. She was scared. Panic slowly wrapped around her, choking her. As if woken from their stupor by her scream, the people around her quickly dialing 120. Tian Chinese ambulance number. The ambulance came, quickly. Jun Xie held onto Tan Zix's hand and followed him in. Outside of the emergency room, the nurses were unable to force Jun Xie to let go of Tan Zix's hand, having no choice but to give her an antibacterial dress and send them in together. Jun Xie's empty eyes stared at the man lying on the operating table. His face was pale. Although he was still the same dazzling person, he had no color anymore. Her tears once again fell silently across her cheeks. As if suddenly remembering something, Jun Xie quickly wiped away her tears, pursed her lips, not allowing herself to be pitiful. She knew that Zai definitely wouldn't want to see her cry, so she must be strong. Chapter 21. Not until I've lost you did I know how much you meant to me. I only pray that there is still time for me to accompany you a lifetime. Jun Xie. For 8 complete hours, Jun Xie stood wordlessly by Tan Zix's side, her eyes only containing him. As soon as she exited the operation room, her vision darkened and Jun Xie lost consciousness. Investigate who is behind this. Investigate so I can make him suffer a fate worse than death. As Jun Xie slowly gained consciousness, an aged but deep and furious voice sounded in the room. A bit familiar, but she couldn't place it. With great difficulty, Jun Xie opened her eyes but quickly closed them again under the irritation of sharp lights. Zero Jun, you're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Tell me. The old man noticed Jun Xie's reaction and lowered his voice with concern. Tien Zero is added to a name to create a term of endearment, in this case used by elders to refer to Jun Xie. Jun Xie slowly cleared her head, allowing the man in front of her to come into view. Grandpa Qin Jun Xie's maternal grandfather hadn't even made it into the original storyline, only existing in her memory. She looked around at her surroundings. A sea of white, suggesting that she was still in the hospital. But why was she at the hospital? Blood. The scene of Zai having not enough time to push her out of the way and only able to run in front to block her from the impact, flashed before her eyes. Forcibly, he had been hit by the car. Zai, where's Zai? Where is he? Frantically, she teared off her blanket. She wanted to go see Zai. Liu Bo worriedly stepped forward to support his granddaughter off her bed. He's right next door. For the time being, he's past the critical stage. As long as he's able to wake up within 24 hours, then he'll be fine. If not for such a big accident happening, he still wouldn't have known that his granddaughter had been harmed so bleakly. Jun Xie still couldn't let go of her worry, her complexion deathly pale. Her pair of bright, spirited peach blossom eyes was a plane of stillness. It's all because of me, causing Zai such harm that he's still in an unconscious state. Liu Bo lightly patted his granddaughter's shoulder, sighing. Life is cruel. His only daughter died because of Qin Sheng. Now, his granddaughter is suffering too. Elder Liu, you're here. And this must be Ziro Jun, come in. A gentle and elegant middle-aged woman smiled to greet them. She held Jun Xie's hand, satisfied. That Naga's son wouldn't even bring her home to let their family meet her. Fortunately, she still was able to see Jun Xie. Ziro Jun, this is Jiang Ru, Tan Zix's mother. Liu Bo explained to Jun Xie. Jun Xie a bit nervously replied, Auntie, hello. I am Qin Jun Xie Zix's girlfriend. Jiang Ru nodded her head, pleased. The more she sees of her, the more satisfied she was. No wonder that no good son was moved. Good. Just call me Mom, like that no good son of mine does. She led Jun Xie to the hospital bed, while introducing the other people in the room to her along the way. Jun Xie was confused. Why don't they seem concerned about Ji? It wasn't that they weren't worried, but rather they believed in him. Even though he currently laid motionless on a bed, they still believed that he will waken. Zun Mai sat by the bed in a daze, using her fingers to trace his face. In just one night, that strong, overbearing man turned powerless, only able to silently lay in bed. She squeezed her eyes shut. Her heart was already numb from pain, unable to cry anymore, leaving only the ability to hate. She hated the person that had caused all of this. She hated herself for going into a daze at that moment, leading to this. But she wasn't someone that would avoid blame, nor was she someone that incapable of confronting situations. Zun Mai opened the system that she had forcibly shut down earlier. Immediately, numerous red alarms flashed in her head. Silently noting the displayed time on the alerts, Zun Mai's eyes became foggier. Madam Host, don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. It was the female lead that did this. But, Madam Host, Beabao lost 10 of my fate's energy. Woo, he had already eaten the energy, but it had unfathomably disappeared. Zun Mai knitted her eyebrows together. Fate's energy can decrease. Could it be that the storyline I had wrecked fixed itself? Beabao was rolling back and forth on his fluffy back. His ears picked up, unhappy at the notion. In normal situations, this problem shouldn't occur. So Beabao is also not sure, but it is most likely as you guessed. Can I see? Those 3 characters slipped out from the tip of her lips, carrying raw killing intent. When Liu Bo and the others came in, they were greeted with the sight of a pretty woman in red. Her eyes were filled with warmth directed at the man lying on the bed, yet her face emitted an unlimited sense of danger. Contradictory emotions were expressed vividly across her face. Grandtar, auntie, uncle. Zun Mai sensed their arrival, turning to greet them. Zyro Zun, you go rest for a while. That no good son will be all right. Jiang Ru worriedly patted Zun Mai on the shoulder. This girl has been here from morning until now. During that time, she hadn't even moved from where she was seated. Thought Jiang Ru, her son's sacrifice was worth it then. He was willing to block danger for the one that he loved. In return, his lover guarded him with her heart and soul when his life was on the line. Even though Jiang Ru appeared to be a gentle woman, but she was the strong, successful career woman type to her bones. Moreover, she was the director of the military base's hospital. Her husband was in the armed forces. Her father-in-law was a national figure. The whole family held connections with the military, making life or death situations normalized. It's not that they don't worry, it's just that they don't wish to torture those that they leave. Auntie, I'm fine. Zun Mai shook her head slightly. Taking a towel, she gently wiped the sweat on Tan Zix's face. This incident was because of me. I know who did this, but Auntie and Uncle, please don't get involved. I want to personally finish them, for Zai Jin, also for myself. She wanted Qin Huici to live a fate worse than death. Jiang Ru subtly sighed. Their subordinates had also done their research. After their report, she was ready to directly order for her death, but was stopped by Elder Liu. He said that Zyro Zun most certainly wanted to uncover the person that had hurt Zai herself, or else her anger wouldn't be able to be suppressed. Zun Mai had Beabao track down Qin Huici's recent movements. When it traced back to a certain phone conversation, Zun Mai coldly laughed. Qin Huici, since you are constantly performing a white lotus flower, then I'll see how deep you can really go. And Ling Yan, a second in command in the crime world, very good. The rumors regarding Qin family were still unceasingly making headlines. Before, Jun Xie didn't want to make a public appearance. Not because she was afraid, but rather because she felt that it was entirely unnecessary. But now, Qin Xie, I will peel your skin off beyond recognition. Chapter 22. Has that driver been found? We've found the driver, but he's not cooperating. Lao, who Jun Xie had previously sent to save the story's second male lead, felt distressed. She was a spy personally taught by the previous Qin patriarch. How could she feel pressured in this situation? Forget it. It's her fault for already promising loyalty to Qin Jun Xie. Not cooperating. Does he think that the worst that could happen to him is prison time? So naive. Tell him that if he isn't willing to speak the truth, I can guarantee that his family will appear in the black market auctions. He can expect them to live their lives lower than dogs. I'm not a patient person. Before the press conference this afternoon I want an affirmative answer. With that, Jun Xie hung up the phone. She had already made a copy of the condemning phone conversation. Even without the driver, she can still drive Qin Xie and Ling Yan into a corner. Hey, have you heard that illegitimate daughter hired a hit on eldest Miss Qin? Wasn't it eldest Miss Qin's lover that took the damage? I heard that her lover is President Tan, my male idol. We don't even know his situation. Those people there at the time said he lost consciousness on the spot and lost a lot of blood. Eldest Miss Qin almost lost her mind that day. The lives of the rich and powerful really isn't all that good. Qin Xie's whole body trembled when she overheard the words of the girls walking past her, a coldness spreading in her heart. How could this happen? That bitch Qin Jun Xie was fine, but Tan Zai suffered the crash instead. Her face was gloomy. Right now, she only wanted to know that this wasn't real. This couldn't be real. She didn't know what happened in father's talk with Qin Jun Xie, just that he had refused to see her afterwards. Currently, she was on her way to meet with Ling Yan, wanting to know how her things were being carried out. But while walking on a main street, Qin Xie was shocked by the news being broadcasted on the side of a large building. On the screen was a woman in familiar red. Her suit was a bit creased, her face pale white, without a hint of color. But her pitch-black peach blossom eyes was burning, staring into the camera determinedly. Her gaze made a cold sweat run down Qin Xie's body, as if she was a demon's new prey. Through Baobao, Jun Xie naturally could see Qin Xie's current state. She had purposely chosen the moment that Qin Xie raised her head to stare directly into the camera. Confronted by the reporter's questions, Jun Xie lifted up an item in her hand and pressed down. Through the sound speaker immediately transmitted a familiar female voice. Yan Jige, will you really help me get revenge? I've never had a mother growing up, and my father only cares about me only because of my mom. With difficulty, I could only rely on my hard work to become more outstanding than Qin Jun Xie, yet no one understands me. They all think I'm a bad person, that I've come back to Qin family to fight over the family inheritance. But it was father who asked me to come back. I just wanted to achieve his wishes. Father said Qin Jun Xie was a useless big miss. If she inherited Qin company then it would be destroyed without a doubt. That's why he wanted me to help out. Xie, I know. I understand everything. You are so good, they are all just jealous of you. Don't worry, I will definitely help you teach Qin Jun Xie a lesson. Xie, don't be sad. I will be by your side. Yan Jige, just find someone to teach Qin Jun Xie a little lesson, no need to make it result in anyone's life. Afterwards, the two voices considered how to undertake their task, though it was that Yan Jige speaking most of the time. But Qin Huici was always able to inadvertently pipe in with her thoughts at crucial moments. Finally, the phone call ended. Everyone had already been shocked by the revelation, and did not expect there to be another confession afterwards. Har, Qin Zun Mai. So what if you have your hands on Qin company now? As long as you die, everything will be mine. Qin family will be mine. Zai Ji will also be mine. If I could ruin your reputation when we were young, then I can make you suffer a painful death now. It's your fault for always being an obstacle in my way. It's you, it's all you. If not because of you, how would I have fallen so low? Everything is your fault. Her voice was consumed with hatred, sending fear down the spines of listeners. But the show wasn't over. Zun Mai once again pressed a button, allowing that man's order to kill Zun Mai via car accident. Everything, including Qin Sheng's meeting with Qin Zun Mai, was planned. They wanted the two to fight and lower Qin Zun Mi's guard, causing the probability of their plan's success to expand. Everyone, whether watching from the press conference, or the TV broadcast, or online, or on the streets, all couldn't help but sigh. This really was the drama of the year. The name Qin Huici has definitely become famous. A few days ago, news about Qin family affairs flooded the city, making Qin Huici, Qin Zun Mai, and Qin Sheng household names. But no one had witnessed anything directly then. Now, the evidence was completely presented on the table. After this new information, some people were shocked. Some couldn't believe it, and still some were getting popcorn to watch the drama. Qin Huici, how do you sleep at night as an illegitimate daughter? I haven't even schemed against you. Yet you hate me. What right do you have to treat me this way? Zun Mai suppressed her anger, but didn't try to restrain her hatred. Qin Huici hated her, so why shouldn't she hate Qin Huici just because she's the female lead? She can carelessly toy with others' lives, yet still maintain her good reputation. As the head of Qin family, and as Tan Zix's fiancé, I declare that Qin Huici is on Qin and Tan family's blacklist. If anyone dares help her, then they are considered an enemy to Qin and Tan families. This includes Mr. Qin Sheng. I had originally believed that if I continue to concede, then I could at least live a peaceful life. But I finally realize now that you took me as a joke. Since it's already like this, then there is no need for me to treat myself so cheaply. Since you guys are being so ruthless, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Please await your punishment by law. Zun Mai said all that she needed to say and promptly turned to leave. It was already 5. In 1 hour, it would be the 24-hour deadline. Zai Ji, you must wake up. Didn't you say you would always be by my side since you promised? Then you can't renege on your words. I've already decided to give you a lifetime. So please accompany me. Zai Ji, please. Zun Mai stood in front of the hospital room, her head resting on the door. Her hand was already on the door handle, yet she didn't dare walk in. She was afraid, more so than when she had faced unending darkness after falling down the sewer in her original world. One step behind her, Lao La and Fei Tanjai watched the woman emitting an aura of sorrow, unable to do anything besides give her their sympathy. Eldest Miss Qin was just a young girl after all. Chapter 23. In a world without you, no matter how warm the sunlight shines, it cannot warm my cold heart. Zun Mai. Zun Mai. Lala stepped forward and lightly pulled Zun Mai into a hug, silently offering comfort. Not so long ago, she also didn't care for this big miss. Yet she discovered that Jun Xie wasn't stupid or useless. Rather, she was just trying to protect herself. She grew up in that kind of environment without a mother's protection, where her only family member left only cared for his illegitimate daughter. Suddenly her reputation took a turn for the worse, causing her to be unable to make real friends. She has always been a woman army. Jun Xie closed her eyes. There were no tears, she was just worn out. She was going to collapse if Ji really didn't wake up. In this unfamiliar world with its unfamiliar people, she finally found someone that had forcibly made his way into her lonely heart. But when her happiness was within reach, she ended up falling into a merciless abyss. Let's go in. Jun Xie steadied her heart, pulled away from Lala and walked in. She had turned back into the proud eldest Miss Qin that outsiders saw her as. Numerous doctors were already gathered inside the room, all surrounding the electrocardiogram. Even Jiang Ru had changed into the professional white gown, huddling with the other doctors, not wanting to miss a single moment. Although she didn't specialize in neuroscience, Jiang Ru was a prestigious surgeon. Xie's ribs had caved into his chest cavity due to the crash. Although the surgery had allowed them to retrieve the broken pieces of the rib and his vital organs seemed decent, but fractures of the car crash had smashed into the back of Xie's head. Inertia caused him to jerk forward, his skull fiercely pounding onto the ground and causing a light concussion and brain paralysis. Everything depended on the patient's determination. They had originally predicted that Xie would quickly wake up, but evidently, they had been wrong. Beep, beep, beep. In the quiet hospital room, only the beeping electrocardiogram and the ticking of the clock hands could be heard, the sounds striking onto everyone's hearts with every beat. Jun Xie's eyes stared foggily at the steadily rising and falling graph on the ECG before turning to the clock just about to point to 7 o'clock. Her heart was ruthlessly clenched by an invisible fist, making her unable to breathe. "It is 7 o'clock," a robotic voice announced the time, interrupting the silence. "Half an hour. If President Tan still won't wake up by then the situation won't be very optimistic," the head doctor in charge solemnly stated. "They've seen this kind of situation numerous times. After all, the place of injury is the brain. Brain surgery was risky and had its fair share of consequences." Jiang Ru's hands trembled and staggered back a few steps, leaning on the nurse supporting her. Tan Mingyu worriedly looked at pale wife, yet couldn't step forward, only able to attentively watch her from outside. They could hear the conversation from outside, but they were powerless. Jun Xie's mind exploded open. There was nothing in her mind, only boundless white, unable to find its end. She stood straight as a rod, her head held high, her sturdy backbone supporting her slim body, making it seem as if not even a stormy sea could knock her down. Her eyes never left that man's figure. No one noticed her hands by her side, nails digging into her flesh. The drip of the Roman 4, the rotating hand of the clock incessantly ticking ahead. The atmosphere became grimmer by the moment. The half-hour felt like an entire lifetime long. A voice sounded, with a sigh, "It's been 24 hours. All his numbers seem normal," suggesting that Mr. Tan's unconscious state isn't due to his external conditions. The head doctor analyzed. The other brain specialists nodded in agreement. In this situation, there were two possibilities. 1. The patient himself is unwilling to wake up. 2. The patient was suffering a problem with his consciousness and is unable to wake himself up. There was a common method for treating both possibilities: provoke the patient. When provoked to a certain degree, there will be a 50 probability that the patient could be awakened. After administering a series of electric shocks without effect, everyone turned their attention to the method of a man-made provocation. If someone important to the patient stayed by his side, then it was assumed that the results would be better. Jun Xie put on the antibacterial outfit without hesitation, pushed open the door and walked in. With red eyes, Jiang Ru grabbed Jun Xie by her hands, seemingly hesitating before unable to restrain her words. "Ziro Jun, I'm entrusting Zai to you. You must bring him back. If even you can't, then the usually gentle, smiling Jiang Ru finally broke down into tears. That was her son lying on that bed. He was her flesh and blood that she had painstakingly carried for 10 months. She never would have thought that her son, who could return unharmed from dangerous military missions, would be lying here due to a premeditated car crash. But she couldn't blame anyone. Her son had chosen to save the person he loved the most. For her, he was even willing to risk his life. How could she blame anymore while knowing this? But she still felt unresigned. Right now, she could only put her hope into Jun Xie. She hoped that her son would wake up for the person he loved. Jun Xie neither nodded or shook her head. Instead, she pulled her hands away and walked past Jiang Ru. As she passed her, softly said, "If he doesn't wake up, then I'll go accompany him. I won't allow him to be lonely." Jiang Ru stiffened. Her tone was gentle, but there was no denying the severity of her words. Jun Xie wasn't giving her a promise or a response. Rather, she was telling her a fact. If her son won't wake up, then Jun Xie will definitely go accompany her. Jiang Ru didn't dare think about what accompanying him entailed. She opened her mouth, wanting to call out to Jun Xie, but finding her already peacefully seated by her son's bedside. In the nervous and solemn environment, Zai laid silently and motionless on the bed. But when Jun Xie's fire-red figure entered the frame, the entire atmosphere seemed to increase in warmth. Even sorrow couldn't seem to seep into their world. Jiang Ru's eyes were grave, woodenly asking the others in the room to leave. With one last look at the two figures nestled together on the bed, she also turned and left. Jun Xie leaned her ear onto Xie's chest, a smile forming on her face as she attentively heard his weak yet steady heartbeat transmit into his ears. "Ji, I'm so glad to have met you. So don't abandon me. If even you don't want me anymore, then what should I do?" Chapter 24. Even if I were to start over again, even if I knew you would be harmed, I would still choose to meet you. My love is selfish. Jun Xie. Her finger tapped on his sturdy chest, lingering longingly. Ji, do you know the first time I saw you, I almost thought you were a pervert. Recalling their meeting, the corners of her mouth curved up in a soft smile. After that, I thought love at first sight was such a rare occurrence in this world, and it would be even less likely for me to encounter it in person. But I still believed in it. Because it was you, so I wanted to take a gamble. And I made the right gamble. You were my light, yet so quickly dimmed. Ji, please don't be so cruel. Don't leave me alone just as I've realized I am in love with you. I won't be able to bear it, I'll lose my mind. She had thought she had no more tears to cry, yet silent tears still slid down her cheeks onto Xie's chest, burning his chest and causing his heart to fiercely throb. Ji, I know you are tired. Sleep, I won't bother you, I'll just be here by your side. She kicked off her low-heeled shoes. She hadn't worn high heels since that day Ji had said they weren't safe. Curling up her entire body into Tan Xie's arms, Jun Xie hugged her arms around his waist and closed her eyes. No one noticed that the unconscious man had slightly moved his finger. In front of the courthouse, two enemies came face to face. "Get out of my way." Jun Xie coldly glared at the person that had blocked her path. Jun Xie didn't bother hiding the obvious loathing and hatred, along with killing intent in her eyes. 5 days had passed since Tan Xie's 24-hour deadline. Today was court day. Even though Jun Xie didn't want to leave Tan Xie's side, she had to personally deal with today's case. She needed to see the person that had harmed Xie get the punishment they deserved. Jun Xie, don't bully people beyond their limits. Jun Xie has been having a bad couple of days. Even her usually doting father wasn't concerned with her. Yan Jige was the same. From that day onwards, it was like Yan Jige had disappeared and was unable to be reached. She was realizing things were taking a turn for the worse. A worse was telling her that this wasn't how things were supposed to be, that this wasn't how things were originally supposed to turn out. The one that everyone cursed and hated should be Jun Xie, whereas she should be the one that everyone admired and envied. But reality was a slap in her face. She blamed all of this on Jun Xie's manipulations. As soon as she exposed Jun Xie, everyone will know how pitiful she was and will stand on her side. So she told herself that she must resist, at least until the entire truth is revealed. But as soon as she saw Jun Xie, she couldn't resist anymore. Jun Xie didn't care about those around them watching, directly sending a slap to Jun Xie. "Slap Jun Xie, you dare hit me, how dare you!" Jun Xie's already unsteady mood was catalyzed by the pain on her face, making her lose sight of rationality. "You bitch, all you had was a mother with a high status. If your mother didn't have the last name Liu, do you think you could even compare with me? Kin company should have been mine anyways. From childhood, all I heard was how happy, how lucky young Miss Kin was. And me, I was a young Miss Kin too, so why shouldn't I have all of this? You're inferior to me in every aspect, and yet with a wave of your hand you can get anything you want. Meanwhile, I need to continuously work to even gain the possibility of getting what I want. I put in my efforts, I improved myself. So how is this my fault? You always call me an illegitimate daughter, but was that my choice? Jun Xie, stop thinking you are better than me." Jun Xie enjoyed taking in Jun Xie's hysteria. In response to her question, she laughed. Only when she was done laughing did Jun Xie smile mockingly. "Jun Xie, who are you performing for? What? Your IQ is finally online. You want to create the image of an unlucky yet determined girl, evil-hearted. You're like a prostitute sprouting about their virginity. You really are shameless." Jun Xie honestly hadn't thought that anyone's brain would try to think like this. Just because you're jealous, you want to destroy me. Just because you feel life's being unfair to you, you will scheme against me. Just because your ugly thoughts, you think that everyone should feel sympathy for you. Jun Xie laughed until tears reddened her eyes, her expression dark and filled with sorrow. "I would rather never have met you, so that Xie would never wouldn't have. I know it's because of my arrival that caused Xie to encounter such tragedy. But if I had another chance, I would still choose to come here because I want to hold onto this unconditional affection. I am also a woman. I also want to have someone dote on me with love. I also want someone to cherish me, to lean into someone's strong arms." Jun Xie lowered her eyes to hide her pain. She didn't give another notice to Jun Xie or the whispering crowd around them. What an easily persuaded crowd. When Qin Huixi was taking on the character of someone that had been hurt and forced onto this route, many of them had felt sympathy and pity for her. Some even criticized Zun Mai in their heads. How ridiculous. Zun Mai, when did you become so weak? Now you can't even bear others slandering you. What are you so afraid of? Yes, she was afraid that Zai Ziji would misunderstand, worried that it would hurt Zai Ziji in the process. She suddenly thought of how, in a few hundred years, Zai Ziji would be long gone, yet she would still be continuously transmigrating. Questions that she had tossed to the back of her mind once again appeared in the depths of her heart. Biaobao, tell me. Once you put someone into your heart, do you become consumed with worries? Zun Mai couldn't help asking, her voice sounding weak. Biaobao floated onto Zun Mi's shoulder, rubbed her cheeks with his head. Host, Biaobao will be there for you always. His worried tone was obvious. Zun Mai raised the corners of her mouth, laughed but didn't respond. She felt as if she had fallen under a spell of black magic. This weak attitude won't do. Zai Ziji is still waiting for me. Sorting her thoughts into order, she walked into the courtroom, but immediately faced a person she didn't want to see. Zun Mai kept her gaze forward, deciding to directly pass by him. Unfortunately, the other party did not seem to be in a merciful mood. Zun Mai. Qin Sheng looked at the daughter heading his way. She had clearly lost weight in her face, her complexion even paler than before. A bit of guilt and regret emerged in his heart. Her clear eyes used to be filled with admiration and respect for him not so long ago. But now they were a deep, emotionless abyss. Chapter 25. I hate you for making host worry. So to make host stop worry, you must quickly wake up. Biaobao. It was his own fault. He wanted to make up for it, yet he didn't know what he could do. When he found out the truth, he was angry to the point of almost having a heart attack. The daughter that he had doted on for so many years wasn't even his. Evening dared to scheme against him behind his back. In a fit of rage he cut off all his aid to Qin Huixi, froze her cards, and refused to respond to any of her calls. If not for the fact that today's court session involved the two young Miss Qins, then he wouldn't even come today. Zun Mi's footsteps paused before proceeding forward. Qin Sheng moved quick to catch up. Zun Mai, I know you don't like me, I know I let down you and your mother. But I really didn't know about this situation, please believe me. He didn't particularly like this daughter, even regarding her as a pawn rather than treating her like a daughter. But he was a father. When he realized that he had been blind for so many years, he felt remorse. Now, Qin Sheng only wanted his daughter to forgive him. Zun Mai emotionlessly stared at the man before him. His hair was white at the temples, his eyes were sunken in. He looked worse off than she did, but she had no sympathy for him. Mr. Qin, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Bypassing Qin Sheng, Zun Mai walked straight ahead. She had nothing to say to Qin Sheng. It was no longer important whether or not he had knew ahead of time. It was too late. Qin Sheng stared at the departing figure, his face flashing with pain. Zun Mai collapsed onto the plaintiff seat and let go of her thoughts. Biaobao silently perched on Zun Mi's shoulders, wordily watching his host. This was the first time feeling such sorrow. He had no way of understanding romantic or familial love. But he was certain that if that man Tan Zai Zai cannot wake up, then host will become a body without a soul. Even though host technically didn't have a soul currently, she was still lively. Host, I inspected your man's body. Everything looks okay, so he will definitely awaken. Baobao didn't add that it would only happen under the condition that Tan Zix's determination was firm. Even though Baobao was an advanced technology product with unbelievable abilities, that didn't mean he could raise people from the dead. But Baobao's eyes brightened as he rummaged through his inventory. He did have something that could assist him. Some light returned into Jun Xie's eyes. She straightened out her clothes, her noble air emitting out. As people began filing in, their attention was immediately drawn to the woman in red. Their loud conversations came to an abrupt halt, their wandering eyes suddenly finding a focal point. The scene sank into a strange calm. Everyone quietly moved to their seats, as if afraid to disrupt the person immersed in her thoughts. Jun Xie walked with heavy footsteps. Her face had lost its naivety, falling into gloominess. There was no sense of surprise in the court's decision. Attempted murder only could have her sentenced for up to 20 years. Additionally, there were charges of defamation of character, intentional damage to others' profits, and so on. One charge after another were laid out in court. Jun Xie ultimately was sentenced to life, with a probation of 2 years. Throughout the entire session, Jun Xie did not say a word. After hearing the verdict, she stood and left the room decisively, as if she wasn't here today as a plaintiff but an ordinary spectator. By the time she got back to the hospital, it was already noon. Jun Xie didn't have much appetite, so only had a bit of congee before lying by Tan Zix's side to take a nap. During this time, she could only feel at peace when she was by his side. Baobao waited for his host's breathing to steady before jumping onto Tan Zix's face, taking this opportunity while no one was looking to stomp down on his cheeks. He nagged under his breath, "It's all your fault, causing host so much pain. If host isn't happy, then Baobao isn't happy either. Baobao will give you some power, so you must quickly wake up." A golden thread of light quickly seeped into Tan Zix's body before disappearing without a trace. On yet another sunny day, Jun Xie leaned onto the French window looking at the handsome, unmoving sleeping beauty on the bed. Zai, it's been over a month now. Why aren't you awake yet? A lot has happened in capital city over the course of this month. First, Ling family, which was just one tier below the 3 powerful families, had been beaten down to the point of bankruptcy. The biggest organized crime syndicate was uprooted by the police. Qin family was officially and completely in the hands of eldest Miss Qin. The previous Qin family head had traveled abroad. Second Miss Qin had disappeared without a trace. Young Master Fei got engaged with a woman from a common family and announced his alliance with Qin family. Jun Xie had used the shortest amount of time and reorganized the entire company, even uniting with Fei Zhenjai to take down Ling family. Ling Yan's successful rise to a crime syndicate's second-in-command was largely due to Ling family's help. As the main schemer, Jun Xie obviously wasn't going to let Ling Yan off so easily. The one thing that there was never a lack of in this world were perverts with particular fetishes, especially in prison. If a pretty boy with a handsome face went in, when Ling Yan saw the tide shift against his favor and ran away, Jun Xie borrowed Tan family's people to point a gun to his head and personally escort him back. But Jun Xie really did disappear. Jun Xie was still looking for her. She had reason to believe that this new situation had something to do with that female lead halo. Jun Xie rambled on about her day, not caring if the person on the bed was listening. Zai, you are so lazy. You've slept for so long. I'll give you one last chance. If on the 100th day you still haven't woken up, Then I won't want you anymore. Resting her head into the burrow of his neck, Zun's eyes moistened, yet she stubbornly refused to tear up. She's already lost count of how many times she's cried. That deep sense of powerlessness made her mentally strained. Baobao, who had been floating up in the air, could only let out a tired sigh. Baobao had naively thought that fellow on the bed had definitely recovered already. Even his consciousness had been restored, so he certainly should be waking up soon. But in reality, he's been sleeping and sleeping. This was just not logical. He had given him pure dragon's breath. As the name implied, it was the energy of a dragon's breath. This was a valuable thing. Not only would it expedite a body's restoration rate, it could even toughen the body up to be the strongest in this world. Baobao had honestly thought that this fellow was pretending. But after a month of no change, he started panicking. He flipped through a lot of material before finding one barely sufficient explanation. When encountering a person that was compatible with dragon's breath, it will automatically fuse into that person. While absorbing dragon's breath was one-sided, but fusion was a bilateral action that could turn an ordinary person's body into a host for a dragon. In other words, the distinction between absorption and fusion made the difference between a human and a god. Coincidentally, that dragon's breath Baobao had given was from one of the early ancestors of the dragon lineage in ancient times. Notes about that dragon thing. I think it means that the person fusing will be able to take in dragon powers, and not that there will be a literal dragon living inside them. Chapter 26. I've never been afraid of waiting. I just feared that the one I'm awaiting will appear. Sun Mai. As a more powerful dragon would lead to lower chances of compatibility, let alone when the dragon in question was one of the most ancestral of all. The probability of this coincidence occurring was extremely unlikely. But somehow, it happened. Baobao was bitter-hearted. Baobao was tired. Baobao was weak. He didn't know it would be like this. He could only imagine the trouble if a person with more powers than the energy of this dimension's world appeared. Now he could only hope that his boss wouldn't exterminate him. A suffocating Baobao once again jumped onto Tan Zix's face, ferociously stomping away. Who told you to go off script, causing me to tremble with worry? I'll stomp you to death. I'll stomp you to death. His imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Baobao had only stomped a few times before he was lifted up by a pair of slender, soft, pale hands. Baobao, what are you doing? Go play somewhere else. Zai's face is not somewhere for you to fool around on. She coldly threw the furry white ball to the side before taking a handkerchief and gently wiping the spot that Baobao had stepped on. Baobao was not feeling so happy, biting into his own handkerchief with muffled sobs. Zun Mai did not have the spare thoughts to take care of Baobao. She thought she just saw Zix's finger move. But on second glance, it seemed like nothing had happened. She rubbed her eyes. Once again, no movement. She let out a bitter laugh. She's become so delusional that she's seeing hallucinations. Host, don't worry. He's really fine, Baobao can guarantee. He will wake up very soon. According to his calculations, it shouldn't be more than 2 days. Baobao hadn't originally wanted to tell his host after she had bullied him, but Baobao couldn't bear seeing host so hurt. Zun Mai raised her eyebrows. This was not the first time Baobao has said this with such certainty. Could it be Baobao? Do you not actually know? Although said as a question, Zun Mai seemed already certain in the answer. Baobao angrily jerked back, refuting host. What are you saying? Baobao doesn't understand. Beabao scanned his body's data, which stated that there was no problem. Silently he congratulated himself for being quick on his feet. Really? Really? Beabao firmly nodded his entire body. Zun Mai pinched the white furry ball closer to her, her eyes forming slight half-moons. Beabao, do you know what the consequences of deceiving me are? Beabao was really about to cry. Sob host is so scary. Shrinking his whole body together and trembling, he said Beabao is telling the truth. He really will be waking up soon. Beabao was realizing that having such a smart host wasn't always a good thing, especially when he was trying to trick her. Sigh, I'm so tired, please comfort me. After confirming that Beabao hadn't lied, Zun Mai roughly patted his fur before placing him on her shoulder. She continued to give Zai Ji a whole-body massage to prevent his muscles from to deteriorate due to a long period of immobility. Tan Zai felt like he was in a dark space, unable to see the edges. He heard sounds coming through to him from time to time, instinctively recognizing the voice as Mir. He wanted to wake up, yet couldn't struggle free from the binds of darkness. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in this pitch-black space, advancing directly at him. He wanted to dodge, yet could not overcome its speed. He felt like there seems to be something else in him now, that his body forcibly entered an even deeper sleep. But he could feel his muscles tighten, his bones strengthening, and his entire body brimming with power. His mind also seemed to clear up. Now he could hear what Mir was telling him. He could feel Mir's slender and powerful hands wandering on his body. The one thing he enjoyed the most each day was the massage. Even just thinking about it made him almost start drooling. Today was the same he took in the unfamiliar presence in his consciousness while waiting for his Mir to massage him. But he was met with thundering news. Mir said she didn't want him. She didn't want him. How could that be? He can't let that happen. In that moment, Tan Zai used energy he didn't even know he had to break through the darkness confining him. With great effort, he tried to move his hand, finally feeling as if he had returned to the real world. He slowly opened his eyes. The midday sun was bright but was blocked out by the person sitting by his side so that it wouldn't irritate his eyes. This was the delicate, beautiful face that made him intoxicated. It was the same peach blossom eyes, but inside they were darkened and lacked their original life. His heart suddenly squeezed. The person he held in his heart and promised to dote on has become so thin and was missing her previous spirit. It was all his fault. Mir. He reached out his hands, wanting to caress her hair, but found that he didn't have enough energy. His voice was hoarse from a lengthy time of inactivity. Zun Mai had just placed down her fluffy ball when she heard someone calling for her, the raspy voice carrying the ability to calm her heart. She turned her head in disbelief, meeting directly into his peach blossom eyes that held a speck of gold. Her body acted before her rationality did. She threw herself onto Tan Zai, choking with emotion. Zai Ji, you're finally awake. I wasn't afraid of waiting for you, just afraid of not having enough time to wait for your arrival. Tan Zai tilted his head to kiss Zun Mi's hair, his heart filled with warmth and tenderness. Someone had said that if I didn't wake up, they would leave me. So how could I not wake up? I couldn't let you leave me. You're mine in this lifetime. Of course, in the next life, next life, in every life and every world, you must be mine too. Two people, two hearts joined as one, creating a warm image. It seemed to tell the story of their lives, filled with laughter, sweetness, heartbreak, and especially happiness. Zun Mai nodded her head repeatedly. I am yours. Always yours. Even when I leave, my heart will still be yours. No one will be able to steal it away from you." The people outside the room also let out a deep breath. In these past 2 months, they saw Jun Xie personally take care of their son, and could only feel moved. Even though they knew that his situation was because of her, they could feel nothing but sympathy for her. They didn't go in to disrupt them, instead turning to call for a doctor. After an examination, the head doctor all felt like this was a miraculous recovery. After a short period of rest, Xie finally gained consent to be discharged. Actually, the head doctor had given his agreement much earlier on, but Jun Xie was worried and forced him to stay for another half a month. Xie obviously didn't disagree with his lover's words, very obediently listening to her. There was no loss to him. After all, he could hug the person he loved every night, he could take advantage of her. This kind of lifestyle made him not even want to leave. Within an hour of leaving the hospital, Xie had immediately brought Jun Xie to register an official marriage license. Chapter 27. The happiness I want is you by my side, me taking care of your every need, and us creating our own little world. Xie. According to his logic, why select an auspicious day for marriage when you can make the day auspicious yourself? Today was a day worth commemorating. Today, they'll sign the documents. Tomorrow they'll get married. Jun Xie had already become experienced with this arrogant man's decisive behavior, so easily agreed with him. But Jun Xie was still worried. Where exactly was Qin Huici? "Mir, don't worry. I already got someone to go search." Sitting in the car and watching his lover's mind wander, Xie was unhappy, but he could guess where her mind had gone. His eyes flashed with killing intent. That woman must have good luck to be able to hide from all of his men. Jun Xie leaned on Xie's shoulder, lightly shaking her head. "I'm just worried that this kind of thing will happen again. Xie, promise me. Don't let me worry again. If there's anything, then we'll face it together. Even if it were death, I would want to face it with you. So don't leave me alone again." Holding Xie's face in her hands, Jun Xie seriously expressed her feelings. If he were gone, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Xie hugged Jun Xie, pulling her to sit on his lap. He lowered his head and captured that pair of tender, red lips. Jun Xie wrapped both hands around his neck, raising her head to allow him comfortable access. Her silent response made Xie's actions intensify. His tongue fought playfully with hers, lightly sucking, lightly nibbling, as if he had the most delicious dessert that he couldn't bear to consume in one gulp. Jun Xie weakly fell into Xie's arms, taking in his loving yet overbearing kiss. Afterwards, Jun Xie laid in his embrace, gasping for air. She shifted her body a little, wanting to adjust her numb legs. Accidentally bumping into something that already stood erect, Jun Xie's cheeks immediately turned dark red. Xie had one hand supporting Jun Xie's waist and one hand caressing the hair flowing carelessly on her back. His lower half had already swelled unbearably in the moment when he was latched onto her sweet lips. But now, the woman on top of him was moving back and forth, causing him to moan. "Mir, if you keep moving like this, I won't be able to endure it." His raspy, low voice contained lust, seducing her. Jun Xie reddened even more, from both the earlier embarrassment and his enticement. Pervert. Jun Xie could only spit out that one word. Her arms remained looped around his neck. She didn't retreat, but rather leaned closer to him. Softly resting her head onto his warm chest, she whispered in a small voice, "If you can't endure it, then don't endure anymore." Tan Zix's whole body burned up, the hand wrapped around Zun Mai tightened. With eyes bursting with ecstasy, he lifted her head as she tried to burrow deep into his arm's mirror. What did you just say? Her delicate skin had already turned into the color of a blooming rose. This pure seduction couldn't be resisted. Zun Mai couldn't directly discuss such a blunt topic, so decided to use actions to express herself. She took the initiative and kissed his alluring lips, hesitantly sucking and extending her small tongue into his mouth. In the face of such temptation, who could endure? Of course he can't endure, especially since this person was the woman he loved the most. Her every smile, every frown, every single move was an intoxicating aphrodisiac. It was as if even God was helping them today, he thought, as the car swiftly pulled up to Zun Mai's driveway. Tan Zai carried Zun Mai and impatiently dashed inside. In one breath, he had iked the door open, entered, and locked the outside world out. Walking to the center of the room, Tan Zai lightly laid Zun Mai down onto the bed. Zun Mai watched Tan Zai stand by her bedside. Simultaneously, he watched her while calmly undressing. First off was his coat and then his dress shirt, exposing his firm, tanned body. Afterwards, he took off his pants and stood completely naked. At first Zun Mai was still able to remain calm, but she couldn't bear the feeling of his continuous gaze. That look of unobstructed lust made it feel like the one stripping was her. When Snow White colored deep red, the roaming dragon plucked the red cinnabar's cherry, the boat sailed into port. Her voice was like an oriole's delicate song, trembling with tears of pain and pleasure. Her eyes reddened as she exhaled, the scent of her sweat filling the air. She exhibited the charm of a fox, forcing people to forget about worldly affairs and instead completely drowning in the spirit the moment. The calm and collected, realistic and practical Zun Mai was influenced by Tan Zai to do this mischief when the sun was still out. In front of their lovers, he was like a male beast in heat. But Tan Zai didn't make Zun Mai spend the whole day in bed. After the first time, he stiffly restrained his unsatisfied appetite and carried Zun Mai into a warm bath. After exchanging the bed's sheets, he waited for Zun Mai to fall asleep. Then he went to take a cold shower and personally went into the kitchen to prepare a late breakfast. Zun Mai was lucky to have Tan Zai. If there was a man who said he loved you but had no urges for you, then that indicates his love was not deep and you must proceed with caution. But if there was a man who said he loved you and displayed his lust for you, yet restrains himself for your sake, then you must treasure him. If there's a man who is considerate of your first time, so contains his own desire, respecting and cherishing you, then you should marry him. By the time Zun Mai finally opened her eyes, the sun was already setting. Her face immediately reddened. She had unexpectedly slept for so long, thinking about what happened with Tan Zai. A sense of content and sweetness emerged in her heart. She struggled to get up, accidentally pulling her lower body, causing her to suck in a breath. He had helped her clean up pretty well. There didn't seem to be any injury besides a certain numb, throbbing sensation. Leaning on the headboard, Zun Mai's eyes inadvertently swiped towards the two small red books sitting on the drawer. Warmly, she reached her hands out to grab them, flipping through to skim its contents. Her fingers lovingly stroked the picture of the two of them. When Zai pushed open the door, he was met with this warm image. A beautiful woman devotedly looking at the item in her hand, her eyes held an intoxicating warmth. The sunset's glow illuminated on the woman's profile, making her appear a bit unreal yet tranquil. "Mir, you're awake." Come drink some congee. I made your favorite seafood congee. Carrying a tray to Jun Xie's side, Tan Zai Zai scooped up a spoonful of congee, placed it close to his mouth, and blew on it before carefully bringing it to his little person's mouth. Watching her obediently open her mouth wide and clamp down on the spoon, Tan Zai Xie's heart swelled. His anticipated happiness has always been like this. His grim face softened, carrying an insurmountable level of warmth and doting. Chapter 28. Even though I knew that I would be left alone in the end, I was like a moth drawn to the flame because I craved your tenderness. Jun Xie. After drinking one bowl, Jun Xie felt her empty stomach sound in satisfaction. Zai Zai Ji, have you eaten yet? She yawned, making tears form around her eyes. After eating was the food coma. Jun Xie was experiencing a pig's lazy life for the first time. Tan Zai Zai wiped the tears from her eyes, helped her lie down and arranged her blankets, coaxing her back to sleep. I'll eat when you go back to sleep. Be good, sleep. He knew that these 2 months Mir hasn't been sleeping well due to her stress. After being tormented by him today, she would naturally feel tired. Hurry and go eat. Jun Xie's eyelids fell heavily as she quickly slipped into her dreams. After making sure his Mir was asleep, he adjusted the heater in the bedroom before taking the tray back out with him. He had originally wanted to rest with Mir, but there were always people looking for trouble popping out left and right. After instructing the butler and servants to take care of Mir, Tan Zai Zai left in his car. In a dark and broken-down factory, a woman in white laid on the dusty ground. Wake her up. Tan Zai Xie's voice was cold as he disgustedly looked down at the unconscious person. Kevin cheerfully accepted the mission. He took the water that the bodyguard brought over and unsympathetically drenched the woman on the ground. A slight voice mumbled, a sign that she was about to wake up. Qin Huici blinked her eyes, her head pounding in pain. She still remembered yesterday she was walking in a small alley when she felt a sudden pain on her neck just before she lost consciousness. When she realized her current situation, she promptly began panicking. Where was this struggling to climb up? Her loosely scattered hair and her filthy clothes clinging onto her skin made her look unrecognizable. Zai Zai Ji raising her head, Qin Huici couldn't help but excitedly call out when she saw the male idol that she had been thinking about. That look of adoration and longing disgusted everyone around her, especially Tan Zai Zai, the receiver of her gaze. He just couldn't understand, had he used an alien language when speaking before this shameless woman still didn't understand all his previous words. This caused his mood to decrease in an instant. He immediately kicked Qin Huici back onto the ground, making her head smack onto the ground with a bang. Make sure to wash out her mouth. As the saying goes, no good words can come out of a mouth of a dog. A bodyguard immediately stepped forward, slapping Qin Huici across the face a few times. Her swollen cheek with blood bleeding from the corner of her lips matched with the strings of sweaty hair glued to her face made for a disgusting sight. Don't you enjoy seducing men? I'll help you. Kevin, send her to a gambling den. Pass on a message to them. Make sure to take good care of her so that she won't die too easily. Tan Zai Xie's malice transmitted directly into Qin Huici's ears. He couldn't believe that this girl could be so malicious, daring to scheme against his Mir. If not for his sudden decision today to take Mir to register their marriage, then Qin Huici might have gotten what she wanted. She dared to hire people with a plan of creating a wanton scene to destroy Mir's reputation. Doesn't she know that Tan Zai Zai wasn't dead yet? Without another glance, he turned to leave. He still needed to go home to check if Mir has been kicking her blankets while sleeping. The sound of his leather shoes hitting the cement echoed, just like a funeral bell striking Qin Huai's heart. Despairingly watching the figure slowly disappearing from her sight, she wanted to shout, to accuse, to question, but she couldn't. Her lips were so bloated that she couldn't even make a sound. Everything was ruined. Ruined. Why did it all end up like this? All her years of hard work had been ruined in the span of a night and a day. She hated, she blamed, but no one felt sympathy for her. Kevin had people carry Qin Huai to the gambling den. That gambling den was no better than dens of debauchery. There were all kinds of people that frequented these money-squandering institutions, especially since she was going to be receiving special care. The results could already be predicted. Kevin pitifully shook his head. This woman was smart, it was just that she had poor eyesight. Dane, congratulations, Madam Host, on completing the main mission. You've received a reward of 10,000 points, a Zai Sui pill, and a Darhuan pill. Would Host like to leave or stay in this dimension? Stay. Zai Ji, I still want to be with you. Even if I know I'll be left alone in the end, I still covet a future with you. Zun Mai smiled in her sleep as she felt the side of the bed next to her dip. A warm embrace pulled her into a sturdy chest. She adjusted and found a comfortable position before continuing sleeping. Tan Zai looked down at the beautiful little person in his arms, his heart unable to contain itself with bursting happiness. Tightening his arms, he closed his eyes and slowly followed her into sleep. Qin family's eldest Miss wedding wasn't luxurious, but it was grand. When Tan Zai had sought Zun Miss opinions on her ideal weddings, she had said only unhappy weddings need to use luxury to cover up a lack of happiness. She didn't need luxury as long as she had ease and stability. Thus, Tan Zai single-handedly designed the wedding venue, a mix of elegance and grandeur, yet wouldn't make people think it was overly extravagant or magnificent. Instead, there was a sense of simplicity in its elegance and comfortable atmosphere. Liu Bo placed Zun Miss' hand into Tan Zai's, his eyes moist. The 70-year-old elder, who had lost his own child, was content with life, now that he had seen his granddaughter find a final home. Young man, take care of Zyro Zun. Tan Zai solemnly gave a 90-degree bow. Grandfather, I will. Holding Zun Miss' hand, Tan Zai's year-round coldest expression melted like the brilliant morning sun, captivating everyone with his smile. A white veil hung on Zun Miss' head, slightly blocking the guest's view but not blocking out her aura. The oath, the exchanging of rings, and the ensuing kiss will become part of their sweetest memories. Sitting in a corner, Qin Sheng watched the two people on the stage, his mood complex. At his own daughter's wedding, he, the father, wasn't the one giving her away. He knew she had been hurt by him, yet he didn't know how to make it up to her. He could only keep his distance, not disturb her, and hope that she could one day move past the hurt. With one last glance at the woman in the wedding dress, he quietly turned and left the hall. No one noticed Zun Mai quickly swipe over to his direction. Qin Zun Mai, you should find peace now. At least that person isn't really cold-blooded. Tan Zai squeezed Zun Miss' hand, kissed her cheek, and took her to greet the guests. Only when the wedding was over and Zun Mai was taking a relaxing bath did she reach out to Bao Bao. Bao Bao, what did you mean the main mission was completed? Madam Host, after your man left earlier, he eagerly ran to help Uko Qin Huic. Bao Bao happily replied, successfully making a few black lines appear on Zun Miss' face. The bathroom door was pushed open. causing Zun Mai to look up. "Dear husband, my back is sore, help me massage it." In the hazy room, the barely discernible figure landed in Tan Zix's line of vision, provoking him. Yet that seductress wasn't conscious of her actions. "This can't be endured," he pounced, splashing water everywhere. From the bathroom, occasional clandestine moans and groans could be heard, adding a seductive layer to the night air. Not after long, Zun Mai received Fei Zhenjai and Larlar's wedding invitation, followed by news that Qin Huisi had died in the underground gambling den. In jail, Ling Yan had caught an undisclosed disease, taking his last breath on the way to receive treatment. Lying under the cherry blossom tree, the already old and gray-haired Zun Mai looked up at the person by her side. "Zai Ji, meeting you in this life was my biggest blessing. Falling in love with you was my biggest fortune. I'll use every day of the future to remember you. Zai Ji, thank you for accompanying in this life. I've never regretted it." Tan Zai reached out a hand covered in wrinkles to caress Zun Mai's hair mirror. "Wait for me in the next life. I will definitely find you, and then be by your side. Even if I don't remember you, I believe that I would fall for you when I see you." A light wind blew by, carrying away cherry blossoms in the tree, along with a man underneath the trees. Zun Mai raised her head, the tears in her eyes falling out. She had lived 60 years in this world. That was enough. Kissing Tan Zix's forehead, she lovingly said, "Zai Ji, I'll wait for you to find me in the next life." She broke away from her body, leaving the world without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 29. Zun Mai had just returned into her space when a furry white ball threw itself onto her. "Madam Host, welcome back. You are so great. Our grade evaluation this time is S-level praise." Baobao happily shook his body, almost jumping up and down in excitement. Zun Mai weakly curled her lips up, smiling yet not saying anything, and opened her personal numbers. Host Zun Mai. Level 1 100. Age 20. Character. Charm 90-100. Physical Strength 40-100. Points 10,000. Inventory Zai Sui Pill X1. Darhuan Pill X1. Evaluation S. Baobao sensed his host's mood and was a bit hesitant. "Madam Host, don't be sad. Your level right now is still low. That world was just to help you adapt, so there was only a main mission. Thus, the amount of points available was low. When we get to the next world, the difficulty level will begin to increase and we will get more side missions and gain more points. That'll help us level up faster. When our level is high enough, our clearance level will change, opening up the shopping market. Inside there'll be many useful things." Zun Mai replayed images from the last world, realizing Zai's good feelings measure had been fulfilled early on. Thinking of that person, her heart began to squeeze in pain again. Zai Ji. She silently whispered the name that had imprinted itself onto her soul. Bao, I understand. Let's enter the next world now." She wanted to quickly level up, earn enough points, and see what kind of goods were in the shopping market. Bao worriedly watched his host and sighed, opening the new world for host. He really wanted to tell Madam Host that a miracle might occur, but he had limitations and was unable to open his mouth on the topic. It's all that man's fault. How could he fuse with dragon's breath? Zun Mai didn't notice anything suspicious about Bao. She closed her eyes and immersed her consciousness. She felt a quick jostle before everything returned to stillness. Zun Mai opened her eyes and sensed the softness below her. Looking around, she found that she had woken up on a bed yet again. An obviously European-styled home, a large wardrobe lined the wall with all kinds of modern trendy formal attire. Jun Mai lifted herself up, moving her stiff body and walking into the bathroom. Based on the mirror reflection, she still had her own face, but the aura was different than the last world's. It was actually similar to her own, with both holding the elegance of a white lotus. But she had personally carried around an air of lonesome coldness that made her seem unapproachable. Yet, currently she possessed an aura of sorrow, making people want to wrap her into their arms to give her strength. Jun Mai patted her heart, her eyes filled with blankness and bewilderness. She seems to have forgotten something. She couldn't think of what it could be, only sensing that her heart felt empty, as if it was missing something. Who is the figure that flashes in her mind? Why is it so familiar? Why does it make her want to break into tears? Staring back at the girl in the mirror, whose eyes were red to the brim and cheeks flowing with fresh tears, Jun Mai felt blank. Bao Bao, is that person someone important to me? She knew that she had already experienced one dimension, and she possessed all of its related memories. Yet she could never see that person's face clearly. Bao Bao drifted in the air with a bitter face. Madam Host, this is the rules of the dimensions. Bao Bao can't do anything. But when you have wrecked the plotline to a specific degree, you'll remember. Bao Bao really hadn't thought of this part because his previous hosts were all too fake. Even if the world's consciousness had wiped out some of their memories, they wouldn't think there was that big of a problem. Thus, he too had forgotten about this exception. Jun Mai splashed water on her face to make herself calm down. She knows that Bao Bao wouldn't lie to her. There was a voice in her heart telling her that she absolutely couldn't forget that person. Her lips curved up in a cold smile. Since this was the condition, then let's go wreck the plot. Bao Bao, send this world's story to me. Additionally, transmit over the original soul's memories. Bao Bao obediently did as ordered. Jun Mai leaned on the bathroom vanity and flipped through the book that Bao Bao had made appear out of thin air. The original soul's name was Jun Mai, the current top star actress. She was the first domestic superstar to make it abroad. With high popularity and a famously good personality, Jun Mai was really an all-around good person. She was Nai family's smallest daughter. From childhood, she had been protected well by her parents and two older brothers, never coming into contact with human nature's dark side. Her story demonstrated how a substitute could destroy the first love. Bai Qian Y was this world's female lead. She was a beautiful, scandalous, third-tier actress that was dragged to entertain at a business gathering by her manager, where she was promptly drugged. Urgently, she ran into male lead and Financial Group's chairman Jin Yan's room. Because her face looked similar to Jin Yan's sweetheart, he decided to help her. After being acquainted with the industry's cruelness, Bai Qian Y naturally fell for such an excellent man. She felt that, with her skills, she could hook him. Certainly, everything was going as she planned. Jin Yan began to like her and her own career had risen up one step. But good things don't last forever. That national goddess Jun Mai, Jin Yan's first love, came back. When Bai Qian Y found out she was just a substitute for the more famous Jun Mai, she became more scheming. She would run up to Jun Mai to provoke her, because she knew that Jun Mai also liked Jin Yan. She had returned home with the decision to confess her feelings. Because of Bai Qian Y, Jun Mai had stepped back at the last moment. So how could Bai Qian Y let go of such a good opportunity? She schemed against Jun Mi's reputation with rumors of drug use, causing Wu Jinyan's good feelings for her to change into spurn. Afterwards, the female lead and the male lead suffered through a trying course of obstacles that strengthened their love, before reaching a happy ending naturally. As for the unfortunate Nai Zunmai, her future was ruined, her lover was gone, and she was made into a cannon fodder. Then, why didn't Nai family help out Nai Zunmai? That was obviously a bug. You can't expect online novels to care about attention to details. After reading through the story, Zunmai twitched her lips while her face demonstrated her dislike. She didn't even need to guess. She must be the cannon fodder Nai Zunmai. But where was the plot currently? Bao Bao. Madam Host, right now is the stage where the male lead has already begun to provide for the female lead. The female lead has also become coined as one of the industry's young newcomers. Because the worlds will become harder and harder from here on out, the plot won't always start at the beginning for you. I believe that Madam Host will beautifully succeed the mission. Inen Baobao turned in circles around Zunmai, ecstatic that his host was someone that got graded S on their very first mission. That means that this is also the time where I'm preparing to return home and confess to the male lead. Right? Zunmai closed the book, her bare feet stepping on white carpet as she walked out to the closet. A vicious smile formed on her lips as she softly stroked the formal gowns in the wardrobe. I believe that you will be very happy to dedicate everything for me, right? Selecting a cream-colored dress to change into, she carelessly pulled back her waist-length, long black hair. Madam Host, please act accordingly to the original body's personality. Nai Zunmai was innocent and pure. We have to be graceful and gentle. We have to smile sweetly. Bao Bao cried out to remind his host. His host's original personality was gentle too. How did she suddenly become so cruel and unfeeling? It must be a misconception on his part. Zunmai lifted her head laughing, her eyes curving into half-moons. Her innocent face held blind trust for the world, yet her wandering peach blossom eyes carried naive charm. With her cream-colored dress and her elegant aura, she looked as pure as a lotus flower in the jade lake of Mount Kunlun. Woo, Madam Host is so beautiful, so beautiful. Bao Bao is almost drooling. Bao Bao laid with his stomach on the ground, shrieking with staring admiration. Zunmai mischievously winked. Let's go. We're going back to China. Filled with great aspirations, the two had barely stepped into the airport lounge before hearing their system blast an alert. Current world's status has undergone changes. Current world's status has undergone changes. Commencing emergency exit. Commencing emergency exit. Everything around Zunmai disappeared to black before she found herself reappearing in her sea of stars space. Bao Bao, what happened? Zunmai grabbed the furry ball and asked with confusion. Bao Bao scrunched his face. Madam Host, the invasion of a high-leveled intelligence made the world's conscious awoken, forcing the change in the world's rank. It was originally a 1-star dimension, but now it became a 5-star dimension. Bao Bao also felt powerless. Their luck really was miserable. Zunmai raised her eyebrows. A high-leveled intelligence, she strangely felt like this had something to do with her. Bao Bao remained quiet. He didn't even need to guess to know that it was definitely that fellow that followed them. Bao Bao, I want to know the truth. Zunmai's tone was uncompromising. What to do when Madam Host is too smart? At least in this case, the chances of him leveling up, getting a promotion, and becoming a high-leveled senior were high. But still, Host was always so sharp-eyed. How was he supposed to hold her back? Madam Host, all I can tell you is that this is all your man's doing. I can't say anything else. Your clearance level isn't high enough. So please don't blame me. Seeing host's expression become more and more dangerous, Bao Bao very cowardly shivered. Zun Mi's mind was in turmoil. That's to say that hell be following me, right? Seeing Bao Bao keep his mouth shut, she had her answer. She wasn't in a hurry, she had time. Enter the next world. She couldn't wait to verify her suspicions. Because it was an external factor that caused host to be ejected from the previous dimension. The system will compensate you, enabling the shopping market. Accumulated points of 60,000. 2 bottles of low-leveled nutrient water have been added into your inventory. Seeing the crisis was over, Bao Bao returned back to his happy jumping state. Chapter 30. From here on out, the system will include different leveled worlds. The previous one had been classified as a 1-star world. Because host had succeeded your mission wonderfully, Bao Bao has asked the superiors to allow you to skip directly to 3-star worlds. Bao Bao's cutesy voice made Zun Mi even more agitated. She really wanted to curse at someone. All right. Tell me the use of this nutrient water. Looking at the compensation from the system, her lips twitched. Zun Mi didn't care if the difficulty increased, as long as she wasn't thrusted into the body of a child or someone in a coma. She was more interested in Bao Bao's previous words. Zai Zai Ji, wait for me. Bao Bao excitedly brought a shimmering gold book to Zun Mi. Host. Nutrient water can be used to restore the body. It can be used in all worlds below 5 stars. And this is host's a coming world. It's in ancient times, isn't that amazing? Zun Mi hesitantly recessived the book. This is a normal world, right? Host, Bao Bao didn't choose the world, only the level of difficulty. So this wasn't something he could decide. Everything happened according to luck. Zun Mi rolled her eyes and opened the book in her arms, taking in the title The Rise of the Concubine's Daughter, the Extreme Empress. Feeling a sense of evil intent from the world, Zun Mi could guess exactly what this story was about. She simultaneously tusked and read. At least this was slightly better than the previous world. This was a court drama book. The female lead was the Prime Minister's eldest miss. Unfortunately, she was also an idiot concubine's daughter that didn't receive favor. At age 16, she was pushed into a pond by the third miss. By the time she woke up, her soul had already been replaced by a transmigrating girl. After understanding her new role, she immediately began writing poems and books, quickly making her reputation par to none. Soon, she earned the Prime Minister's favor, along with a good impression of other talented youths. This included the Crown Prince, who also happened to be the fiancé of the Prime Minister's legitimate second daughter. But in order to stabilize his own status, the Crown Prince didn't give up the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter from his legal wife. After the two married, the Crown Prince and female lead Wenren Yunfei schemed for the Crown Prince's wife to be caught committing adultery, leading to revoking her title and annulling their marriage as punishment. In addition, the Prime Minister House also renounced her. Feeling as if she had become a dirty burden for the Prime Minister, Wenren Zun Mi hung herself on a tree outside of city gates. Only her little brother Wenren Lu cared enough to have her taken down for burial. Soon after, the Crown Prince married Wenren Yunfei and usurped his father's throne. Wenren Yunfei convinced the Prime Minister to ally with a general and an assassin that adored her in order to plot to kill the Ziroi Wang. Tian Ziroi Wang is usually a title given to a son of the emperor that seems more interested in life and art than in politics, military, and the throne. In the end, Wenren Yunfei became the empress and ultimately lived a happy ever after with her group of men. Zun Mi almost spit blood. So is the book in P, or is it in P, or is in P? Without even guessing, she knew she was going to be the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter. After all, they shared the same name. This poor girl had almost died without a proper burial. As expected, family meant nothing in the face of politics. Zun Mai was interested in this Xiao Wang. In the original book, this was the only person that hadn't fallen for the female lead. More importantly, he was the country of Anne's powerful prince, holding the entire imperial court in the palm of his hands. So it wasn't strange that the female lead wanted to kill this living time bomb in the end. But Zun Mai wondered where the plot would have progressed to by the time she enters the world. Bow bow, let's go. With that, she slowly disappeared from the sea of stars space. Zun Mai opened her eyes, facing a patch of blood red, causing her to jump in fright. She blinked her eyes, discovering that vision was being obstructed by something. As she reached out to pull it off, she was immediately stopped by the person sitting next to her. Second miss. You can't impatiently take the veil off now. The crown prince will here to pick you up soon. After going through the ceremony, you'll be able to see the outstanding crown prince. Her words made Zun Miss hair stand at end. 1,000 WTFs ran through her mind. She had transmigrated to when Zun Mai married that scum of a man. As expected, the further into the timeline she goes, the higher the difficulty will be. If she remembers correctly, this was the time that the female lead attracted a lot of male admirers. Her reputation as the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter had also began to take a hit due to the female lead's rumors. Before the age of 16, Zun Mai, who was only a year younger than the female lead, was both Anne's #1 talented miss and #1 most beautiful miss. But when the female lead transmigrated, she used poems and songs of the future to knock down Zun Miss ranking. Now, when people mention the Prime Minister's second miss, they would say that the praise of her talents are exaggerated. When they speak of the eldest miss, they would say she was brimming with talent, a true angel of the highest heavens descending to earth. Zun Mai wanted to curse. If not for the fact that this body's mother was still alive, today's bride might have been directly exchanged for Wenren Yunfei. After all, the female lead's mother was still a governmental official's daughter. But in the second side mission was for Zun Mai to be happy. Before, she was miserable. So this time, she wanted a life of warmth. After going through the plot one more time in her head, Zun Mai thought of a way to deal with the situation. Bow bow, where is that scum crown prince right now? No matter whether her husband had transmigrated into that scum of a male lead or into some other person, Zun Mai had to run away from this wedding. She definitely couldn't marry. Host, that scum is already here. He's been at the female lead's place this whole time. Additionally, host, I've already made an appraisal. His soul doesn't have the same frequency as your man's. Zun Mai raised her eyebrows, her eyes showing her mischievous intentions. Since you aren't my dear husband, then I won't be merciful. Why did Zun Mai have her memories intact in this dimension? Well, that's because she had achingly spent 40,000 points to buy a protection screen for her consciousness. Opening up the shopping center, Jun Xie flipped to the section for medicine and spent 999 points to buy a bottle of unlimited knockout drops. To Jun Xie, this thing was an irreplaceable necessity in all plans to break laws and commit crimes. She pulled her hand into her sleeves, slyly opening the bottle's lid and allowing the scent to spread into the air. 1, 2, 3. Bang, 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 bang. After making sure all the people had fallen down unconscious, Jun Xie replaced the lid and placed the bottle back into her inventory. She tore off her red veil and rushed to hide behind the folding screen. As she changed her clothing, she shouted orders towards the door. Zyro Zhang, go invite eldest miss over for a moment. Say that I want to gift the Phoenix Pearl to her. Chapter 31. Wenren Yunfei had been desiring that Phoenix Pearl for a long time. It had been a gift bestowed by the Emperor. There was no way Wenren Yunfei wouldn't come when this was used to lure her. This pair of scum, man and woman, had hurt the original Jun Xie so harshly. Thus shall now let them know what the saying, one will treat you the way you treat them, means. Something that made Jun Xie pleased was that the original soul had a similar personality as hers. The original had the additional feel of a well-balanced woman of ancient times, but she was also an independent, strong, and proud woman. When she was done, she walked to the doorway fiddling with a spray bottle filled with knockout drops in her hand. She planned to greet Wenren Yunfei with a mist as soon as she pushed open the door to enter. Soon, footsteps could be heard from outside. Jun Xie's lips curved into a demonic smile. Second younger sister, I heard that you wanted to give your big sister something. What is it? Wenren Yunfei eagerly rushed in without even knocking on the door. The sight in the room before her didn't even register yet before she heard a voice call out, "Big sister." Instinctively, she turned her head. A faint smell wavered into her nose. The last thing she saw before she sank into darkness was Wenren Jun Xie's face. Zyro Zhang had shut door the moment that Wenren Yunfei entered the room. As her young mistrusted servant girl, she knew that young mistress definitely had something up her sleeve. Young miss, why did you knock eldest miss unconscious? Although Zyro Zhang could guess a bit of the reason, she couldn't entirely understand the reason for her young miss' actions. Jun Xie put back her knockout drops. Zyro Zhang quickly changed her into the wedding clothing. She also sprang into action, dragging the numerous matchmaker aunties on the ground to behind the folding screen. Zyro Zhang also moved quickly. By the time Jun Xie came back out, Wenren Yunfei's light pink long skirt had transformed into the bright red wedding dress. Jun Xie nodded her head in satisfaction. Zyro Zhang, remember, from now on, that is your young miss, the second miss of the Prime Minister. When the Crown Prince and his entourage come, tell them that I had just chatted with my big sister and felt downhearted about leaving the Prime Minister residence, causing me to fainting from the strain of crying. In ancient times, no one would take off the veil before the traditional kneeling ceremony during the wedding. Even if anyone did, it was fine. Jun Xie walked over to the dressing table, picking up the cinnabar inside the makeup box while observing the female lead. Her looks are not bad, but they are still inferior to mine. It was mainly because she didn't have that natural innocence, and yet still stubbornly attempted to fake it, causing her pretty face to lose much of its color. Meanwhile, Jun Xie's face was glamorous. When she wasn't smiling, she emitted a cold and elegant atmosphere. Once she smiled, a fresh and clean feeling would hit onlookers in the face. That small red birthmark under her right eye gave her extremely beautiful face an extra layer of uniqueness. Zun Mai dabbed a dot of red onto the corner of Wenren Yunfei's right eye. Leaning back to admire her work, she placed the cinnabar down when she was satisfied with the view from the side profile. "Young miss, don't worry. I won't let anyone notice anything. It's just that," she hesitated, looking at her all-around outstanding, much more superior young miss with worry. Zun Mai lightly rubbed Xiao Zhang's head, smiling widely. "Xiao Zhang, you've been by my side for this long. You also know about the crown prince and my sister's love affair. If I marry over, the only thing waiting for me is an abyss. As a good sister, I naturally should help them achieve what they truly want. For the time being, I'll hide away. Tomorrow morning, I'll pretend to have been kidnapped and run back from outside. If my mother comes in to talk, you must relay my message to her. Xiao Zhang, my life and freedom are in your hands. When everything is done, I'll send you and mother back to the Duke's estate. We won't stay here to suffer." The Prime Minister estate was like a pool of quicksand. With one careless move, you would fall in, unable to ever get back up. Xiao Zhang sullenly nodded her head. "Young miss, don't worry. Please be careful out there, young miss." Ever since she was bought by young miss, allowing her to escape the fate of being sent to brothels, Xiao Zhang had sworn to be loyal to young miss. Young miss was so good to her. Now that she had a chance to help young miss, she was very happy. "Xiao Zhang, you also must take care of yourself. Tomorrow I'll come pick you up." Zun Mai gave Xiao Zhang a quick hug, then rapidly stepped onto a stool and climbed out the side window. Xiao Zhang then placed the stool back in its original spot. After making sure her young miss had safely left the yard, she shut the window. Coincidentally, at the same moment, a knock came from the front door. Madame's voice could be heard from outside. Xiao Zhang followed young miss instructions, bringing Madame before quickly passing on young miss words. Shangyuan Yan was a governmental official's daughter, as well as the Duke's legitimate daughter, married into the Prime Minister estate for 20-some years. She had already lost affection for the Prime Minister. If not for her son and daughter, she would have already left to become a nun. This time around, she had heard of the Crown Prince and the eldest Miss love affair. Yet, as the legal but not in favor wife of the Prime Minister, she didn't have any say. Moreover, the other party was the Crown Prince, the Emperor's son. She thought she would be forced to watch her daughter jump into a pit of fire. She didn't factor in how smart her daughter was, or that she would plan a switcheroo. She believed in her daughter's abilities. Now that she could let go of her worries, all she had to do was wait for the time to pass. Meanwhile, Zun Mai had escaped from the back garden, appearing in a small alley. Looking around, she was completely disoriented. She had met a group of guards on patrol near the door. In the pursuing chaos, she dodged into the neighboring family's yard. After finding her way out of that yard with difficulty, she somehow ended up here. "Bao Bao, come out. Didn't you say you were useful? This is the time to display your use. Give me a map. Find Building 1. Her first order of business at Building 1 was leaving them a list. She needed someone to protect Xiao Zhang behind the scenes, while simultaneously monitoring Wenren Yunfei. As a 21st century college student, her ideology and that of the people of this time shouldn't be on the same wavelength. Zun Mai was worried that she wouldn't do as those books say, where the transmigrating character creates guns and explosives. If that happened, then Zun Mai would really cry. While the system was unlocking the difficulty levels of the worlds, It had also explained that if the host were to find any objects that exceeded the dimension during the mission, then the host must eliminate it. Or else, that world's mission could only be counted as volunteer work. Fuck volunteer work. She put her hard work into doing the mission to gain points, not to do volunteer work. She had already asked Bao Bao why there would be such a provision. Bao Bao explained that when things that exceed the dimension appear, it is very likely to lead to the collapse of that world. Krikri host, there's good news and there's bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bao Bao feebly appeared in physical form and slowly floated towards Jun Xie. Jun Miss forehead creased, gnashing her teeth to say, "Tell me the good news." "The good news is that I do have a map, I just haven't enabled it. I can only give locate things. And to locate, I must first have their coordinates." Seeing his host's face darken, Bao Bao shivered in the air. "Then is the bad news that you cannot locate Building 1. Chapter 32. Jun Xie gave in. She knew that Bao Bao's reliability had its limits. Bao Bao nodded his whole body up and down, trying to send a message to his host that he was an obedient boy, so please have mercy. Krikri host has become so scary. Before she was so gently. As expected, now that she has a man, she's forgotten about him. Jun Xie silently stood for 2 minutes. After smoothing out her clothes, she took out a white muslin from her inventory. She wasn't someone that would put herself in an uncomfortable position. Those skin masks were really fake claims made by TV dramas. Wearing them felt airtight and suffocating. Moreover, they had a strange odor that she couldn't handle. Jun Xie wore a white outfit, accentuating her slim and beautiful figure. As she gracefully walked on the streets, she immediately gained the attention of the crowd. She quietly gave herself a thumbs up. She had successfully faked her confident coolness. Tian original word choice is Yuingbai, which is online slang that basically means when someone performs in a certain manner hoping others would find them cool attractive. She still remembered today's plot. When the original Wenren Jun Xie was taken away by the crown prince, the female lead went for a walk in an attempt to drive away her bad mood. Then, in a remote alleyway, she saved the life of an assassin. Since Jun Xie couldn't find Building 1, then she'll just have to go find that assassin instead. They were both in the same line of work anyways. How many men did Wenren Yunfei fool around with anyways? The crown prince, then the city's richest merchant Nangdong Muchen. Afterwards, it was the gifted scholar Guan Shenking and secret spy Bai Ling. Whoa woo. She must have long-lasting strength in combat. Tian pretty sure Jun Miss insinuating female lead must really get it on in bed. Jun Xie rubbed her chin. If she stole one man away, it'll be called stealing. So why not just steal the whole group of men? Not her bad idea. If she didn't have all those pretty boys helping her, Jun Xie wondered if Wenren Yunfei could still overturn the skies. Turning left, then turning right, then turning left again, Jun Xie successfully got herself lost. Distressed, she leaned on the trunk of a large tree looking up at the heavens, her entire body emitting an unceasingly gloomy air. But in the eyes of others, she was a noble woman adorning a white muslin that hid off her face. She stood silently under a peach blossom tree, with flower petals floating down around her. Her fair and thin hands were cupped to capture pink peach blossoms, the whole world slowing down around her. Investigate. In a restaurant not far away, a stern man in a splendid purple gown lightly dictated. His eyes were fixated on the white figure underneath the tree. He had only planned on a casual stroll today, yet he had the good fortune of running into such a beauty. Although he couldn't see much of her face, He was certain that she was unmatched beauty just from her posture alone. He suddenly felt the crown prince's marriage wasn't half as annoying anymore. At least it allowed him to meet her. He lit his lips, his face splitting into a demon-like smile. "Beauty, welcome into my life." Putting down his teacup, he promptly turned and headed downstairs. Zun Mai was currently bantering with Bao Bao. Even though she was about to fall apart in despair on the inside, her outer appearance maintained its aristocratic grace without the slightest betrayal of her inner turmoil. "Madam Host, I cross my heart. That alleyway just now really is where that assassin Xiao Jing was hurt." He had double-checked 100 times, with zero chance of error. Zun Mai coldly rolled her eyes. "And where is he? Could it be that he was eaten?" Bao Bao feels wronged, but Bao Bao won't say anything. Bao Bao will just stare at you. Zun Mai really wanted to spit on Bao Bao. She inhaled deeply, striving to keep from exploding. "This is a civilized society. Violence won't do." "Host, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming," Bao Bao suddenly shouted out, scaring Zun Mai. She looked around her surroundings. After seeing absolutely nothing around, her face darkened. "Bao Bao, you keep acting so flustered and I'll chop you to pieces." "No, Madam Host, that Xiao Jing has collapsed in the alleyway." "Host, hurry and drag him away." Why was Madam Host hesitating at this great opportunity? Zun Mai really wanted to smack him. She was currently a weak woman. How was she supposed to just drag away a huge man, much less an unconscious one? Do you really think this is as easy as it sounds in those online novels? She didn't know how reliable those damsels saving the hero in distress situations were. Whatever, if she can't take him away, she'll at least smack him awake. She finally understood why Bao Bao had said the nutrient water would be useful in this dimension. Casually making her way towards the alleyway, she discovered that this place really was desolate. After turning the corner, she indeed saw a man in all black laying on the floor. Estimating in her head, she came to the conclusion that her skinny arms and skinny legs didn't stand a chance. Squatting next to the man, she tore off the mask and assessed him. Then, Zun Mai pulled out a mini bottle, pinched the man's lower jaw and poured the bottle's red liquid down his throat. He had a sharp jawline, the definition of a handsome man of steel. Yet he wasn't her taste. Moreover, she had her dear husband. Even though her husband might not have his memories, 1 out of 5 stars, he's 5 layers deep into unconsciousness. How does this match up to his awesome reputation? She knew people that even if they were unconscious, they could hold onto a strand of alertness. If a person approached them, they could still strike back immediately. But this man, she had even poured drugs down his throat, and he hasn't even reacted in the least. As expected, the books were all lies. Bao Bao wanted to do what his host did and roll his eyes, but his fluffy fur blocked his eyes from view. Zun Mai was about to take back her hand when it was tightly grabbed. At the same time, the muslin veil on her head was also lifted off. The surprised Zun Mai widened her eyes, making the birthmark at the corner of her eye twitch alluringly. Her shining pupils in her peach blossom eyes added to her charm. Her red lips were slightly spread, faintly revealing her tiny tongue, as if seductively inviting a taste. Words couldn't sufficiently describe her devastatingly beautiful face. Her beauty wasn't something that could be imitated or overlooked by others, stunning the man in front of her as well as the man hidden in secret. Xiao Jing thought he was in the presence of a fairy. This really was a fairy. His heart thumped up and down without control. He didn't even blink his eyes, for fear that the woman in front of him was just an illusion. Zun Miss Heart that had shot up from the fright finally returned to its seat. She blinked her eyes to hide her bad mood. Sir. Can you first please let go of my hand? Her voice was clear and delicate, smoother than a jadate. Zyro Jing blankly stared at his maroon hand wrapped around her white arm that seemed to be beginning to redden. He frantically released her, apologizing. I'm sorry. Young miss, I did not mean to harm you. No problem, I understand. Your injury is no longer serious. Since you have awoken, then I will first take my leave. Zun Mai let out a light smile, and grabbed her muslin veil out of his other hand to put back on. She stood and left without the slightest hesitation or worry. Without a doubt, products made from the system were premium goods. She wasn't worried at all that this dude would faint again in some desolate corner. No one noticed the hidden man in purple, his face filled with killing intent. Chapter 33. Tien. In this section, Zun Mai is referred to as meaning beautiful lady a lot. I've shortened that to just Belle. She wasn't worried at all that this dude would faint again in some desolate corner. No one noticed the hidden man in purple, his face filled with killing intent. He looked at the man still sitting on the floor, feeling bloodthirsty. If not for consideration of his Belle, he would have already killed the person that dared touch his Belle's hand. But the future is long, there will be other chances. He brushed off the dust on his clothing, turning to leave. Belle, you aren't good. You can't attract so many bees and butterflies. Tien is used to mean attracting the opposite sex, flirting. Such a pretty flower-like face should only be seen by me. Tien. He calls himself Benwing, which is a term used by nobles princes to refer to themselves. The secret guard by the man's side shivered, giving a moment of silence to that beautiful woman. He really didn't know if it could be good luck or bad luck to have raised his prince's interests. Zun Mai had walked away confidently. But as soon as she exited the alleyway, she rubbed her eyes. Where the hell was this now? Someone please provide some directions. Bao Bao tried to hide himself away to the best of his abilities, afraid that his host would be out to get him again. He decided that he urgently needed to level up soon. Belle, is something worrying you? While Zun Mai was feeling dejected, a clear yet rough voice from behind sounded. His voice was upright and honorable, while carrying a tone of light laziness. Zun Mai turned and looked at the man through her muslin veil, her eyes flashing with shock. The handsome man had a pair of endlessly deep peach blossom eyes and a playful smile. More importantly, this man was very dangerous. His full aura had been hidden away. He should look flamboyant in his purple clothing, but he was able to give off an air of magnificence instead. He held in his hand a weapon purely for faking coolness, a fish-bone fan inscribed with extensive drawings of majestic landscape. Bao Bao, is him? Zun Mai asked in her heart. Thinking about how shameless that fellow was, Bao Bao unwillingly responded, he's host's man. Why are you staring at me? Have you fallen for me? What a lucky coincidence. I have fallen in love with you at first sight as well. Xinjiang Mu Feng waved his fan, his eyes smiling as he stepped closer towards the woman at the intersection. From the moment that he had seen her, he knew instantly that this person had walked into his heart. Now, seeing her eyes up close, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in his heart, as if she had gazed at him with that same pair of peach blossom eyes 100 years ago. This thought made him feel even more urgent. He wanted her whole world to have him only. Zun Mai curved her lips up and slightly curtsied. So it's and Wang. It's a pleasure to meet you. The man that she had found interesting was actually her own husband. The The skies really did care for her after all. The skies had seen how lost she was and immediately sent her man to rescue her. But she wasn't dumb. She wasn't going to run up yelling darling. This was ancient times. One small misstep could topple everything. Her reputation was already pretty bad. She couldn't add another stroke against her own name. Xinjing Mufeng leaned forward, playfully saying, "Oh, then you know me, but could this bell tell me your name so that I can propose marriage to the right household?" Zun Mai made a face in her head and resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "My husband's personality in this world is really strange. Why does he seem like a pervert that seduces good girls from good families?" Xinjiang Mufeng's secret guard was also stupefied. "His prince seems to have been possessed." No, that's not it. "He seems to have met his true love. Over the years, countless men and women have tried to climb into the prince's bed. All of them failed and were ruthlessly punished by the prince. Now, after just one meeting, the prince was acting so urgently. But he believed it when the prince said it was love at first sight. Har, how great now, the prince estate will have a female master. Does that mean they don't have to constantly face up against this eccentric prince? It's the crown prince, he's so handsome. The crown prince is so outstanding, the prime minister's second miss is really lucky. But it's the eldest miss that's more outstanding than the second miss. Why isn't the eldest miss marrying?" "Right, I heard a servant at the prime minister estate say that the eldest miss is the pretty one. She's also extremely nice to all the servants." "Well, I heard that the crown prince actually likes the eldest miss. The eldest miss also likes the crown prince. But it's just that the eldest miss isn't the legitimate daughter." "Hey, I also heard that. It seems like it's that second miss that's shamelessly clinging onto the crown prince. What a shame for the crown prince. Poor eldest miss." After the crown prince's noisy ceremonial entrance, the mob of people stuck around to gossip, their conversation falling into the ears of those in the alleyway. Zun Mai coldly laughed. How ignorant. How pitiful. What the hell was that crown prince supposed to be, and what the fuck is that when Ren Yunfei, her inner emotional rollercoaster accidentally slipped out onto her facial expressions. In the ancient times, being caught in bed with another man was a fatal blow to a married noble woman. She was reminded of her mother that had been plotted against, reminded of how the prime minister estate had exiled Wenren Zun Mai, reminded of everyone's malicious words, and reminded of how she felt like there was no other choice than to hang herself outside of the city. Unfairness and hatred flourished and intertwined in her mind. Squeezed her hand into a fist, Zun Mai could completely understand the original body's despair. "Belle, don't be angry. It'll hurt your body. If there's a problem, tell me. I'll help you." A pair of warm hands grabbed her fingers that were digging into her own palm, blowing softly on the palm's markings with concern as his eyes filled with viciousness. How can he permit the woman that he's fallen for to be bullied? Zun Mai sensed the strong chest behind her, her body suddenly feeling worn out. Could this prince please take me in for a night? In the moment, all she wanted was her husband's company. Xinjiang Mufeng pulled her entire body into his embrace. "Your wishes are my commands. However, if you enter my estate, then you are my person. Even if you regret it now, it's too late." He held her hand, turning to walk far away from the crown prince's ceremonial entrance. Zun Mai obediently followed, her muslin veil hiding the smile on her lips. Who had been hiding in secret preparing to report his news, watched stunned as his shrewd, ruthless prince tenderly treated a girl. An unbelievable thought merged in his head. The prince's estate was getting a female master. By the time they returned to the prince's estates, it was already nightfall. Jun Xie raised her head to gaze up at the starry night, a darkness flashing in her eyes. By this time, that scum man and woman must have already completed their wedding ceremony. She couldn't wait for tomorrow to come. "What are you thinking about?" Zhenjiang Mufeng came over holding a fox cloak, softly draping it over Jun Mi's shoulders before sitting down next to her side. Jun Xie didn't protest their closeness. She took off her muslin veil, revealing her pretty face. Playing with a teacup in her hand, she carefree said, "I assume Prince has become aware of my identity by now. Then, is there anything that Prince wants to say?" Zhenjiang Mufeng took the teacup out of her hands to refill it. "It doesn't matter to me who you are. If I've taken a fancy to you, then even if you were a married woman I would still snatch you away." Chapter 34. But, even if the end would still be the same, it's good that you haven't married. When he had heard what an Er's news was, he was a bit astonished. After all, he had no good feelings towards the Prime Minister's estates and its residents. A man who would place his concubine above his legal wife wasn't anyone he thought was worth praising. If not for the fact that that old man was loyal to his brother, the Emperor, he would have sent him to his death by now. Although he didn't hold aspirations for the throne, he still cared about survival. Prince's attitude is quite to my taste. Jun Xie gave a small smile, her eyes curving into half-moons. "Do you want to hear my story?" Zhenjiang Mufeng rested his hands on the table, giving off a lazy, leisurely pose. "Of course." Jun Xie casted a sidewise look in his direction before slowly speaking. "I am Wenren Jun Xie, the Prime Minister's second miss, as well as the infamously ugly legitimate daughter that they were gossiping about. I don't know when it started, but suddenly things turned into this. My father stopped doting me, stopped showing my little brother attention, even making mother give up the right to manage the estate's court. I had never been outside of the estate. If not for the fact that my servants often discuss the world outside, I wouldn't even have known how my reputation had fallen so low." Jun Xie gazed far off into the distance, as if entering a memory. "Last year, father came to my courtyard. I thought that father had finally remembered me. I didn't know that he was there to inform me of my marriage to the crown prince. I know that this is part of the duty that I must undertake as the daughter of the Prime Minister. So I agreed. But I didn't think that this was all just a plot to humiliate and destroy me. Starting from that day, rumors spread that I had stolen my elder sister's lover away, saying that heinously jealous of my sister's talent, beauty. She let out a cold laugh to cover the disdain from her face. I couldn't understand. If they were in love, then why would he propose marriage to me? Only later did I realize how alluring power could be to people. As the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, I had a more respectable status. Even now, with my bad reputation, my status is still higher than that of a concubine's daughter. Moreover, the Emperor would never agree to let the Crown Prince marry someone incompatible with him. So that's where I came in. I actually am quite impressed by my sister and Crown Prince for so bravely going in and out of the estate together. I don't know, those people are blind or just brainless to think that those two don't have a relationship. Where is all their talk about virtue, about morality, about chastity? Instead, they turned to criticize me. In these 2 years, I've become numb. But they dared to scheme against my mother. So, since my big sister wants to marry the Crown Prince and to get her hands on the Phoenix Pearl, I might as well help her." Zun Mai lowered her eyelashes, concealing her inner pain. Bao Bao had just told her that Xiao Jing was here. Her husband had yet to discover him. She of course had to exploit such a good opportunity. Simultaneously, she turned her husband's attention to focus solely on her while allowing Xiao Jing to hear her story. Xinjiang Mufeng sympathetically grabbed her into his arms. His eyes were dark. Enyi and an hidden away in the distance watched with interest. That prime minister's eldest daughter sure was scheming. First, she ruined the legitimate daughter's reputation. Then, if she killed the mother, her own concubine mother could successfully get a promotion. Tusk, women were all dangerous snakes. Belle, don't worry. I'll help you take revenge. He lightly patted Zun Miss back in consolation. If they dare bully his person, then they should be prepared to have it returned 1,000-fold. Zun Mai raised her head, her eyes still filled with dampness. Prince believes me you aren't afraid that I am purposely weaving a story to deceive you. Your eyes are the most beautiful on this world. They could bewitch everyone. Stroking her silky smooth hair, his heart was content. Squatting on a nearby rooftop, Xiao Jing also nodded his head in agreement. He wouldn't ever forget those clear bright eyes. Originally, he had wanted to thank his benefactor. Yet, before he even made his way out of the alley, he saw his benefactor being carried away by a man. Xiao Jing followed them in secret, not expecting to hear such a secret in the progress. If he hadn't personally seen the implicated party, he just might have believed the stories himself. After all, the entire capital city knew that eldest miss of the prime minister was brilliant, unmatched in her beauty, and kind-hearted. So he would naturally be more biased towards the eldest miss. But now, he could only think of how scheming that eldest miss was. The beauty of his benefactor was worth more than even 2 eldest misses. Moreover, his benefactor had that contagious aura. No one could compete with her, so why would she be jealous of someone that was not on her level? The difference between the eldest miss and his benefactor was obvious to the eye. So that woman dared hurt his benefactor, he must do something for his benefactor. Being by that prince's side was the best choice for his benefactor right now. As building one's own, Xiao Jing knew this in countries Xiao Yao Wang very well. Tian Xiao Yao meaning carefree, a title given to Xinjiang Mufeng. He looked back once more at the woman that had made his heart beat fast, before turning and disappearing into the night. In response to the man standing in front of her, Zun Mai lightly smiled as she nestled into his embrace. Having someone that believes me is really nice. Prince, can I believe you? She knew that the answer was yes, but she still wanted to ask. Xinjiang Mufeng tightened the arm around her waist, overbearingly declaring, "You can. In this world, you can only trust me." He lowered to rub his mouth near her ear. "Belle, I've said it before. Once you've entered my estate, you've already become my person." He bit down, giving a small lick, only letting go when he saw her ear redden. "Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to meet mother-in-law. As for father-in-law, that old thing, he didn't deserve a greeting. He hasn't even gotten payback for treating his person so badly." Zun Mai reached out her hand to Xinjiang Mufeng's head, rising out his embrace. "Would Prince like to act out a show with me?" She had even prepared bed covers. How could she let it all go to waste? Grabbing her small hand and placing it to his lips, he said, "Your wish is my command. It's late now, Belle. Let's go eat dinner." Picking up Zun Mai, he walked with large strides toward the dining room, not caring how many people he shocked along the way. They had already been shocked seeing their prince bringing home a woman wearing a muslin. Seeing this sight now, they still hadn't yet adapted to the new situation. As their eyes traveled down to woman's face, however, they couldn't help but inhale. Such a beautiful woman. Is this a fairy? After Jun Xie and her man discussed tomorrow morning's plans, they returned to their rooms to catch some sleep before a big day. Chapter 35. Originally, Zhenjiang Mufeng had wanted to kidnap Jun Xie to his bedchamber. However, Jun Xie refused, using the excuse of being tired after a long day. Based on her understanding of her man, if she entered that room there was no way she would be sleeping anywhere except on his bed. She didn't want to not be able to get out of bed tomorrow, so she could only disappoint her man for now. With a smile on her face, she shrank into her sheets and comfortably drifted into sleep. On the other side of the wall, Zhenjiang Mufeng didn't have such good luck. His mind was filled with continuous flashes of his Belle's image. When he did eventually fall asleep, he had a wet dream. The scene in the dream was truly seductive. He had covered her beautiful fair skin completely with red marks. Enticed, he couldn't bear to stop, causing him to harden. Looking at little Mufeng standing valiantly and full of vigor, Zhenjiang Mufeng resignedly went outside to take a cold bath. He murmured in his heart, after helping her get revenge, she'll definitely want to give her heart to me. Then, he'll definitely eat to his fullest. But currently, after one whole bucket of cold water, it's still here. Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's estate, under the influence of Xiao Zhang's aphrodisiac pill, the female lead was currently making love to her new groom. The loud noises made the servant girl standing outside on night duty blush. Xiao Zhang's head drooped to mask her elation. These two shameless people dared to scheme against her miss. Thankfully, young miss knew in advance, or else. Xiao Zhang raised her head, looking at the night sky. She couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive. At the break the dawn, a ear-screeching shriek rang through the Crown Prince's estate. How could this happen? Where's my young miss? Where's my young miss? Xiao Zhang and two other maids entered the bedroom to wait upon the Crown Prince's new bride. But when they saw the face of Crown Princess, Xiao Zhang dropped the water basin in her hands with a thud and immediately drawing attention to her words. So this was instead the shameless eldest Miss Tusksk. Although the female lead was in popular demand with men, but amongst women she was an person that elicited hatred and loathing. She portrayed a seemingly standard young miss, yet she was always revealing her face in public and even seducing men. She was an embarrassment to other women. The still drowsy Wenren Yunfei was fully awoken by Xiao Zhang's screech. She angrily yelled, "How dare you? Why are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Go away!" Seeing eldest Miss bad temper, the maids could only feel disgust. What were all the rumors about have a good temper, of being kind-hearted? Xiao Zhang had achieved the goal and found no need to stay for any longer. Pushing away the others, she ran out. On her way out, she didn't forget to stab into Wenren Yunfei once again. Young miss, where are you?" "Right, I must find Madam, must find the Prime Minister. I must go find them." Wenren Yunfei blankly stared at Xiao Zhang's escape, not able to react. Only when she saw the look on the faces of the maids standing by her bedside did she realize she wasn't in her own bedroom. Where was this? Wait, what did that damn Xiao Zhang just say? That bitch Wenren Jun Xie was missing. Heh, what happy news to start off the day. Zhenjiang Haoshan had been waiting for the Crown Princess, finally losing his patience and angrily coming to find her himself. When he came in, he saw that the Crown Princess was still in bed and a few maids were standing stiffly. "What are you doing? Why aren't you helping her get ready? Can you handle the blame if we are late to the palace? In his head, he cursed Wenren Zun Mai 1,000 times. If she wasn't the legitimate daughter, he would never marry her. At least last night's taste was still at least joyful. Wenren Yunfei heard a familiar voice, turning her head in surprise. Crown Prince Jej, what's happening? Why would Crown Prince Jej be here? Hold on, where exactly was this? Fearsome Jane Wuxian was also surprised. He immediately understood the one he wedded yesterday was his lover. But how did this happen? The two saw the shock in each other's eyes, completely at a loss. But before they had a chance to talk, news came informing them of the Emperor's summons. Zun Mai was ruthless. This time, she decided to pay back the original Wenren Zun Miss tragedies all in one move. Bright and early, Zun Mai and An Wang left for the Prime Minister estates. Rather than going to morning court, An Wang had headed for the Prime Minister estates, even bringing along a woman. Those who heard the news in court were all left very curious, sending off a servant or two to make some discreet inquiries about the situation. Zun Mai stood at the Prime Minister's gates. When the guards at the gate saw An Wang, they had hastily gone to notify the Prime Minister. Soon, the Prime Minister wearing his court uniform came out along with the rest of the family. Seeing her mother in the mix, Zun Mai let out a breath in relief. Before she could speak, Xiao Zhang came running. Seeing the Prime Minister, Xiao Zhang kneeled with a thud, not caring who else was around. She quickly relayed the situation. Prime Minister, I beg you to please help young Miss. Yesterday was young Miss and the Crown Prince's wedding day. Yet, the one who went through the ceremony with the Crown Prince wasn't young Miss. Instead it was eldest Miss. I had personally watched young Miss enter the marriage sedan. Those matchmaker aunties can also testify. But this morning, the one in the Crown Prince's bedroom was unexpectedly eldest Miss. My young Miss is missing, so Prime Minister, please help find her. Xiao Zhang's performance was top-notch, portraying grievance in her voice and tears. Shang Yuan cried out in fear at the news, suddenly fainting in shock. Luckily, Wenren Lu moved quickly and caught her, preventing the Prime Minister's madam from crashing onto the floor. Murmurs began spreading from surrounding people, causing the Prime Minister's face to darken. He was angry and resentful. How could his eldest daughter be so stupid? Hadn't they agreed that, when the Crown Prince inherited the throne, she would marry over? How could she act out at this crucial time? Even if she did it, how could she not cover up all the evidence, causing such a big ruckus? God admit, he needed to think carefully how to explain to the Emperor how a legitimate daughter suddenly turned into an illegitimate daughter. When Zun Mai saw that the performance had reached its goal, she stepped forward a bit and took off her muslin veil. Her dazzling looks stunned the people on sight. Even those that were part of the Prime Minister estate were affected. She courtesied in the direction of the Prime Minister, father, mother, little brother, guests and madams. Shang Yuan was pretending from the start, so she began to slowly awaken in her son's arms. Seeing her daughter appear, she immediately ran forward, worriedly checking her body for injuries. My unfortunate daughter, how could such a thing happen? Tell mother the truth. Mother will put my old life on the line to get you justice. In the presence of a prince and so many onlookers, the Prime Minister couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 36. Unwilling to create a blemish on the people's good impression of him, he couldn't go against his wife's words at the moment. Zun Miss' face timely colored with sorrow. She was crying for the original Wenren Zun Mai. Now, her mother was still alive and she hadn't walked into that trap. So why wouldn't she cry tears of joy Why wouldn't she release her gloomy emotions now? Be good, Mir, be good. Tell Mother, Mother will help you get justice. Even if Mother is useless, there's at least your Duke grandfather. All mothers are strong for their children. Even though the Prime Minister's madam never fought or competed with the other concubines, she released a more fierce side in this instant. Shang Yuanyan had spoken to let Prime Minister know that no matter how high his position was, he can't forget she was from the Duke estates. She was the daughter of the Duke. When Renzang froze for a moment, shocked by this side of his madam, he realized Shang Yuanyan's status wasn't just any regular aristocratic lady. If he wanted to touch her, he needed to be careful. After crying, Zun Mai withdrew from her mother's embrace. Zhejiang Mufeng timely handed over his handkerchief. Thank you. Lightly expressing gratitude, she received the handkerchief to dry her face of tears. Her face, still moist from tears, and her little red birthmark made onlookers sympathetic. With every step and every word, she was like the most elegant orchid amongst a cluster of flowers. Only now did those watching the show realize that this was the Prime Minister's second miss. Who had said she was ugly? If this face was considered ugly, then there wouldn't be any pretty people. The so-called number one beauty, Prime Minister's eldest miss, probably had only a third of second miss beauty. Mother, father, daughter could have only come back safely thanks to An Wang. What exactly happened? The Prime Minister quickly asked. This was the first time that he thought his second daughter was also not simple. If he had trained his second daughter, things might be going more smoothly. But now was it too late? When he settled this matter, he'll have to have a talk with this daughter of his. Zhejiang Mufeng flashed with dissatisfaction. This old thing doesn't even know who he is anymore. How dare he try to scheme of his belle? Zun Mai pretended not to notice the Prime Minister's urgent tone, unhurried supporting her mother's body. She greeted her little brother, then lifted Xiao Zhang from the floor and patted her back comfortingly. Yesterday I had planned to gift the phoenix pearl that eldest sister had wanted to her. So I had Xiao Zhang call eldest sister over. But before I could bring it up, I had lost consciousness. When I regained consciousness, it was already midnight. Fortunately, I met An Wang. An Wang took pity on me and brought me back to the prince's estate. I had planned to apologize for my inconvenience this morning, but I heard that the crown prince had married his crown princess. Father, I could give up anything, even the crown prince. I know that eldest sister likes the crown prince. Every time the crown prince visited, eldest sister would be inseparable. Smearing someone's name into mud, that Zun Mai could do too. But I hadn't thought that eldest sister would be so heartless. I also don't want to bicker over this, so am willing to step back to allow these lovers to be together. But I cannot bear the fact that after wanting to abandon me, she would turn around and harm my mother. Father, I know that you won't believe me, so An Wang, I'll have to trouble you. Zun Mai nodded towards her man before stepping back to return to her mother and brother's side. She took in the interesting expressions on the group of concubines' faces, especially the female lead's mother. As expected, she had quickly avoided her gaze with fear. After hearing her bitter experience, Zhejiang Mufeng had ordered An Yi over to investigate. In the process, An Yi also conveniently kidnapped second madam's confidant maid Xiao Han. Under intimidation, she had confessed everything. Now, An Yi dropped Xiao Han onto the floor before quickly disappearing again. I quite admired second Miss proudness and magnanimity, so I decided to get involved in this matter. You all should be very familiar with this Xiao Hong, so I will skip introductions. Everyone here is smart. Zhenjiang Mufeng walked forward to kick the person currently playing possum on the floor. I'll spare your life if you tell me everything you know. If you're not honest, he didn't need to finish his sentence. It was enough to give Xiao Hong the scare she needed. She immediately raised her voice and reported, "Second madam, please save me." Save me. This was something you and eldest miss had instructed me to do. It was eldest miss that planned to ruin second miss' reputation because she was jealous that second miss was prettier and more talented than her. It was also eldest miss that had rallied up second madam to go poison prime minister madam so that the prime minister would promote second madam, and then eldest miss will become the legitimate daughter. That way she could marry the crown prince. This was all the eldest miss strategy. It has nothing to do with me. Please, please, let me go. Xiao Hong was already scared shitless by last night's torture, incoherently blurting out everything she knew. The second madam quickly rushed out, grabbing Xiao Hong, and screeched, "You bitch, how dare you frame your master?" She was really about to kill Xiao Hong. With sudden strength, Xiao Hong escaped from second madam's grasps, pushing her off her. She kneeled and crawled to the prime minister's side and grabbed onto his pant leg. Prime Minister, Prime Minister. Xiao Hong is speaking the truth. Eldest miss planned this with the crown prince. They agreed that when she became the crown princess, then she'll make prime minister. You help him seize the throne. Wenren Zhang harshly kicked her. He was flustered. It was one thing for this to become a joke amongst commoners, but it was another entirely for such rebellious talks to be leaked. He was trembling from head to toe. How could that Wenren Yunfei be so daring? Onlookers were all shocked by Xiao Hong's words. The emperor of country N was still in the prime of his life. Yet the crown prince was already thinking of usurping the throne, even getting a backer in the form of the prime minister on standby. He really was planning far ahead. Before Zhenjiang Mufeng even had a chance to do anything, an imperial edict arrived. The emperor requests audience in the palace. The prime minister's entire face fell ashen. He could already predict the results. No, he couldn't let a daughter that was going to be abandoned sooner or later bring down the entire prime minister estate. If Enyi hadn't been one step ahead and brought over Xiao Hong, the prime minister would have found a way to silence her. Zun Mai, along with her mother and brother, entered the prince's carriage. A splendid jade-carved paten decorated the outside. Inside was spacious, with a sheepskin rug covering the floor. In the middle was a tray with pastries and tea. Two formidable Fergana horses pulled the carriage steadily. Chapter 37. Mirror, tell mother the truth. Are you all right? Shang Yuan removed her mask of frailty, pulling Zun Mai close with concern. Mother, I'm fine. Really? Zun Mai swung Shang Yuan's arm back and forth, acting spoiled. As long as you are fine, as long as you're fine. I was worried all night. Thankfully her daughter was fine, or else she would have made the entire prime minister estates pay. Mother, I know you still have feelings for the prime minister. After hesitating for a second, Zun Mai ultimately decided to ask. She didn't want such a pretty mother to waste the rest of her years on such a scum. After so many years, I've already lost it all. Now, mother only wants Luer and Mir can live happily. That's enough. Shang Yuan grabbed a child in each arm, contently looking at her children's brilliant smiles. Mother, little brother and I also want you to be happy. Let's leave the prime minister estate. Mother, we can live on our own. Okay, I know you're only staying at the Prime Minister estate for brother and I, but you also saw. We won't be protected in this kind of place. Instead, we will be trapped. I was lucky enough to dodge this one time, but could I the next? Jun Xie didn't have much emotion towards the estate to begin with. Moreover, there was so many messy people in there. She couldn't wait to get out. Shang Yuanyan silently thought over her daughter's proposal. But, Mother, I know what you are worried about. Who said that women can only live adhering to men? The Confucian morals for women should be observed, and we also shouldn't go against ideas of women virtue and chastity. But at these guidelines, foundations, we first need to place importance on our lives. Jun Xie was determined. She must have her mother divorce that scum. Doing that in front of the emperor should be more refreshing, right? She wanted to know if she could potentially gain more points with this method. Shang Yuanyan looked at her daughter's beautiful face, then turned to her son, silently making a decision. She definitely couldn't let those people ruin her wonderful children. After this, Mother will take you to see your grandfather. Jun Xie knew that her mother had made a decision, making her break out into a smile. Wenren Lu was also ecstatic. He could finally leave that stifling place. But someone wasn't happy. Having been forgotten to the side, and Wang silently bemoaned that the only place that his belle should be returning to is his estate. She shouldn't be going to some duke's estate. Soon, everyone arrived at the imperial palace. An eunuch was already waiting. Because An Wang was with them, many people stopped to pay their respects on their way in. In the grand hall, Jun Xie quietly sized up the middle-aged man sitting on the throne. Based on outer appearance, he was a gentle, scholarly man. However, the sharp wrinkles on his forehead told a different story. With a flash of understanding, Jun Xie realized that the crown prince and female lead was also up front. As expected, emperors all behaved like emperors. He had eyes everywhere. How come ninth brother suddenly remembered to visit the palace today? The emperor didn't jump straight to the point, instead inquisitively asking An Wang. The previous emperor had left a total of 9 sons. Although the current emperor was the eldest of the bunch while Zhenjiang Mufeng was the youngest, both were the previous empress' biological sons. Whereas the other princes were either dead or sent away to serve penal sentences, Zhenjiang Mufeng was bestowed with the title of An Wang and held immense power in country. That's because I had finally met a person I admired. I was worried Emperor Brother would bully her, so I could only accompany her here. Zhenjiang Mufeng didn't even try to conceal anything. Afterwards, as if afraid they wouldn't know who he was referring to, he took Jun Xie's hand and pulled her to stand next to his side. Zhenjiang Mu helplessly laughed. This little brother of his really hasn't changed at all. Then I must see what kind of outstanding beauty could attract your attention. Half jokingly and half seriously, he spoke to the woman in white with her head lowered. Lift up your head. Meanwhile, in his head he was nodding with approval. Based on that aura alone, she had proven she was a beauty that seeped from within. Jun Xie obediently lifted her head and respectfully curtsied with a light smile directed at the emperor. Prime Minister's second Miss Wenren. Jun Xie greets Your Majesty the Emperor. Long live Your Majesty. This dynasty's regulations on women was a bit more lenient than most. In this situation, Jun Xie didn't need to kneel down. Zhenjiang Mu was surprised for a second. This woman was quite beautiful. She wasn't a bit inferior to women like Bayasi or Daji that brought down empires. Tian Beidu says they were famed legendary beauties and concubines of Chinese emperors that brought disaster to the kingdoms. What a pity that such a beautiful woman couldn't become his daughter-in-law. But looking at this situation, she would still be considered a part of his family. The oar of serene orchid, the voice of spring water, a figure of elegant bamboo, as if created from autumn waters, as if the moon itself formed the soul. How come I have not heard of the Prime Minister's second miss possessing such incomparable beauty? Everyone has natural affinity towards beauty, especially since the object of affection was such a resplendent, proud, beautiful woman. The Prime Minister awkwardly bowed his head, completely unsure of what to say. He had never noticed how beautiful this daughter was. If he had known earlier, then today's situation would never have happened. Jun Xie's eyes were bright. With one gaze, it was like any nasty thoughts were unable to be covered. The emperor exaggerates. I could not compare to eldest sister. Eldest sister is capital city's famed beauty and talent. Those that are able to receive eldest sister's good graces are the most fortunate. Of course, being able to receive the crown prince's attention is also considered a blessing worth 3 lifetimes. Unfortunately, I'm no a lucky one. So I wouldn't be able to handle that blind son of yours. Jun Xie had already felt that sharp gaze of jealousy, disdainfully snorting. As for the crown prince, lights was shooting out of his eyes. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't love-struck by Jun Xie, rather he was feeling a combination of surprise and shock. He had seen Wenren Jun Xie before, but the Jun Xie then definitely wasn't as captivating as the woman before him now. Crown Prince, where are you looking? This is my Wangfei. Your princess is by your side. Zhenjiang Mufeng unhappily stood in front of Jun Xie, coldly addressing the Crown Prince. Didn't he see that the kind-hearted Prime Minister's eldest miss had adopted a predatory gaze, as if she wanted to see blood? The Crown Prince was choked by Zhenjiang Mufeng's words, yet he didn't dare retort. His entire heart was filled with nervousness at the moment. He didn't know if his father the emperor was going to blame him for this matter. But he didn't regret marrying the woman he loved. Shangyuan Yan and Wenren Lu had pretty much discovered Wang's intentions in the carriage on the way over. Hearing him speak so blatantly in the grand hall, they went that shocked. Meanwhile, Wenren Zhang's eyeballs almost protruded out, completely destroying his noble and virtuous image. Zhenjiang Mui looked at everyone, a profound look in his eyes. Chapter 38. Jun Xie averted her eyes for a quick moment before standing next to Wang, not saying a word or reacting at all. Shangyuan Yan received her daughter's instructions and, along with the fact that she had truly fallen out of love, stepped forward to kneel down. Your Majesty the Emperor, this madam would like to beseech your Majesty to be my witness. Zhenjiang Mui looked at Shangyuan Yan with interest. They could be considered childhood friends. Her soft temperament was well known. This was the first time she had requested anything of him. What does Prime Minister Madam request so solemnly of me? Shangyuan Yan knocked her head to the ground a few times, her eyes steady as she said, I would like to request to divorce my husband. She didn't care how astonished by these words the rest of the people were and instead proceeded to speak. I have married into the Prime Minister estate for almost 20 years. At that time, the Prime Minister was nothing but a candidate applying for the imperial examinations. It was because of my father's help that he's climbed so far up. Yet the Prime Minister does not feel a bit of gratitude. In these years, he's used concubines and maids to suppress me. I could bear that. But now he's intensified his ambitions, wanting to conspire against my son and daughter. I am but a woman, my courage is small. All I want is to give my son and daughter a peaceful life. If I can't even accomplish that much, then what was the purpose of all my years of enduring? Shang Yunyan's face was covered in tears. It's been 20-some years. If she hadn't stubbornly wanted to marry Wenren Zhang, then she wouldn't have fallen like this. She even almost caused her daughter to become the butt of every joke. At least it wasn't too late now. When Shang Yunyan started speaking, Zun Mai and Wenren Lu had already kneeled at their mother's side. Wenren Zhang was once again frozen in spot after yet another provocation. His angry eyes protruded as he stared at the kneeling Shang Yunyan. He would have never thought that after so many years, a weak person would dare to request such a shockingly offensive thing. Your Majesty, please bear witness. As of today, I, Shang Yunyan, and my son and daughter will no longer be associated with the Prime Minister estate. Receiving the paper and ink that An Wang had called over, she quickly wrote down a divorce book. She pressed down her fingerprint and handed over the book to the person of higher position. Even though she was doing this to find justice for herself, she also enjoyed giving the Prime Minister a slap in the face. If he dared to scheme against her daughter, then he can't blame her for biting back against them. Her father wasn't dead yet, so what audacity does the Prime Minister have to think that they can bully them? Perhaps she has truly accepted the situation. After seeing the light, Shang Yunyan abandoned the womanly virtue of prizing harmony above all else. Reality was telling her that even if you choose not to fight, it doesn't mean others will treat you the same. Zun Mi's eyes brightened. Seeing her mother like this, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Only this would ensure that her mother wouldn't be taken advantage of when she and her little brother went by her mother's side. Sun Jiangmui was truly astonished by Shang Yunyan. This must be the first time in the millennium hearing a wife request to divorce her husband. In an era where the man was the head of the house while the woman was just a dependent of the man, no one could maintain their surprise when facing such a bewildering case like this. All right. Since this is the first time little sister Yan has requested anything of me, so how can I not agree? Bring my jade seal over. Sun Jiangmui delightfully pressed the seal onto the divorce book. He followed this by writing 2 imperial edicts. Since Crown Prince feels no regret, then you can still at the Crown Prince estate and reflect by rewriting the Confucius classics. Wenren Zun Mai is beautiful, thoughtful, and loyal, deserving of the title Princess Yu Jie. He waved his hand, letting them know it was time to retreat. As for his little brother's glaring, hell pretend he didn't see it. Sun Jiangmu wasn't happy. He had already so obviously hinted to his brother, yet his brother dared pretend to not to notice. Even if his brother wouldn't help him, he'll just help himself. The Crown Prince was flabbergasted, only able to stare helplessly at his departing father. Looking at his lover by his side, his eyes flashed with a moment of anger. Although he didn't regret marrying the woman he wanted, that didn't mean that he was willing to give up power. The emperor had so clearly confined him without mentioning the period of time the imprisonment would last. He didn't want to think about what this meant. Wenren Yunfei also suffered losses today. A person that had been oppressed by her had suddenly flipped the situation overnight. Not only did she gain the emperor's good graces, she had attracted that handsome, entrancing An Wang. How hateful! When Wenren Yunfei had approached An Wang, she hadn't received even one glance from him. Why was it like this? That was just an ancient girl, and she was the female lead. She should be the heaven's favorite. Isn't that what all the online novels say? The transmigrating one should be well off, not lacking fame or money. Since she, Wenren Yunfei, obtained this opportunity, Didn't it mean she was brought to this world to enjoy the everyone's praise? A demon inside her was being provoked, twisting and almost shattering the way she looked at the world. Zun Mai happily led her mother and little brother back to the Duke's estate. When leaving, she didn't even spare a glance at the scum still stuck in shock. Sinjang Mufeng was feeling resentful but couldn't do anything about it. He could only send his bell to the Duke's estate and sadly leave alone. He decided that he would prepare the betrothal gifts when he got back and return tomorrow to propose marriage. Duke Shangyuan Lion was already 70 years old, spending his years cultivating and relatively removed from political affairs. His lifetime was spent in the military with 2 sons and a daughter. Towards his daughter, he had always tried to spoil her. He never opposed whatever his daughter wanted. This was also why an insignificant candidate for the imperial examinations could marry the Duke's legitimate daughter. His 2 sons were all stationed at the borders. After hearing about his granddaughter's news, he had been infuriated. He wasn't dead yet, so how dare they abuse his Duke estate's young miss? But before he stepped up, his men came back to report that his daughter had divorced the Prime Minister. After freezing for a second, he slapped the table, laughing loudly, praising her. "Oh, as expected, she is my daughter. Good, good. Go prepare the rooms. Young miss, younger miss, and younger master are coming back to live." After he had just finished preparing everything, Shangyuan Yan had brought her son and daughter to the Duke's estate. The Duke hadn't seen his daughter and grandchildren in years. At night, the whole family sat together, a comfortable environment after years of longing to be together. On the other side of town, Wenren Zhang returned home muddle-headed before finally coming to his senses. Him, a prime minister, had actually been divorced by his wife. If this news spread, how could he even face the rest of capital city? But even if he harbored a grudge in his heart, he couldn't let it out. The emperor had already agreed to it. He tightly squeezed the papers in his hand, wanting to rip it all up. Staring at the red words on the page, he could only endure it. Chapter 39. The Prime Minister and the Crown Prince were basked in worry, especially after Wenren Yunfei returned to the Crown Prince estates and found that everyone's reaction to her had changed to that of ridicule and pity, causing her to erupt. When the Empress had heard of the situation, she instantly had people take back all expenses given to the Crown Princess. She had even announced a decree that the Crown Prince estate's female owner could only be Wenren Zun Mai. Although she was the Empress, her family standing wasn't strong enough. If she wanted her son to sit on that throne, she needed a prominent and strong backing. It wasn't that she didn't like that Prime Minister's second miss. But Wenren Zun Mai, no matter her status as the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter or the Duke's granddaughter, would always be superior. Even more so after the Emperor had given the title of Princess Yu Jie. The character Jie represented kind-heartedness, beauty. Along with Yu gentle, not even a princess from the royal family has been gifted with such a title. This kind of woman was the best match for her son's crown princess. Wenren Yunfei obviously didn't know what the Empress was thinking. She only knew that she had been metaphorically slapped in the face. Her resentment and anger couldn't be restrained. Moreover, the Crown Prince was still in the midst of feeling regret, so didn't promptly comfort her. The results of this was the Crown Prince estates falling into chaos. Zun Mai didn't know what was happening outside. All she knew was that when she woke up, she heard numerous different versions of the ugly duckling turns into a white swan. Of course, the most sensational news was her own mother for publicly divorcing her husband. Not only did the woman divorce her husband, but she had divorced the renowned prime minister. This was the news of the year. In capital city's largest restaurant, Jun Xie wore a muslin veil with Xiao Zhang behind her and her brother next to her. She leisurely listened in on storyteller downstairs recounting yesterday's events. But when she heard the news regarding herself, the expression on her face cracked. What did they mean by she was an embarrassment, not daring to be seen in public? What did they mean that it was her that was shameless, that she had entrapped the kind-hearted fairy from the 9th level of heaven? How unreasonable of them to say that she was a bitch destroying others' happiness. Jun Xie didn't even have the time to be angry before Wenren Lu rushed down to argue with those speaking. Jun Xie helplessly placed a hand to her forehead. It seems like there was no chance for her to quietly admire the ancient landscape. However, at least she was still able to partake in a strong interest of hers, slapping people across the face. Jun Xie knew that this tactic could only be committed by someone resentful of her. She was curious to see exactly much animosity for her the enemy possessed. You are lying, my sister isn't ugly. Wenren Yunfei is the one that isn't on the same level as my sister. As she went downstairs, Jun Xie heard her brother's voice call out. Feeling warm, she thought, since there were so many people protecting me in the previous life, then I'll protect little brother now. Xiao Zhang stood furious behind her young miss. She really wanted to tear off the mouths of those spreading such talks. In a room on the 3rd floor sat 3 men in splendidly adorned clothes, their manner suggesting their high status. At the moment, they were coldly watching the scene below. If not because they didn't want the fairy-like person in their hearts to learn of their cruel side, they would have already sent people to kill Wenren Jun Xie. She was looking for death by daring to scheme against that wonderful fairy. Who in capital city doesn't know the prime minister's second miss was just an undeservingly famous dumb young miss? How could she compare to Miss Yunfei? Miss Yunfei has good looks and a kind heart. I don't know what is wrong with the emperor's eyesight for him to prefer such a useless person. The storyteller was Nengong Muchen's person, specifically here to spread rumors and oppress Wenren Jun Miss news. Early in the morning, Wenren Yunfei had ran to these people lamenting on how Jun Xie had schemed to humiliate her, even wanting to scar her face out of jealousy. Those men, who only used 0.01 of their IQ to think, immediately burned with anger, deciding on the current plan in front of them. Jun Xie stood at the bottom of the staircase, lightly laughing. This, sir. Are you questioning the edict of the emperor? I don't know what identity you possess to so adamantly doubt his majesty. For the female lead, these men are really giving it their all, without a care for their lives. However, no one thought there was anything wrong with this. A crowd had formed for the argument between the storyteller and the young lad, hoping to watch some excitement. But before they could watch the action climax, a woman in white appeared. She gracefully stood, her hand resting on the railing, causing her sleeve to slide and expose a little section of fair skin. That light laughter sounded as if mischievously tapping onto their audience's hearts. Where did this woman come from? How come they've never seen her in capital city before? Even though they couldn't see her full appearance, they could see her uniqueness based on her leisurely elegant air. What are you looking at? Is our young miss someone you can look at? Xiao Zhang angrily put her hands on her hips. How could these commoners be so blunt? Seeing his sister coming down, Wenren Lu pushed the storyteller aside and quickly ran to his sister's side. Worriedly, he pulled on his sister's sleeve. Those people's words were too offensive. Would his sister be upset? Hey, which family's young miss is this? I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen her before after so many years in the capital. Looking at her air, she must be a upper-status noblewoman. She's probably a young miss from the royal clan out to play. While downstairs was noisy with excitement, the private room upstairs was immersed with silence. They went as dumb as those people downstairs. They were the capital's richest merchant, the most talented scholar, and the head of the secret guards. Intelligence was needed to able to climb to their position. Just now, they had also heard Wenrenlu's words. Seeing Wenrenlu's reaction, they could all ascertain that this woman was Wenren Zunmai. Except this Wenren Zunmai wasn't exactly how they imagined. No matter how much they loved Yunfei, they had to admit that Wenren Zunmai's natural air was superior to Yunfei's. Could this kind of person really be that kind of malicious person? A piece of doubt quietly formed in their heart, but they still didn't believe in Wenren Zunmai. After all, one's outer appearance could be a lie as well. Since she was wearing a muslin veil, that means she truly didn't dare show herself. Brother Bai Ling, we'll have to trouble you to unmask Miss Wenren's muslin veil soon. I want to see exactly what she looks like. It must be that her looks aren't better than Fei Fei's, so she wants to cover her face. Ningong Muchen swayed his folding fan while speaking. Yet his gaze never moved from the woman downstairs. Chapter 40. Bai Ling nodded his head and picked up a pair of chopsticks. He prepared to act at a crucial time. Zunmai looked at the noisy crowd below her, silently thinking about how much these resembled a food market. Who are you? The storyteller came back to his senses, immediately remembering how this woman had interrogated him. I am the ugly, viciously intended Wenren Zunmai you were speaking of. Stepping further down the staircase, she continued, even though I don't know when I, Princess Rujir, became like this, I still must thank you for letting me know that behind my back so many people were jealous of me. Wenren Zunmai had her own pride. As a talented noblewoman, she would never bend her proud spine. Moreover, she was now the Princess Rujir, a title personally gifted by the Emperor. So why would she throw aside her self-respect? And commotion sounded through the crowd. They had made so many guesses regarding her identity, yet they hadn't dared to guess that this woman would actually be the subject of their conversation. As their IQ came back online, they began to think about what they were just doing. Weren't their actions the equivalent of saying the emperor had bad eyesight? That was a crime that could be punished with a beheading. The storyteller himself was also blank. He had felt danger emitting from Zunmai. He was a bit terrified to feel this upper-class nobility from someone that he held disdain for. Guards, come take this sir away. Investigate him under charges of slandering a princess, questioning the decisions of the emperor, and spreading false claims. 2 guards came in and dragged the storyteller away. The loud complaints of the storyteller was abruptly ceased by a hand over his mouth. Zunmai sighed with relief and prepared to leave when she felt a brush of wind along with a gasp of shock. Young miss, be careful. Big sister hearing sounds of people inhaling and sucking in their breath, Zunmai was still a bit puzzled. What happened? Xiao Zhang's face was still stuck in alarm, while her little brother revealed his fright. Wait, how come her vision was so clear? Fuck, where was her muslin veil? Who did this? Who would be such an asshole as to lift her hat? Didn't they know that veil was a product of the system? It cost her a lot of points. Okay. If it was damaged, where did they want her to go to complain? Zunmai, who still hadn't completely understand the situation, was busy bemoaning in her mind and completely missed the reactions of those around her. She painfully picked up the veil from the ground, lightly patting it as her voice coldly rang out. Don't you know carelessly touching a woman is a discourteous thing? You really have left an impression on me. Damn it, the veil really was damaged. Her points were gone for nothing. Her heart was heavy, she needed consoling. Standing at the third-floor window and maintaining his position after shooting out his chopstick, Bai Ling's face had already turned to red. By his side, Ningdong Muchen and Guan Shengqing also had their eyes wide open in disbelief. This was the person they had said was too afraid to show herself in public. This was the Wenren Zun Mai that Fei Fei said was jealous of her beauty, who could tell them whether they were seeing reality or an illusion. With such an appearance, why would she be afraid of showing herself in public? Why would she be jealous of others? Her captivating peach blossom eyes alone could have men falling on their knees at her feet. Currently, that angry gaze added color to her spirited eyes, amplifying her unlimited beauty. If she was considered ugly, then there would be no pretty women on earth. Sorry, Miss Wenren. It was not deliberate. Sorry. Bai Ling spoke unsmoothly, feeling even more embarrassed as she attentively gazed at her veil. Since I ruined your veil, how about I give you another? It seemed like she really liked that veil. Since he had so impudently damaged it, she must be very upset. My Wang Fei does not need your help. Zhenjiang Mufeng walked forward with a darkened face. He had woken up early to see his belle, only to find that she had already left. When he quickly made his over, he found his belle disobediently attracting bees and butterflies. The thing that made him want to kill someone was that this damned man dared to seduce his belle. Was he tired of living? The scene sank into a state of silence. In capital city, no one didn't know of this man. When Bai Ling saw An Wang, he panicked. He couldn't let An Wang find out that he was the crown prince's secret guard. Belle, it's only been a day and you've provoked so many houseflies for me to smack. Tell me, how should I punish you? Zhenjiang Mufeng was really angry. Yet he couldn't bear to be angry at his belle, so he could only be angry at himself. He acted too slow. If he was quicker, then he would have gotten rid of those moth-like things already. Zun Mai smiled lightly. Is her husband jealous? It was quite a sight. But he shouldn't be too jealous, or else going crazy with jealous wouldn't good. Then, my punishment would be treating Prince to tea at the Duke's estate. As thanks, would An Wang be willing to gift me a veil? She raised her veil, giving off a playfully distressed smile. In an instant, Zhenjiang Mufeng's anger disappeared like air leaving a balloon. I'll gift myself to you as thanks. A veil is not enough. He took the veil from Zun Mai and handed it over to An Yi, ordering him to buy a few similar veils. In regards to his belle's decision to wear a veil, he could only raise both hands and feet in support. How could her beauty be seen by these kind of people? The two left laughing cheerfully, leaving a stupefied audience and numerous stunned men on the third floor. This woman really was Wenren Zun Mai. Can someone pinch me? Wow, today I've finally seen for myself what beautiful capable of causing the downfall of an empire means. To be honest, the eldest miss can't compare in terms of beauty. Who spread those rumors? I think they came out of the Prime Minister's estate. It seems like it was eldest Miss Closest Maid who said that the legitimate daughter, the second Miss, was bullying the eldest Miss and was jealous of her. There was too much sensational news today. They needed to go share this with others. Even standing so far away, I still can't forget her bright eyes. Bai Ling muttered, unsure whether he was speaking to himself or to the others. If this woman she's hidden herself well isn't as malicious as Feifei said she was, then that means Ningdong Muchen didn't finish the rest of his sentence, but the two people listening understood. Even if their hearts were biased towards Feifei, they still had logic. As the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter, wasn't she already noble possessing such a magnificence? Why would she need to make herself dirty and ugly? Then why would Feifei tell us differently? Guan Sheng King hesitatingly asked. The three of them all liked Feifei because she was kind-hearted and adorable. But that didn't mean they were willing to be deceived. Chapter 41. Xinjiang Mufeng's temper was smoothed. His belle had taken the initiative to invite him into her house. Does that mean she had good feelings towards him before? She didn't deny his claim that she was his Princess Wangfei. Does that mean he is allowed to assume? If he gave the betrothal gifts now, does that mean he can marry and take her home? While excitedly thinking to himself, Xinjiang Mufeng missed seeing the returning Annie's twisted expression. Prince, how can your smile be so terrifying? Look, Wangfei is being frightened by you. Zun Mai wasn't frightened, just a bit dumbfounded. A perfectly normal person suddenly spasming out in laughter. It was really hard to look at. Big sister, mother said that eldest uncle and youngest uncle are coming back today. Let's Wenren Lu's words trailed off as he looked at An Wang by his sister's side, a bit at a loss. Don't worry about him. Let's go. Zun Mai lightly patted her brother's head with a smile. She knew the hidden meaning behind his words, as his mind would be focused on their grandfather's words. Right now, the imperial court was unstable and treacherous. The Duke's estate was like a tall tree attracting wind. It would be likely that the one on the throne would be trying to cut out their clan. The Emperor's decision to so easily grant her the title of Rujir Princess was an act of grace. If the Duke's estate fell, then no one can say the Emperor was cruel. They would only think him lenient and merciful. Along with the fact that the two sons of the Duke were powerful generals in the military that were suddenly called to return to the city, anyone could tell there was a deeper plan in the works. Currently, the best option was to create a relationship with An Wang. With An Wang's protection, they would at least be able to protect the Duke's estates. Even if they were pure supporters of the royals, they still wouldn't be able to escape the suspicion of the Emperor. Moreover, An Wang was her dear husband, so of course she needed to become close with him. She could see no problem with killing two birds with one stone. Of course, she was only willing to get close with him due to the prerequisite that he was her husband. If the An Wang wasn't her spouse, then she would have chosen another way to preserve Duke's estate, even if that method was 1,000 times more difficult. Belle, there's not an issue under the sky that I cannot resolve. As long as you want, I would even be willing to offer you this whole world. He leaned closer to Zun Mi's ear and whispered. Although he still had the same carefree playful expression, his eyes were full of seriousness. He understood the hidden meaning behind the sister and brother pair's exchange. But he had already fallen for her. Even though he knew she wanted to use him, he wouldn't let her go. Instead, he'll just find the chance to imprison her so that he could always see her, firmly keeping her by his side so that she could never escape. But he didn't read any unnecessary emotions from Belle's eyes. Her expression was still calm and bright, causing him to feel joyous. Zun Mi smoothed out her hair, her eyes curving into half moons, her birthmark at the corner of her eye jumping up spiritedly. Then I'll remember your words. If one day I need to, I'll ask for An Wang to lend a hand. As for this whole world, I'm used to being free and unrestrained. I wouldn't like that kind heavy responsibility. She looked toward the direction of distant palace gates. The beautiful stone walls carried years of scars, both dignified and solemn. On the highest roof were pagodas, surveying all directions, with a vividly carved dragon circling the edges, a symbol of majesty and imposing vastness. The imperial palace was as grand as an imperial palace should be. But she turned and chose to walk on another path facing away from the palace. She wasn't from this era, so couldn't understand this era's strong desire for power. But she knew that if you went strong, you could only watch as others climbed over you. These norms of society existed no matter what time you traveled to. So she wasn't as naive or dumb as Wenren Yunfei. Maybe the female lead really was lucky like that. Whatever she wanted would become a reality. Whatever she did would become a success. Meanwhile, the cannon fodders were just background characters. Everything they did wouldn't go as planned. Then I will lay my life down to travel the 7 seas with Belle and take in the sun and winds underneath the skies. Zhang Mufeng paused for a moment before carefreely replying. He also liked a carefree life. If he had wanted to sit on that throne, then it wouldn't have gone to his brother at that time. Even though he was a whole zodiac cycle younger than his brother, he could have taken the throne in a second if he truly wanted to. Zun Mai curved her lips up in a fairy-like smile. All right. Then I'll be anticipating the day we travel the world together. By the time they finished their conversation, they had already arrived in front of the Duke's estate. The gate guards instantly welcomed them in. When the old Duke saw and Wang, he was extremely surprised. Shanghai Yan reacted faster. After all, at the Grand Hall, this prince had publicly made clear his intentions to pot her daughter. Old Duke, no need for such politeness. This junior is simply here to scrounge a meal. Zhang Mufeng's attitude was extremely respectful towards the Duke. After all, he was trying to steal away his granddaughter. The Duke wanted to respond, but Shang Yuanyan held him back. Since it was still early, Zun Mai brought Zhang Mufeng to the backyard garden. Belle, can I understand this to mean you want to have a long time with me as soon as he was away from elders? This fellow Zhang Mufeng resumed his original persona. Zun Mai laughed and scolded, "Stop it." Secretly, she rolled her eyes. She was just thinking when this man suddenly became so formal, but it turned out to be all an act. Ooh. Is Belle being shy? Zhang Mufeng lifted her chin and asked with interest. Look at her pink cheeks. She really was charming. Her watery eyes, timidly looking up, was too alluring of a sight. If Zun Mai knew what he was thinking, she wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to slap him across the face. Her eyes were obviously reacting to the sunlight. Being forced to raise her head like this, her eyes had felt dry, causing water to naturally produce. Lowering her gaze was only to block the sunlight, not because she was feeling shy. This move seems very familiar to Prince. Could it be something that you often do? Zun's eyes narrowed dangerously, as if a wrong answer could lead to him being bitten. Zhang Mufeng laughed out loud. Belle, are you jealous? I am very happy. But there are some things that still need to be made clear. I am not someone with bad eyesight. Only someone as beautiful as Belle could catch my interest. Thus, he would only flirt with her. Zun Mai elegantly raised her chin, calmly saying, "So that's how low your standards. Just beauty alone can catch your eye." She was calm inside. She of course knew his answer. She just wanted to tease her man a little. Who told him to tease her like a ruffian when they first met? Humph. Zun Mai, do you know you've become arrogant? Xinjiang Mufeng hurriedly explained, Belle, that's not it. Only because it's you. It's only because it's you that I can't resist wanting to steal you home, as well as to tease you. But is that his fault? Chapter 42. He carefully looked at his Belle and saw that she wasn't angry. His courage increased. It's all because Belle is so captivating, making me admire you. You've already seduced my soul away. So Belle, you have to take responsibility. In the previous 20 years of his life, Xinjiang Mufeng really never thought that he would ever so easily fall in love with someone. In his eyes, women were a nuisance that was always crying. During his childhood in the palace, he had seen many beautiful women, yet had never had any additional thoughts towards any of their beauty. On the other hand, towards his Belle, it had always felt like it was destined to be. Zun Mai pursed her lips to contain her laugh. Are you that certain that I wouldn't reject you? That's of course. I am so outstanding. Who could rise above me to be a better match for you? Xinjiang Mufeng arrogantly swayed his fan. His peach blossom eyes mimicked Zun Miss and arched up. The man was doing the same action as the woman, yet there was an extreme difference in their portrayal. Zun Mai was enticing, while Xinjiang Mufeng was provocative. Hahar. Zun Mai snatched the fan out of his hands and played around with it. You really are filled with confidence. At least I quite like your confidence. Xinjiang Mufeng pulled Zun Mai by the waist into his chest. He leaned by her ear and naughtily said, Then, can this prince assume Belle has already impatiently been wanting to marry me? Do not fret, I did not come alone today. The betrothal gift will be arriving soon. An should be here soon. After today, he would be able to take Belle home. Just the thought itself made him excited. Zun Miss' eyes were filled with laughter. Her husband was still as impatient as always. Even though it wasn't great that he always lost his memory, his attitude and feelings towards her has never changed. How couldn't she be satisfied when she was receiving such love? However, Prince must think carefully. My reputation in capital city is quite horrible. Hearing this, Xinjiang Mufeng shrugged his shoulders unaffectedly. That's because those people have eyes but are missing pupils. But this is just right for me. This way, no one will try to fight me for you, although I'm not afraid. If I was unhappy, I would simply make everyone else suffer. His tolerance for others was low, only big enough for his Belle alone. Zun Mai leaned her body into his embrace, listening to that strong, powerful heartbeat as a smile formed on her face. I seek a whole lifetime of loyalty. I want to protect and care for only one person's heart, and I want my partner to do the same. Can the prince give me this, and is the prince willing to give me this? Xinjiang Mufeng rested his chin onto the top of her head. He solemnly spoke, I only have one heart, and I has already been given to you. How could there be any more heart to give out to others? Belle, even though I am happy that you are willing to mention requests for me, but am not happy that you would doubt me. So I must punish Belle. He lowered his face to capture her glossy lips, softly biting. Catching Zun Mai off guard, he had successfully seized her. Her tongue was continuously sucked and teased, causing some saliva to slip out from the corner of her mouth. He licked her lips clean, making her face redden even more. So tasteful. Unfortunately, the setting isn't right. Or else, I really would want to eat you up. He licked her red ear, and let his hoarse voice echo directly into her ears. His exhaling warm breath sprinkled onto her neck, ticklish and numbing, while also seductive. Zun Mai secretly cursed him in her heart. Pervert. But on her face, only bashful beauty could be seen. This was a flower garden in ancient times. There were a few people nearby even. He really doesn't know what to pay attention for. She pushed Zhenjiang Mufeng away, angrily kicking at him before running off. Zhenjiang Mufeng joyfully laughed and chased after her. That kick was too light that he could only think of her kick as antics between lovers. After eating a delicious lunch at the Duke's estate, Zhenjiang Mufeng was kicked out by Zun Mai. The shameless fellow had intended to spend his days at the Duke's estate, up until Zun Mai married him. Didn't he know that already attracted attention by flamboyantly bringing in more than 10 trunks of betrothal gifts to the Duke's estate if he decided to reside here as well? She felt that there was no way the Duke's estate would remain peaceful. When she heard this news, Wenren Yunfei smashed all the decorations she could reach in her room, covering her floor with cracks of flower vases and porcelain. Damn it! How dare Wenren Zun Mai dare do this? She's just a girl from ancient times. How could she compare to me? Her chest puffed up and down from anger. Wearing a sensual silky thin gown, her movements made it seem as her cleavage was ready to pop out at any second. This was another reason women didn't like Wenren Yunfei. Her clothing was truly too strange and brazen. Although the clothes looked pretty, it was revealing her shoulders, revealing her legs, even revealing in any case. This kind of clothing in ancient times was simply known as dishonorable. After all, only those women in brothels here would be so daringly brazen. But men loved this type of pretty face, white skin, sexy vibe combination. This could only be faulted on Wenren Yunfei for being too impetuous in trying to show herself off. Not only did she plagiarize modern era's poems and song lyrics, she had even copied modern fashion. The time periods went the same. If she wanted to force their tastes to fuse together, then she should have at least have chosen a suitable choice at least. Doing too much is just as bad as doing nothing at all. Tien, a Confucius saying. I'm learning so much by translating. Miss, please cool your anger. How could second Miss compare to you? Didn't Sir Ningong say that he would find someone to teach second Miss a lesson today? Just wait. Maybe there will be good news soon. Ziro Yu, a personal maid, hurriedly consoled. Her miss was so kind-hearted. She's never displayed her status in front of the servants. How could anyone compare to her miss, who has always lectured about the importance of human equality? Wenren Yunfei had already calmed down. She was a woman from the 21st century. She didn't believe she couldn't win over a woman from a backwards dynasty. So what if she was the legitimate daughter? What good is that when the Prime Minister's estate has already cut ties with her? Moreover, Wenren Yunfei was about to marry the Crown Prince. Even if the Empress wasn't satisfied, this was still a fact that couldn't be changed. The position of Crown Princess was hers sooner or later. Afterwards, who would have a more respected status than her? Ziro Yu, help me get dressed. Let's go look for Ningong, brother. She adjusted her facial expressions. She still had King Jij, Ling Jij, and Ningong Jij. As long as she acted cute and Sajayad showed a bit of grievance, then they would help her get justice. The recent punishments of the Crown Prince's confinement and her being kicked out of the Crown Prince's estate by the Empress were all considered Wenren Zunmi's fault. If not for her, then how could she have suffered such humiliation? She pathetically walked out of the Crown Prince's estate, still able to hear those lowly things' laughter. Just wait. When she returns to the Crown Prince's estate, she would definitely kill them, not showing mercy on any of them. Chapter 43. The two strutted out of the Prime Minister's estate, appearing back on the street. Wenren Yunfei sensed that the way the crowd looked at her had changed. They had weird expressions that she couldn't decode, causing her to feel annoyed. The spy that had been stationed at the Prime Minister's estate saw the two come out and immediately turned to deliver the news. Jun Xie was drinking afternoon tea when she received the news. She spat out her tea in disbelief. What had she just heard? When Yunfei was spotted on the streets, shouldn't she be lying low at home waiting for the talk to die down right now? She dared to go onto the streets. But Jun Xie wasn't in the mood to go join in the fun. Instead, she'll just allow her to make a fuss by herself for now. In this time, it was better for her to stay at the Duke's estate and wait until her princess estate was arranged. Unfortunately, there was a saying that goes, even when one sits at home, calamity may drop down from the sky. As a matter of fact, looking at the palace officials in front of her, Jun Xie was flabbergasted. You mean to say that someone has accused me of theft? Jun Xie really was speechless. She was the Duke's granddaughter as well as the newly conferred Princess Rujier. Any one of her titles could demonstrate her power and money. Since she wasn't lacking in anything, where was the need to go out and steal? Where was the logic and common sense in this? Were these people mentally okay? She really wanted to curse. Yes, marm. We will have to ask you to come with us. The man in charge impatiently spoke. Jun Xie had been preparing to head out when she was intercepted by these officials waiting at the gates. Her muslin veil hid her dissatisfied expression away from sight. What governmental office are you from? If you want me to leave with you, where is your arrest warrant? It seems that the two of you are purely here to cause an inconvenience. Do I really look so easy to bully? Her voice sharpened. She was really angry. Jun Xie turned to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, go inform grandfather and Wang that someone has accused me of theft, yet is unable to show any proof, and attempting to arrest me. After Xiao Zhang quickly left, the Duke Estate's bodyguards appeared and formed a protective circle around Jun Xie. Jun Xie was entirely angered by the two sanctimonious officials looking down at her. You truly are courageous for daring to come to the Duke's estate and creating trouble. Guards, strike these two 20 times with a plank for offending a princess and for disrespecting the Duke estate. After all the contributions that grandfather had made for country, and there were people who wanted to treat his name so negligently now that he was older. Did they think she was dead, even daring to ignore her title as princess? Only now did the two government officials begin to feel uneasy. It seems like they have hit a strong wall, but the magistrate had definitely told them that when Jun Xie was cowardly and someone they didn't need to worry about. As long as they managed to bring her back, they would be able to assign her a crime and throw her into prison. Yes, princess. The bodyguards were courageous since they were brought back directly from the army. Subduing two government officials was a piece of cake for them. Moreover, they were loyal to the old duke and had already been resentful of these two's disrespect. Now, with a princess' orders, they would of course act willingly. Soon, blood-curdling screeches filled the air. Jun Xie stood on stair steps, looking down at the situation below. The old duke and Shang Yuanyan arrived quickly. Only after seeing Jun Xie was unharmed did they let out a sigh of relief. Halfway through the 20 strikes, Zhang Yufeng rode in on horseback. His wrinkled clothing and slightly messy hair hinted at how anxiously he had made his way over. Jun Xie warmly stepped towards him, allowing him to collapse her into his embrace. When Zhang Yufeng had first received the news, he wanted to erupt with anger. Someone actually tried to frame his bell. Moreover, it was with such a clumsy technique it was plain insulting. Fortunately, Bell was unharmed. His heart calmed, yet fire began to emit from within. He took her hand and walked towards the two red-faced government officials. He coldly spoke. "Speak. Who told you to come?" These two pieces of trash dared to act so impudent in front of his bell. "Keep hitting. Hit them until they admit their wrongdoing." The old Duke also nodded his head. "Guards, go investigate whether there's yet another round of troublemakers these days." He wouldn't believe that his granddaughter would steal when she already had the highest quality of goods. Even if there was some rare treasure, her granddaughter's morality wouldn't allow her to steal. Those people dared to use such a lowly method to try to ruin her granddaughter in this era. A thief was the most disgraceful of all people. A guard quickly returned with news that somebody had reported the case earlier this morning. They had said that they had lost an ancestral jade pendant yesterday. Only the princess was passing by at the time it was lost. Thus, they had suspicions that the princess had stolen the jade pendant and hoped that the authorities would be able to recover it. Hearing this logic, Jun Xie wanted to laugh out loud. This prince wants to see what kind of high-quality jade pendant could make my Wangfei personally extend her delicate hands. Sun Jiang Mufeng wanted to directly kill the scoundrel who caused this. He wrapped his arms around Jun Xie. "Bell, let's go take a look." Jun Xie nodded her head. "I'm also curious about what kind of exquisite thing this fuss is all about. Grandfather, why don't you rest at the estate? Prince and I will go take a look." Her grandfather was a senior after all. She was a bit worried that her grandfather would be angered and hurt himself. The old Duke knew his granddaughter was worrying about him. However, if this matter wasn't clarified, he wouldn't be able to calm down. He shook his head. "I'll go with you too. These old bones of mine haven't deteriorated to the point that I can't be mobile. If somebody is daring to scheme against the Duke estate, then grandfather must go and personally observe. Guards, call Wai Wu and Hao Qiang to the magistrate's office. For such a big matter, they must be present." Thus, the group proudly strutted to the magistrate's office, dragging along the two government officials with them. The magistrate sat in the hall like a bodhisattva, thinking about how relaxed and easy this case was. When he was done, he would get 1,000 taels of gold. That was enough for him to spend the rest of his life in the lap of luxury. Below him sat a young scholar leisurely swaying a bamboo fan in his hands. When Zhenjiang Mufeng brought Jun Xie in, they immediately saw the man. "I was wondering which blind thing was causing this ruckus." "So it was you. You really are blind." Jun Xie pensively sized up the scholar while flipping through the original plot in her head and identifying the man. Warren Shinking, the #1 gifted scholar. His father was the long-serving head of the Ministry of Rights. "And Wang did," Warren Shinking said with surprise. "Yawen, did you come back?" He grasped his folding fan in his hand tighter. He was here today because he had previously promised Fei Fei he would fulfill 3 unconditional things for her. But what about Wang? Hello, dear readers, if any of you are feeling extremely generous at any time, please donate to my food fund on Venmo. Food gives me nutrition that keeps me going, allowing me to churn out these daily translations. Here's my username JL518. Chapter 44. Thank you, Daniel and Estella, for your food funding. This chapter is dedicated to you. Be like these superstars if you can, and please feed me at. Could it be for Wenren Jun Xie? Yesterday he also saw Wenren Jun Xie and felt like she didn't seem to be like the rumors. But when he saw Fei Fei's tears, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. No matter whether this was Wenren Jun Xie's fault, He must first help Fei Fei release some of her anger first. Ningong had also investigated the magistrate's office well. As long as his man keeps his mouth shut, there wouldn't be any problems. But just in case, he had come here to personally oversee the process. What? Do I need to report to you my whereabouts? How do you think you are? Guan Shengqing squeezed his folding fan. He had no way of responding to An Wang's contemptuous attitude. Before he could inhale, his heart rose again. Zhenjiang Mufeng disdainfully looked down at the person kneeling on the floor, his evil intentions vividly clear. It's this thing that accused my Wang Fei of stealing his ancestral jade pendant. He looked the man up and down. I wouldn't think someone like you would have any valuable possessions. Even if it was something that had been passed down from your ancestors, it can't be considered a rare treasure. Or do you think my Wang Fei has poor eyesight to the point that she wouldn't be able to tell the difference between counterfeits and real treasures? Guan Shengqing was astonished. Wenren Zun Mai was An Wang's Wang Fei. How did this happen? How come he hadn't heard this news yesterday? He had seen An Wang appear by Zun Mi's side, but he and Ningong had no kung fu skills to be able to clearly hear the words exchanged downstairs. Moreover, in their shock yesterday, they hadn't paid careful attention to details. The only person that had the ability to hear was Bai Ling, had been too distracted by his own shame to notice the other two. The truth is that no one had expected Country Anne's carefree, leisurely prince would fall. When the magistrate saw An Wang, he cowardly fell off his seat. After hearing Zhenjiang Mufeng's words, he directly kneeled down, terrified as if he might just drop dead in the next second. Lai Zhu, who had only been told to simply bring a lawsuit to the court, was now shivering from head to toe. His pale face dared not look up. He knew the prince in front of him was An Wang, the current emperor's most doted on younger brother and capital city's tyrant. How could he be so unlucky as to get involved with his matters? He sneaked a peek at Guan Shengqing and found that his complexion was also bad. But when he met his eye, Guan Shengqing sent a fierce glare his direction, causing Lai Zhu to bawl on the inside. If he had known it would be like this, then he wouldn't have greedily agreed to all of this. Can you not hear my question, or are you hoping to think up of an excuse on the spot? He sat down on the bench and he brought over, wrapping his arm around Zun Mai and feeling his stormy mood clear a little as a result. The old duke had already been supported by an to a seat on the side, completely ignoring the magistrate that was practically laying on the ground. Prince, this lowly one really did lose my precious Linglong jade pendant. Kneeling on the ground, Lai Zhu strived to appear firm as he straightened his back to reply. Meanwhile, his palms were sweaty with perspiration. But he had suddenly remembered the pendant that Sir Guan had given him to use. Zhenjiang Mufeng turned expressionlessly to face Lai Zhu and thoughtfully said, "How come I remember this precious Linglong jade pendant to be a product from the imperial household?" Moreover, seeing those two nervously prick up their ears, he slowly began playing with his bells' hands and enjoying their pale facial expressions. When he heard the man call the jade by its name, Guan Shengqing immediately began cursing in his heart. Moreover, I do believe this was bought by Minister Guan. If my memory serves me correctly, he had then given it to his son Guan Shengqing. But now, it's suddenly someone else's, who even lost it unless bestowed directly from the emperor or purchased through the palace. An imperial household product cannot be a possession of anyone else. If the product was found to have been passed on as a gift or lost, then it would be a crime of disrespecting the emperor. Since they dared to touch his bell, then they must bear the brunt of the consequences. Zun Mai didn't miss the stunned and doubtful look on the man on the floor's face when she took off her veil. She immediately felt bothered and lightly pulled on the sleeve of Zhenjiang Mufeng's clothing. Standing up and dropping her veil into Zhenjiang Mufeng's lap, she took a few steps forward to stop in front of the man kneeling on the floor. "Excuse me. You say that Wenren Zun Mai stole your jade pendant. May I ask how you were able to confirm it was her?" Of course. Roman, too, personally saw her take it." "Oh, you saw it yourself then. Could you give a detailed description of the situation at the time?" Stammering while speaking, avoiding eye contact, stiff expressions, tusk. Most importantly of all, he says that she stole the jade pendant, yet he doesn't even recognize her. How humorous. Lai Zhu's heart was filled with grievances, but he still attempted to maintain a look of firmness. "Yesterday, this lowly one was walking on the side of the road when I saw a group of people walking towards me. I made way for them. While approaching, the girl in the middle of the group nodded and smiled at me. At that moment, I froze and didn't react in time. Only when those people walked by and disappeared did I notice that my jade pendant was gone. After searching endlessly for it without hope, I could only come here to report a theft." He slowly gained confidence the more and more he spoke, reflected by his steadying voice. Zun Mi's eyes flashed with darkness. "Then according to you, you saw the girl's appearance. You also know her by name. But why did you doubt Wenren Zun Mai when your pendant went missing, and yet chose not to find her but instead go directly to the authorities to allow such an idiot to do the dirty work? Did that mean they thought she was also stupid, or perhaps that her brain was filled with dust?" Yuan Shenking's face was already stiff as a wall. There was no hope in the success of this act. Wenren Zun Mai had laid a trap, and Lai Zhu directly jumped into it. He couldn't keep him anymore. What he needed to worry about now is how to keep the blame of his own back. The crown prince was currently under house arrest. Nangang was just a merchant, and he himself didn't even have an official position. His father's position also wasn't considered that high up. Compared to An Wang and the Duke estate, they were at a disadvantage. Why did he so stupidly decide to come here? A seed of doubt rooted in him, waiting to slowly sprout out one day. Lai Zhu completely didn't notice that Zun Mai was worming out facts from him. He earnestly replied to Zun Mi's question. Wenren Zun Mi's name is infamously poor, so this lowly one was worried that she wouldn't admit to her wrongdoings. Thus, coming directly to the authorities was the best option. Zun Mai nodded approvingly, carelessly asking an insignificant question. "Then do you recognize me?" The man blankly shook his head. When would he have the chance to meet such a national beauty? After receiving the response she wanted, Zun Mai walked forward to the table and lightly knocked on its surface. "Magistrate, are you preparing to start an intimate relationship with the floor?" Chapter 45. Shout out to Christine for donating and beingbomb.com also. Wish me luck on my midterm today. I'm feeling very unprepared. The magistrate wanted to shrink his entire body to hide under the table. The abrupt voice made him jump up with surprise. Reflexively jumping up, he banged his head on the table on his way up. Ayo! The pain made him call out. When he finally climbed upright, his forehead was already sporting a big bump. Zun Mi's lips twitched upwards. His image had been ruined so fast. Was the deathly pale face, pale body look the trend these days? The man on the floor was sporting it. Yuan Shenking on the side was sporting it. Even this magistrate had it. "Prince, this the magistrate trembled with fear as he spoke. In his heart, he was complaining. What was this? Didn't they say she was just a nobody? How did this tyrant of capital city get involved? Yes, yesterday there was an imperial edict bestowing Jun Xie the title of princess. But that seemed to be just a meaningless action, so no one paid too much attention to it. Thus, the magistrate was bribed with just 1,000 taels of gold. Xinjiang Mufeng turned a cold glare in his direction. This what? It's already so clear. Could it be that you're deaf or maybe blind? Can't you see that my Wang Fei has already lowered herself to speak directly to you? This greasy fat man was really disgusting to look at. He was worried that he would dirty Belle's eyes. If Jun Xie or the magistrate knew what this man was thinking, they might roll their eyes and spit blood. They were trying to proceed with serious matters. Why was he thinking of such random things? Yes. Wang Fei, may I ask, is there anything you need me to do for you? He shakily wiped sweat from his forehead while attempting to kiss up to her. He brilliantly demonstrated the talent of a sudden change in attitude, as if it wasn't him who was trying to arrest her just a while ago. It's nothing much. Since this man has finished talking, I wanted to ask magistrate to bring back justice to my reputation. She indifferently waved her hands with a soft smile on her face. Wang Fei, don't worry. This magistrate will definitely not let these little people hoping to scheme against you get away easily. As long as disaster didn't fall on him, anything she wanted was okay. After all, he still wanted to live for a few more years. Lai Zhu raised his head in shock. Magistrate, this lowly one is being wrongly accused. I beg of magistrate to investigate carefully. Please be fair. Warren Shenking's expression was more unsightly by the second. This situation was getting out of control. You've been accused wrongfully. That's bull. You had said that you've seen the princess appearance. Yet you don't recognize the Wang Fei standing in front of you. You still dare to say it was the princess that stole your jade pendant? How preposterous! Speak. Who incited you to do all of this? The magistrate fiercely slammed the table, working hard to seem as if he was furious. His eyes rounded with anger, his shaking headwear and waving clothing all added to his performance. Lai Zhu was dumbfounded, turning in shock to look at the beautiful woman smiling fully near the front of the room, his head feeling muddled. Deceiving the magistrate, framing the princess, and agitating the prince guards, give him a punishment of 30 strikes and then send him to prison. The magistrate showed no mercy. He had no mood to care about that 1,000 taels of gold anymore. He only wanted to quickly pacify and send away the tyrant of capital city. That was the matter of highest importance. As long as he doesn't get sucked into this mess, then there would be no regrets. No, magistrate, please spare me. This lowly one knows his wrongdoings. Please, magistrate, forgive me. Lai Zhu was frightened. 30 strikes, that would kill him. Seeing that begging the magistrate had no effect, he crawled towards Warren Shenking's feet. Sir Warren, please save me. I only did it because of R. Before finishing his sentence, he was kicked away. Being hit in the most vulnerable part of his body made Lai Zhu feel as if he was hovering on the border of life and death. Jun Xie and Co. silently shifted their gaze away in sympathy. This man's luck really wasn't good. He had been so coincidentally being kicked in the as expected. Bad people will all face their retribution. Warren Shenking's face twisted and twisted before quickly turning his head to cover up his loss of self-control. Prince, since everything has been cleared, could you spare this man unsick for my sake? I believe he was just acting in a moment's bad decision. Lai Zhu could be kept, but he needed to first gain his trust. If he let the truth slip, then that would only make matters worse. Xinjiang Mufeng waved his fan. And who are you? Why should I do anything for your sake? Where do you get your confidence from? Even your father respectfully lowers his head and bows in my presence. Zhenjiang Mufeng didn't care for the so-called number one talented scholar. To him, he was just a hypocrite. No matter how good at hiding he was, Zhenjiang Mufeng could still see the arrogance and hubris in his eyes. Half his kind of trash actually believed he was some respectable person. Guan Shengqing's veins popped out as he stubbornly squeezed out a smile. Prince, you are a superior. My father and I are only servants to Emperor. Servants should of course bow their heads in front of superiors. But Prince must also be aware that even a rabbit will bite a person when threatened. To avoid suffering a rebellion of the oppressed one day, why not show benevolence to all? Everyone was shocked, frozen by his words. They stared at him as if he were an idiot. Was his brains fried? He dared to say such disrespectful things. What did he mean? Bite a person? Rebellion? What was he insinuating? That he was going to rebel? The magistrate was about to pee his pants. All he wanted was 1,000 taels of gold. How did it all come to this? Good God, he swears that he'll never do this kind of thing out of greed ever again. So please don't let this mess implicate him too. Zhenjiang Mufeng laughed away his anger, his folded fan striking the tabletop. Once, twice, with rhythm. It sounded like the toll of the bell of death, approaching closer with every chime. This prince didn't know that the Ministry of Rights Minister Guan has a son with ambition to rebel against the state. Then would the minister also feel the same? My emperor brother's eyesight still is so bad. And ye go inform my emperor brother. Remember, tell him every word. And ye accepted the order and left. Even though magistrate acted muddle-headed today and did not investigate carefully before so haphazardly opening court, but your merits and demerits ultimately balance out. I will report your deeds back to my emperor brother. Is it because it's been a while since he's gone to morning court? These people are now thinking he could be easily bullied even to the point that they dare scheme against his person. It was time he soothed the bubbling waters and purge out those that need to be purged. In contrast to the magistrate's rejoice, Guan Shengqing's face was filled with anger. That wasn't what he had meant at all. How could this En Wang twist his words? En Wang, this humble one hopes to respect you as En Wang. Therefore, please refrain from bullying intolerably. Chapter 46. I am bullying intolerably. Do tell, how has this prince bullied you? But even if I have bullied you, so what? Zhenjiang Mufeng disdainfully curled his lip, as if looking down at a clown, causing Guan Shengqing's temper to hit new heights. But he couldn't break his gentle scholar image. This humble one would like to ask for my father's counsel to decide who is in the right. Zun Mai didn't know what expression she should have on her face. She felt that this dimension's people had brains with weird logical reasoning. Was it because of the influence of the transmigrating girl? But there was no problem. As long as they didn't affect her, then everything was fine. PFFT. Zhenjiang Mufeng let out a laugh. He didn't look at Guan Shengqing, instead standing and drawing his bell to his side to leave. The old duke angrily glared at his two men that had just stepped into the hall. It was only a small matter initially, but grew to become a huge mess. Zhenjiang Mui Emperor's name was angry and annoyed. What was up with this Guan Shengqing? He was overall satisfied with the Ministry of Rights minister. The minister usually was thorough in his work. Now, it seems like he might not be as great as he seems on the outside. If his son already dares to hold such thoughts, then would the father be even more restless thinking about how this connected to the crown prince's circumstance? His face darkened even more. He wasn't dead, yet so many people had their eyes on his throne. Slam, this emperor really is seeing new things today. Minister Gwarn truly is talented to be able to foster such a good son. He angrily smashed a teacup towards Gwarn Shenking's head, staining his white clothing in the process. Gwarn Shenking was still thinking of how to justify himself when he was suddenly scolded. He didn't understand what he had said wrong. He only repeated the words that he had said already to express his innocence. Why was this prince unable to distinguish between right and wrong, and chastising him? Minister Gwarn was already kneeling and pressing his forehead to the ground, repeatedly begging forgiveness. Please spare him, please spare him. In light of all my years of service, please spare Kinder this one time. It is my fault for teaching him badly. I am willing to bear punishment. Please show leniency and spare my son. He knew there was no use in evading blame or looking for an excuse. Even if he didn't have such intentions, speaking such rebellious words made him a target of the emperor's suspicions. He also didn't understand how his usually intelligent son would act so stupidly. This was all his fault for not watching his son more carefully. He hid his pain from his face, but the anxiety and love for his child in his voice was clear to everyone in the hall. Pity to the suffering of all of fathers and mothers. Zun Mai sighed. Even if she wanted to help, it would be a matter of having heart but no power. At present, if she dared speak up, she would be suspected of being asking mercy of those hoping to rebel against the current emperor. Not only would this be equivalent of ruining her image, it would also implicate those close to her. Zhang Mufeng definitely wasn't willing to speak up. He lightly needed her hand as comfort. This Gwarn Shenking has done a lot of things in an attempt to hurt Belle. He was a petty person. He wasn't able to meet her in time to protect her in her past, but now he wasn't going to allow anyone to hurt her. Seeing as Minister Gwarn has spent half of his life working for country, and I will give lenient treatment. Issue a decree. The young master and master of Gwarn family have behaved improperly and framed the princess. They will be removed from official government position permanently. Gwarn Shenking was ruined. Zhang Mui had originally wanted him to take over his father's post later on. He didn't imagine that he would be someone with useless brains. Thinking of him, he also thought of his own son. Can't help but feel a sense of loathing. The Empress really was too ambitious. If it wasn't because he needed a powerless woman without any backing to balance out the power struggle in the harem and the court, then the Empress title would have never been hers. Zun Mai only let out a deep breath after walking out of the palace. Every time she entered the palace, she felt a sense of pressure. If this was avoidable, she really wouldn't have come. Belle, today's weather sure is nice. Let's go for a quick excursion. Zhang Mufeng took the reins of the horse and he handed over and extended his other hand towards Zun Mai. Zun Mai tilted her head in thought. At this age, she has still never had the experience of riding a real ancient wild horse. In the last world, she was an heiress of an aristocratic family, so she had experienced some social interactions and events held on a horse track. But the horses there were mainly for show. Moreover, they were horses that were trained as young foals, so they had no wild nature. Grandfather, Mother Zun Mai called out in anticipation. Do. Remember to be careful. Shang Yuan waved her off while supporting her farther into the carriage awaiting them. Ever since separating from Wenren Zhang, her mood had undergone a change. She no longer had any worries towards the idea of her daughter spending time alone with a bachelor in public. In this era, women were considered in a weaker position than men. If she wasn't good to herself, then who would be? What if her daughter became like her? Wouldn't she be blame herself for it for the rest of her life? Jun Mai placed her hand into Zhang Mufang's palm, allowing him to help her up. He adjusted her seating before jumping onto the horse himself. Jun Mai sat in front of him with her feet on one side. Although this position was more dangerous, it would avoid hurting her legs. For the first time horseback riding, the stretching of the legs was bound to cause pain. Especially since Belle is so tender-skinned, he didn't want her to be harmed. He let her lean into his chest while he fastened one hand onto her waist and the other on the reins, and urged the horse into a gallop. As the scenery on both sides of her quickly passed by, Jun Mai closed her eyes and enjoyed this speed that made her feel as if she was flying. She felt utterly happy. The soft breeze brushed upon her cheeks, the sunshine cascading warmly on her skin. Once in a while, a faint, sweet scent floated into her nose, carrying a unique and intoxicating fragrance. The two silently leaned onto one another. Nothing was said, but both enjoyed the stillness of peace. In the outskirts of town, Zhang Mufang stopped under a large tree. Jun Mai opened her eyes and found that they weren't the only ones here on an excursion. In groups of 3s or 2s, there were men and women and playful children. The sound of laughter accompanied their figures and echoed into nature. As Jun Mai was busy admiring the scene, an extremely cacophonous sound carried over into her ears. "Ninggang Jij, didn't you say there was no one here? Why are there so many people here?" A pretty girl in red held onto two good-looking men. "Ling Jij, what's wrong? You're so absent-minded, you're not even speaking with me." Her pair of big eyes were feigning coquettish anger, opened wide in questioning. Her red cheeks made her appear even more charming and adorable. Jun Mai's eyes flashed with bright light. Could this be considered the saying "enemies always walk a narrow road"? Tian Yuan Jir Lu Jai basically means that you will inevitably clash face to face with your enemies. She heard a voice from that direction say, "Fei Fei, I did have someone come here to clear the scene. These people must have come afterwards, don't be angry." The refined man in blue immediately lowered his head to coax her, his voice filled with warmth. Chapter 47. The man in black also turned his attention back to the woman. This group made up of 2 men and 1 woman wasn't strange. However, their method of interaction attracted some people's attention. They'd heard of 2 women serving 1 husband, but never 2 men serving 1 woman. Taking another look at the woman in red, they noted that she had a pretty face and wore revealing clothing, and had a wanton manner. They suddenly realized so those 2 men were playboys with more money than sense. The 2 foolish men, Ningdong Muchen and Bai Ling, were absorbed in making their fairy happy. Jun Mai leaned into Zhang Mufang's embrace, laughing mischievously, engrossed in watching their interactions being unknowingly looked at with disdain by the crowd. "Belle, what evil-spirited idea are you plotting now? Let me hear." Zhang Mufang pinched Jun Mai's nose and lowered his head to kiss her smiling lips. He loved his Belle's crafty quick wit. Even when she was doing bad things, she made his heart beat fast. "Haven't you noticed, those people are the center of attention? But it doesn't seem like they would care even if they knew." Jun Mai's eyes were filled with laughter. This random theft accusation matter involved Gwern shanking. There was no way that was a coincidence. If someone said this wasn't the female lead's idea, then she'll kick them in the brains. Zhang Mufang proudly praised her and nodded his head. They definitely wouldn't. If it can entertain Belle, then that's considered their honor too. Annie. and he immediately popped out of nowhere and waited for Jun Xie's instructions. Then I'll have to trouble Annie to help me bring over some honey and secretly sprinkle some onto those people. Zhang Mufeng didn't seem surprised at all by her instructions. He had experienced too much already and was used to weird instructions. Annie quickly left expressionlessly. But on the inside, he wanted to collapse. Honey as expected of the person that was able to lock down the prince. He must remember to respect her in the future. He could irritate the heavens, irritate the earth, irritate the prince. But he must never irritate Wang Fei. Irritating the prince would mean losing his life, but irritating the Wang Fei would mean losing his life and then his afterlife. He couldn't wait to see how those people would react when there was honey sticking to their bodies. Wenren Yunfei's mood was good today. Ever since hearing the news that Wenren Zunmai had been taken to the magistrate's office, she was feeling happy. She called her two pretty men to come out for a stroll and seduce them in the process to see if she could. But who knew that there would so many irksome people here? Her mood darkened. Crown Prince Jej was already hers, so now was the time to secure the three other men. She was the main lead, so it was obvious that the most handsome men under the sky should be hers. They should dote on her and love her. See, even after being aware that she and the Crown Prince had gotten married and were intimate, they were still willing to protect her. Doesn't this all mean that they were willing to share her? There was no way she was going to let go of such excellent men. Ling Jej, can you go drive all these people away? Fei Fei only wants it to be us three. She hugged Bai Ling's arm and rubbed her pert breasts onto his body, while giving a flirtatious expression, practically making her desire obvious for them. Bai Ling froze for a second, but was ultimately seduced by that soft feeling. His eyes darted back and forth before indulging in Yunfei's actions, even unconsciously leaning into her to allow his arm to press closer to her warm softness. Ningong Muchen was standing extremely near to them, so was of course able to discover their movements. Not willing to fall behind, he also leaned over and whispered, "What does Fei Fei want the three of us to do?" He casually placed his hand onto her slender waist and stroked up and down. Wenren Yunfei used Ningong Muchen's figure to block herself as she shamelessly took Bai Ling's hand and placed it directly onto her breasts. Her body leaned in Ningong Muchen's, her cheeks red with lust. "I want to do things of love. I want you two Jejes to enter Fei Fei. Want you two Jejes. Don't you want Fei Fei to?" Her scarlet tongue licked her lips enticingly. Ningong Muchen and Bai Ling felt a hot heat seep up, causing them suddenly lug the woman in their embrace towards some distant shrubbery. "Go drive away those people. Bar off this area and don't let anyone near." Ningong Muchen's raspy voice instructed his guards. Because of where Zunmai and Zhang Mufeng was sitting, those guards completely missed them. However, Zunmai and Zhang Mufeng were able to hear every word of their conversation. Zunmai stopped the big hand that was getting close to slipping into her clothes, angrily asking, "Prince, are you a hoodlum? For God's sake?" They were outside. She wasn't interested in becoming the center of attention. Zhang Mufeng's expression didn't change as he leaned onto Zunmi's shoulder, causing his hot breath to tickle and numb her neck. "I'm only a hoodlum to you. How can I help it when my belle's beauty is so enticing?" As if to prove his body's reaction to her, he leaned closer so that Zunmai could feel his erect lower half. Zunmai bit her lip to avoid blurting out a long chain of curses. Her cheeks were crimson. She had no interest in experiencing intimacy where the heavens were their blankets and the earth was their bed. "Don't move. Just let me touch for a second." In the evening, We can have a deeper conversation at home." His hand slipped down below her waist, enjoying the sensation of her exquisitely smooth skin. Zunmi's body leaned into Zhenjiang Mufeng's chest as her hand grasped his sleeves, trying to silence a moan. His hands played with her teasingly, her sweetness making Zhenjiang Mufeng's eyes redden. "Belle, your body is very truthful, but I'll let you go for now." He kissed her ear. His finger pinched her lower lips before reluctantly extracting itself. "You really are the sweetest flavor in the world." He licked his finger, sucking the stickiness gained from his bell. His face didn't hide his satisfaction, as if he were sampling a precious delicacy. With that, Zunmi almost exploded with rage as she sent a deadly glare in his direction. She grit her teeth. "Be careful or you'll be eaten to death." Seriously, this fellow was so naughty. Dying under a puny tree creates a romantic ghost. To be able to die while eating you would be my pleasure. Tien, a line from a poem, I think, implying that those playboys that rendezvous under trees will maintain that nature after death. Here, Zhenjiang Mufeng is just making a joke about their current setting using this quote. He shamelessly rubbed Zunmi's cheeks and responded with a wide smile, even licking Zunmi's tomato-red neck when he couldn't resist her cuteness. He was like a big dog seeking his master's affections, making it impossible for Zunmi to release her temper at him. "I'm going to be pretty busy soon, so as an early apology gift, I'll try to make it 2 posts today. Stay tuned for another chapter today." Chapter 48. When she regained some of her strength, Zunmi firmly reached out and pinched Zhenjiang Mufeng's waist, only letting go when she heard a satisfying hiss of pain. "That's what you get for bullying me. Let's continue with serious business. I'll deal with you when we get home," she said as she gave 2 more pinches. At this time, and Yi returned. Zhenjiang Mufeng obediently allowed his bell to bully him, behaving like a domestic pet. "And Yi keep monitoring them. When they are about to enter their main event. Cough off. You know what I mean. Then, pour the honey on their surroundings." And then she lowered her voice to instruct a few more things. Afterwards, she followed Zhenjiang Mufeng back out of the garden. She didn't have interest in voyeurism. Moreover, her man was even more unwilling to let her watch. The 2 of them got back onto the horse leisurely. The natural landscape in ancient times was illuminated by beauty untouched by pollution and human architecture. Just observing made the spirit feel free and untroubled, especially the green mountain tops covered with robust pine blurring as they passed by, allowing their noses to breathe in the smell of nature. The atmosphere was as peaceful as returning to the safety of the mother's womb. If only there wasn't a sudden blood-curdling screech, then this picturesque scene would have been perfect. Damn it! Shrieks continued to ring, catching Zunmi by surprise for a moment. Luckily, Zhenjiang Mufeng was holding her tight, or else she would have been flung off the horse. Was this Wenren Yunfei trying to replicate the goddess Narying or imitate Big Sister Han Hong with that throat? People could be sent flying. Tian Narying and Han Hong are well-known singers in mainland China. Along with the scream, 2 men and a woman emerged with their unkempt clothing. Unkempt was an understatement. The 2 men were naked from the chest up, revealing patches of scratch marks. Their hair was a mess as they used their outer jackets to drive away the bees around them. Although the woman next to them was covered loosely by flimsy clothing, it only barely covered up her most important parts. Her legs, her arms, and chest were plainly visible, revealing the wanton red marks imprinted on her pearl-white skin. Her lips were swollen red, her facial expression dark as the new bump on her forehead from the bees grew. But no matter how much they ran and chased away the bees, the group of bees seemed to be purposely targeting them. They stubbornly followed them, forcing the group to run further away. The people still present were struck frozen in shock. My God, in broad daylight. This is too offensive to public moral. Wasn't that Sir Ningong and Miss Yunfei? Shameless, they really have no face. How lowly. Was that the legendary fairy from the ninth heaven, capital city's #1 beauty? What #1 beauty? She should be #1 most dishonorable. Yes. In a public place, they dare conduct illicit sexual relations. They are so shameless. Murmur of critiques spread across the crowd that had been there to witness everything. Zun's expression was mysterious. This was karma. If Wenru Zunmai didn't first scheme against her, and then so stupidly appear in front of her, then none of this would have happened. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Wenren Yunfei and Co went looking so good. They had arrived at a small riverbed with great difficulty. Without hesitation, the three had jumped right into the shallow waters. They had been enjoying rolling in the grass when they heard a buzzing overhead. They hadn't paid much attention to it at first. When it became louder and louder, it was too late. In a hurry, they grabbed whatever clothing they could and ran. They didn't think that these bees wouldn't go to anyone else, and continued to stubbornly following them. Wenren Yunfei's head emerged out of the water. When she saw the bees still hovering over her, she was ready to curse. Ningong Muchen also appeared above water, his eyes filled with rage. He remembered how so many people witnessed their pathetic state. Damn it, his reputation and image is ruined now. It's all because of these damned bees. Where the hell did they come from? He obviously wouldn't put the blame on his beloved Fei Fei. Fei Fei is so great that she is willing to go against the world by simultaneously satisfying all of their needs, just so that she wouldn't hurt any of them. He couldn't bear to blame such a kind Fei Fei. Bai Ling was someone who had practiced martial arts, so he was able to last longer in the water. By the time he raised his head, the bees had finally left. After soaking in the river water, the honey on their clothes had disappeared without a trace. When the three climbed back onto shore, they couldn't find any hints as to what had caused their episode. Ultimately, they could only blame it on bad luck. The three were only able to sneak back into the city around sunset. Bai Ling was still fine. He was a secret guard. He wasn't very worried about potential rumors since very few people knew who he was. But Ningong Muchen and Wenren Yunfei did have his good fortune. The kind-hearted fairy miss in the citizens' eyes had become a shameless wanton woman that would controversially interact with two bachelor men in broad daylight in the span of one day. One of the two men was even the #1 merchant, Ningong Muchen. This news would originally have been seen as disgraceful at its worst. However, everybody knew that the eldest miss of the Prime Minister estate had reciprocated feelings for the Crown Prince, even marrying him. No matter what method she may have used to achieve her goals, this was the undeniable reality. She was a married woman and yet was outside committing adulterous acts. Not only did she lower the Prime Minister's reputation, but she was able to even drag down the Crown Prince's. Slap! Wenren Zhang raged out against Wenren Yunfei, who had just sneaked back into the estate. Get out! The Prime Minister estate won't allow such a thing that offends public morals to live here. I shouldn't have believed your nonsense words in the beginning. You really act like the lowly concubine's seed that you are. Wenren Zhang was feeling the blood rush to his head. He wished he had choked this unhelpful daughter to death. In just an afternoon's time, The Prime Minister's reputation rot to death. People were saying he had passed off fish eyes for pearls, he had been blind to gold and jade, and that there was water in his brain. It was all because of that Wenren Yunfei. If not for her, then all of this wouldn't have happened. Wenren Yunfei hugged herself as shrank into fetal position on the floor. She was yelling in pain, her heart filled with bitter hatred. But she was afraid. This wasn't something that she predicted would happen. She thought that it was those people just making a big fuss over nothing. She only had a few extra boyfriends than any other person. Ancient people were just ancient people. Their brains were just stupid. Father, you can't treat me like this. If not for me, how would you have ties to the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess now? If Crown Prince Jej knew you treated me like this, then he would want to help me take revenge on you. She was in pain, her mind was confused, and her heart was filled with resentment boiling over. Chapter 49. She slipped into her wild imaginations. In this other world, she was a female lead. Everyone loves her, and she finished off that horrible Wenren Zunmai. She personally saw her hang herself on a slanted tree, felt the pleasure the sight gave her. Wenren Zhang hesitated for a second before making his decision. Come, take Wenren Yunfei out. From now on, the Prime Minister estate won't have a eldest miss. Understood, keeping this kind of disastrous person would ruin the entire Prime Minister estate sooner or later. He'd been planning to do this for a while but stopped due to the Crown Prince and the #1 merchant. All he could say was that she really had an outstanding talent for seducing men. Just like her ex-prostitute mother, she was trash. That's right. No one knew that Wenren Yunfei's mother was once a famous worker at a brothel, someone that sold her talents but not her body. When she was on stage, she wore a veil so no one knew her real face. When she bought by the Prime Minister, her name was changed and all related people's mouths were sealed. But now, it all seemed like a mistake. Wenren Yunfei didn't think that Wenren Zhang would be so callous. She was her biological daughter. She wanted to fight back, but her body was still weak from being kicked by Wenren Zhang, making her helpless when those guards grabbed her. Being roughly thrown on the floor, Wenren Yunfei could only watch as the doors to the Prime Minister estate closed. The hatred in her eyes darkened. Since you want to bully me, then I absolutely won't let you get away with it. She struggled to get back up and shakily headed towards the Ningong estate. She still had Ningong Jej and everyone else. When she recovered, she come back for vengeance. On the next day, the lively capital city was once again hit with a tidal wave of gossip. And Wang had once again gone to the Duke's estate to propose marriage. This time, he gifted a set of golden threaded phoenix robe. It was embroidered with a long-winged bird and linked branches of trees, vivid and lifelike. This gift made the servants and maids that received it shocked without words. News passed quickly from mouth to mouth. In the end, the story became that Wang personally embroidered an one-of-a-kind marriage gown in order to marry Princess Ru Jie. When Zun Mai heard this, she spit out her water and ruined her elegant image. If Xinjiang Mufeng could embroider even a flower, then she would be amazed, much less a marriage gown. These people were really willing to believe everything. By her side, Xinjiang Mufeng quickly helped wipe away the water around her mouth. Yesterday, he was finally able to consume his bell. That taste was indescribable. He lost a bit of control and went overboard. There's no use of trying to win my favor. Tonight, Yao'll be sleeping in the study room. Zun Mai coldly glanced at her man without a bit of mercy. She knew this fellow was a beast. If she moved back one step, then he would just move forward 2 steps. Truly a model representative of winning an inch and wanting a mile. Yesterday night, she had obviously said she didn't want any more, yet this fellow was on top of her, just going. She had fainted 2 times, just thinking about it now made her face darken. You really shouldn't spoil men. Belle, you can't do this to your husband. Husband's heart will hurt. If you don't believe, then feel for yourself. He took her delicate hands and pressed them down to a specific part of his body. Zun Mai erupted. She gnashed her teeth. I didn't know that some people had hearts down there. SS Belle, be gentle. Gentle? Are you trying to murder your own husband? He saved little Mufeng from the grasps of Zun Mai. Sinjing Mufeng was feeling very wronged. This is regarding the happiness of the rest of your life. What are we going to do if we break it? Shameless, obscene. Zun Mai felt fire rising from her stomach, her face red with anger. Damn it, her husband in this dimension was really sigh. I have teeth, look. He widened his mouth, almost blinding Zun Mai with his pearly whites. And I'm not obscene, I obviously only want to flow into your tempting little mouth. Tien, he's being punny. Both no shame and no teeth sound like wu chai in Chinese. The characters for obscene separated means to flow down. Pouting his lips, Zhenjiang Mufeng acted as if he was sincerely justifying himself. Zun Mai slapped him on the face, thinking this fellow was really about to infuriate her to death. You're not allowed to enter my room or my bed for a month. If she didn't properly manage him, then he really was going to think he held the reins here. Ouch! No howl of pain resonated throughout the prince's estate. The people of the prince's estate were already used to this. Ever since the Wangfei was brought back by their prince would have an episode a day. Although the two haven't officially married, but an official decree from the emperor bestowing marriage had been conferred this morning. So they only thought it was normal for the future Wangfei to move into the prince's estate in advance to strengthen their feelings. This was the difference between Zun Mai and Wenren Yunfei. The former understood to first integrate with the dynasty and then use a method befitting the customs to act. Meanwhile, the latter maintained that she was more noble and more advanced than the rest of the ancients. Crown Prince Estate, half a month into confinement. The Crown Prince smashed everything breakable in his room. The Empress sat in the main seat, watching her son go crazy. Haoshan, let me tell you. You can't keep that woman. Just look at what all those people are saying about you. You are the Crown Prince. In the future, you will inherit the throne. How can you keep such a danger thing by your side? She had wanted the emperor to bestow Wenren Zun Mai to her son again, but she instead heard news that Princess Ru Jie was bestowed to An Wang. Although she was all kinds of resentful and embittered in her heart, but this was the best alternative solution. As long as it wasn't the emperor's son, then it wouldn't be a threat. And Wang had sworn before that, unless his older brother's sons were all dead and there was no one else to succeed the throne, then he would have no intentions for that throne. Sinjing Haoshan fell limp in a chair. He never would have thought that the kind-hearted beautiful girl would do such a thing. He repeatedly told himself that she was forced by Ningong Muchen and that other mysterious wild man. Yet there was a lump in his throat. The person that had wedded and entered the wedding room with him would so easily turn her back and intermingle with other men. The Empress saw her son had calmed down and continued, "What you need to do now is to go admit your mistakes to your emperor. Afterwards, you need to obediently listen to your imperial father's words. Don't create such a hideous mess again." Jun Xie nodded his head as determination filled his eyes. He still had his power. As long as he held on tight, when he climbed up to the highest throne, there wouldn't be anything he couldn't do. The Empress left with satisfaction. She still needed to go see which family's daughter could be suitable for her son. She must quickly make arrangements. The Crown Prince's marriage had already turned into capital city's joke, something to talk about during afternoon tea. The main character of the talks, Wenren Yunfei, has not had a good few days. However, they also went bad. Because of the scandal, Ningdong Muchen's store was affected. Chapter 50. Moreover, there was someone targeting him behind the scenes. In a matter of days, 1/3 of Ningdong House's stores and properties had been acquired. To remedy this situation, Ningdong had been in a busy days, having no time to care for Wenren Yunfei. This had given his love rival Guan Shenking a chance to proudly be affectionate and touchy with Wenren Yunfei. But she was still cautious that Guan Shenking had lost his previous charm and was now unable to provide the luxurious life that Wenren Yunfei craved. Her brows twitched as evil intentions grew. As for Bai Ling, he had retreated back to the Crown Prince estate as soon as realized that the situation was amiss. He acted as if he was just a secret guard, completely unaware of the situation outside. Eventually, Ningdong Muchen witnessed Guan Shenking and Wenren Yunfei's illicit relations in person when he arrived back to the estate earlier than expected. There was not even the least bit of resentment or dissatisfaction. Rather, his clothes came off 2 and made 2 into 3. Soon, the 3 rolled into a pile and was unrestrained for whole day, creating noise so loud that the maids and servants outside could all hear. When Zun Mai heard Bao Bao's quick summary, she almost vomited. Her idea of the world was once again restructured. But she didn't plan to do anything. After all, based on the current situation, that group of people were prepared to play themselves to death. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day of Zun Mai and Zhenjiang Mufeng's marriage was fast approaching. In the flower garden, Zun Mai leisurely curled up and admired the blossoming flowers. "Host, don't you have a question you want to ask?" Bao Bao was buried under the pile of sweets on the table. Since he was unable to eat them, then the least he could do is to hold them. Zun Mi's hand that was lifting a teacup suddenly paused. She lowered her eyes, pretended to be carelessly speaking. "Oh, what question should I ask, Bao Bao?" "Of course it's the question of whether Madam Host is able to have children in these little dimensions." Bao Bao poked at the desserts while responding. Zun Mi's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Is it Bao Bao with me in every dimension?" Tian Bao Bao's name literally means baby. "I'm not talking about this baby obviously. Bao Bao is talking about babies with you and your man." Bao Bao finally reacted, discarding the desserts to throw himself across Zun Mi's shoulders. Zun Mi's face lost all emotion. Her eyes flashed with a thoughtful expression. Of course she had her suspicions. In the last world, she never had signs of pregnancy. But she was also conflicted at heart. She was scared to really leave behind children. When she would need to go into the next world, she would be unable to let them go. That sense of burden and responsibility will make her collapse. Host, don't worry. Bao Bao is the most amazing." The white ball rubbed against his host's neck. "It's actually Host that is overthinking. It is impossible to have children in these trial worlds because of the instability it would cause. If Host wanted to come back, there might be a shift in time. But starting from level 3, the worlds are different. So Madam Host must prepare. Perhaps there might even be a little baby in your tummy right now, hee hee." Bao Bao put on a bright smile in hopes of taking away Madam Host's worries. Zun Miss fingertips whitened as she tightly squeezed the teacup. Her left hand unconsciously caressed her flat stomach. As a woman, she was also looking forward to becoming a mother. But, Bao Bao, what did you mean by come back? That means that if Madam Host is unable to part with something, then after all the missions are completed and you've returned to the original world, you'll be able to come to the little worlds for vacation. Bao Bao was referring to the original world, not her former world. Zun Mai, who was deep in her thoughts, didn't notice. She only felt extremely happy. This way, she would be able to see her children. A small and warm smile grew on her face. Del, are you intending to seduce your husband? A pair of gently lifted up the woman lying lazily on her chair, sitting down himself and placing her onto his lap. Zun Mai rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to correct this fellow's manner of speaking. What did mother say in the early morning? Her mother had called Zhenjiang Mufeng out. Mother said that if I didn't treat you well, she'll finish me. Zhenjiang Mufeng said without worry, very pleased at this chance to play with Zun Miss Hair. Slap, speak obediently, keep your paws away from me. Zun Mai felt a headache coming. All right. Zhenjiang Mufeng pouted, feeling wronged. Mother said that the Prime Minister shamelessly wants to meet with you. He also wants to accompany you at the wedding. That old thing really thinks that a treasure he threw away would be able to regain after just a few words. Zun Mai hadn't thought this would happen. If he hadn't brought him up, she would have forgotten that this person even existed. Why didn't the Prime Minister come talk to me? Zhenjiang Mufeng guiltily replied. Maybe his pride wouldn't let him lower his face like that. He wasn't going to tell his belle that he told people to block his entry. Humph. He won't let that blind old thing meet with his belle. Zun Mai was in a good mood, so she investigated further. I haven't gone out to breathe the city's air in so long. Let's go take a walk. Zun Mai dragged Zhenjiang Mufeng's hand, pulling the man up with her. The two appeared together on the busy streets. Zun Mai, who hadn't been out in half a month, suddenly felt as if something had changed. All the stores with Ningdong family's branding has been switched. Zhenjiang Mufeng guarded Zun Mai close to him as he explained. Zun Mai raised her eyebrows in astonishment. That means the status of richest merchant will change to someone else. It changed a few days ago. Now that title belongs to your husband. He gazed at Zun Mai with immense pride. His shining eyes were saying quickly, praise me, aren't I awesome? Zun Mai laughed and patted the big hand resting on her shoulder. Aren't you gloating in any case? What's yours is mine. Seeing that her man didn't respond, she slanted her eyes. What you're not willing to share? No, no, no. Your husband is very willing. He curled his lips up into a silly smile before pulling her closer for a kiss. Thankfully, their location was a bit desolate and quiet without many people. Zun Mai kicked him without mercy. Damn it. You better be careful, we are outside. They were on Main Street. Goddamn, did he want her to become tomorrow's gossip? Zhenjiang Mufeng pulled out groveling puppy eyes as he chased after her. On the inside, he was smiling. Belle herself hadn't realized that she was more and more open and reliant on him. How great. Now, Belle's world would only have him. Prime Minister, what business are you here for? As she was walking, Zun Mai was stopped by someone. Zhenjiang Mufeng appeared by Zun Mi's side, coldly eyeing the person that had stopped her path. Chapter 51. When Ren Zhang had squatted at the prince's estate for a few days without much success. When his underlings came to report to him today, He had thought he heard wrong. Seeing her daughter now, Wenren Zhang felt as if generations had passed between them. Since when did he start to ignore this daughter, even treating her as a pawn for the power of the Prime Minister estate? It seems like it all happened after that Wenren Yunfei became popular. Damn it. He just knew that he wouldn't have ignored such an outstanding second daughter if not for that Wenren Yunfei's interference. Zunmai father knows that you are about to get married. These few years, it was father that had neglected you. Thus, father wanted to make it up to you this time. I hope you are willing to allow me this opportunity. Wenren Zhang put a flattering smile. He personally thought that he hid his intentions well, not knowing that his scheming eyes were plainly visible. Zun Mai answered firmly, it seems that the Prime Minister is misunderstanding. Since the moment that my mother divorced, the Prime Minister estate and my family no longer had any relationship. There is nothing for the Prime Minister to make up for. You don't need to lower yourself to curry my favor. We are just strangers. If Wenren Zhang was truly repentant, Zun Mai might give him that opportunity. But he clearly came with the ulterior motive of hoping to use her. Zun Mai wasn't brain-dead. Why would she allow herself to become his footstool to climb his way back up? Wenren Zhang's face flashed with anger before he promptly remembered that he couldn't afford to be angry right now. Zun Mai, how could we be strangers? I am your father. My blood flows in your veins. That's something you cannot change. I know it was I who mistreated your mother and you two siblings in the past. But I've already seen the error in my ways. That was never my intentions. It's all that Wenren Yunfei and her mother that tricked me. I've kicked them out of the Prime Minister estate now. How about you three move back in? The more he talked, the more shameless he became. Just a minute ago he was begging for forgiveness. Now he wanted them to move back. Where did he get the audacity? Sun Zhang Mufang snorted. If not because you are Belle's biological father, I would have finished you long ago. It was exactly this reason that he didn't want this old thing peering in front of Belle. And Wang, how could you speak like this to the Prime Minister? I am your father-in-law. Or do you not want to marry Zun Mai and only want to incite disharmony between us? Father and daughter. Wenren Zhang spit out in anger. Zun Mai also became angry. However, and Wang chooses to behave is my business. You are just an irrelevant party. If Prime Minister insists on creating trouble for us, then I won't hold back. From the moment you treated me as an exchangeable object for power, you were no longer my father. With those words, Zun Mai pulled Zhejiang Mufeng with her as she turned and left. In the end, speaking with a moron would only be a waste of her breath. There was only one way to deal with these kinds of people: ignore. She'll allow him to go stir up a ruckus, as long as his mess didn't touch her. Belle, why didn't you let me put that old thing in his place? Zhejiang Mufeng wasn't satisfied. Zun Mai shook her head. At the very least, he was someone that gave me life. Just like he said, no matter what, his blood flows in my veins. I owe him for that. He abandoned me, but that only cut the familial relationship between him and I. She will help him out when his life is in danger as a way to completely cut off their relationship. The ancient times were different than modern times. Wenren Zhang's actions would at most make people think he was dumb. But if she were to hit him while he was already down, then others would call her unfilial. Sun Zhang Mufeng wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his eyes filled with sympathy and doting for her. Those that saw their interactions had reacted differently. Xiao Jing's reaction was tolerable. His admiration and infatuation grew deeper, but he could only work harder to repress his feelings. The reason he had been hurt last time was because there had been a traitor in his association. After he had finished taking care of things and came to repay his savior's kindness, he discovered that she was about to get married. He also heard other news regarding his savior, the Prime Minister estate, and Wenren Yunfei. As for the other onlookers, they came over after receiving news that Wenren Zhang was here. Wenren Yunfei had been especially miserable these days. She was obviously meant for happiness, yet she was frequently in pain. She was the heaven's daughter, so how could she suffer like this? Thus, she told her 2 men to bring her to find the Prime Minister. She didn't believe that, with her advanced knowledge, she wouldn't find a way back into the Prime Minister estate. But no, her hands clenched the sleeves of her clothes as her fingers turned blue under her pressure. Jun Xie and Nengong Muchen thought that had suffered a brutal strike. The woman that they had thought to be malicious was actually so kind-hearted. She had obviously been used as a pawn by her father. Yet she simply separated from him and never thought of taking revenge. She even said such words, between father and child, there was more familial bond. No, there was also bloodline and the life the father gives. On the other hand, the kind-hearted fairy in their hearts had only been cursing and planning revenge against the Prime Minister during this time. In the beginning, they hadn't thought anything wrong with that. But now they were a bit confused. Nengong Muchen and Jun Xie didn't know how things turned out like this. They had both originally been giants among men. One was the richest person in the city, but lost everything because of Fei Fei. The other was the talented scholar with a bright future, but was also ruined by Fei Fei. If she really was kind-hearted and wonderful, then there was no problem. But now they weren't so sure. Wenren Yunfei didn't notice the 2 men's thoughts at all. She was immersed in her hopes to retaliate against all those people. She fiercely watched the 2 people walking further away, her eyes gloomy and resentful. Nengong Muchen and Jun Xie both noticed Wenren Yunfei's mood, making their hearts turn cold. How did Fei Fei become like this? Or was this always Fei Fei's true face then? Were they playing out of the palms of her hand from the very start? Fei Fei, Jun Xie was in disbelief. Where had the Fei Fei he knew gone? Wenren Yunfei didn't hide the intensity in her eyes when she turned to Jun Xie. It could be that she had forgotten, or that she was too overtaken by her emotions. Jun Xie backed up. You aren't my Fei Fei. My Fei Fei isn't so malicious. I'm going to go find my Fei Fei, my kind-hearted wonderful Fei Fei. He turned and ran. Nengong Muchen gave Wenren Yunfei a profound look before also turning and leaving. He needed to calm down. In this month, too much has happened. He needed to rethink everything. Chapter 52. Wenren Yunfei stood blankly watching the 2 leave, her whole body emitting a dark mist. She needed to go find Crown Prince Jej right now. Only Crown Prince Jej could be her most perfect lover. As for Nengong Muchen and Jun Xie, they were just poor men with nothing to their name. In reality, although Nengong Muchen had lost his title as richest merchant, his family background was still stellar. Jun Xie may have lost his future prospects, but he still had enough to support her. But Wenren Yunfei was too greedy and still craved the extravagant and luxurious life of before. Zun Mai and Zhenjiang Mufeng came back to the prince estate right in time for lunch. Today her mother had personally cooked, causing Zun Mai to almost drool. Her mother's skill was the best of the best. If you eat once, you'll become addicted. Her chopsticks attacked the drunken duck slices without hesitation. But just after she had placed it in her mouth, before she could even enjoy its flavor, Zun Mai felt a burst of nausea making her gag. She quickly abandoned her chopsticks and ran outside to throw up. Belle, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Call for the imperial physician, and you go get the imperial physician. Zhang Mufeng wordly patted Zun Miss back, his face anxious. Shang Yuan Yan thoughtfully leaned on her chin. Mir, is this your first time, or does this happen frequently? Zun Mai felt her stomach calm down and drank the tea that Zhang Mufeng was offering. Mother, this is the first time. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's wait for the imperial physician to come take a look. Shang Yuan Yan had an answer in her heart. As Zun Mai and Zhang Mufeng turned to look at each other in confusion, the imperial physician was carried over by Yi. This official greets Prince, Princess. The chief imperial physician of the imperial hospital bowed to the two. On the inside, he was feeling depressed. He had just been preparing to return home to rest when someone came and snatched him. Don't waste time, quickly examine Belle. She had just taken a bite of duck meat when she threw up. What happened? Zhang Mufeng used one hand to lift up the doctor that was kneeling on the floor and rushed him. The imperial physician was feeling helpless. As expected, the guard takes after his master. Both enjoy lifting people up. He quickly brought out his equipment and began taking Zun Miss pulse. Immediately he kneeled back down and congratulated the two. Congratulations, Prince and Prink. Wang Fei is with child, it's about a month along. He had originally wanted to call out Princess but quickly corrected himself. Zhang Mufeng was blank and didn't react. Zun Mai was also frozen. She had just been discussing this topic in the morning, and she was pregnant by the afternoon. She slowly rubbed her flat stomach. There was a small life in here based on the time. It would have been that first time with her husband. A slight smile formed as she gazed warmly at her stomach. The radiance of maternal love could be plainly seen emitting from her. Imperial physician, please rise. It was Shang Yuan Yan who finally acted and helped the old man up. She turned to the two people still in a daze. Have you become dumb? Belle, did you hear we are having a baby? Belle is having my child. Zhang Mufeng snapped out of his daze and turned to Zun Mai excitedly. Zun Mai was also very happy, so she allowed her man to have his crazy episode. Shang Yuan Yan brought the imperial physician to side to sit, beginning to inquire about all kinds of things she needed to pay attention to. It seems like she wouldn't be returning to the Duke's estate for a while. When the other two had finally calmed down, Zhang Mufeng completely transformed into the model husband. Serving tea and carrying water, personally testing foods, grabbing more clothes in cold weather, and fanning her in warm weather. If she wasn't happy, then hell amuse her until she's happy. Even the imperial physician was convinced, through his multiple threats and promises, to take up residence at the prince's estate so that he could help take care of his Belle. In less than a day, the news of Zun Miss' pregnancy had already spread to all those that needed to know. The news that she was to marry the Wang was even more greatly spread throughout all the great streets and small alleys of the city. Standing in an empty room, Wenren Yunfei grinded her teeth. She had entered the Crown Prince estate to see her Crown Prince Jej with great difficulty just yesterday. She thought that she was about to become the Crown Princess and live in the lap of luxury. Instead, the Crown Prince had left her in a side chamber room. At night, he didn't come see her. Moreover, not even a servant was assigned to her. She had just gone out to find him herself when she overheard those servants talking. She stopped in her steps and found out that Wenren Zunmai was about to marry Wang. How could this be? She was the doted daughter of the heavens. She should be the one that everyone protected. How could Wenren Zun Mai compare to her? All she had was a pretty face. No, she can't just be resigned to this fate. She needed to regain everyone's attention. The best way to do that was to ruin that face of Wenren Zun Miss. At that time, An Wang wouldn't like her. How could An Wang match to such a lowly Wenren Zun Mai? It should be her. As long as there wasn't a Wenren Zun Mai, An Wang will become hers. Yes, it should be like that. She might not be able to leave the Crown Prince estate right now, but she could still find Ling Jige. Wenren Yunfei seemed to have found her new objective. Immediately, she was no longer consumed with anger. She quickly tidied herself up before going to find the man she needed. That night, after Zun Mai had fallen asleep, Xinjiang Mufeng suddenly opened his eyes. He unsheathed his sword and shielded Zun Mai behind him. An Wang, this subordinate does not have evil intent. I came to inform you of something. A man walked out of the dark and spoke softly. Behind him was An Yi and An Xinjiang Mufeng relaxed slightly, tilting to see that his bell was still sleeping sweetly. Go, well, speak outside. He spoke with a lowered voice and gestured. He lightly left the bed, tucked in the blankets for Belle, and gave her a kiss on her forehead before putting on a cloak and walking outside. Speak, what matter is it that required the Crown Prince's secret guard to come to my estate at this hour? He sat at the main seat and received the tea that Annie handed over. Prince, someone wants to act against the princess. Moreover, the Crown Prince has made his own movements lately. Bai Ling didn't beat around the bush and quickly responded. Xinjiang Mufeng played with his teacup while staring down at the man below. Oh, why would I believe anything you say, and why would you come to inform me of these things? A smart bird chooses a sturdy tree to perch on. Bai Ling knelt down as a sign of respect. In the past few days, he had seen a lot at the Crown Prince estate. The Crown Prince was acting too radically, even daring to think about forcing the Emperor to abdicate. No matter whether he succeeds or fails, there wouldn't be any good results. And Wang was still sitting here in perfect health. Wanting to convince the court to seize the throne was practically impossible unless An Wang died. End Vol 1 Part 1.